Aztec Part 7. Last time, Meachly set out on his first journey as a Poketeka, along with Blood Glutton and Coscatl, and it was very profitable, and down in the Maya lands he learned about these tiny quartz crystals that serve as both magnifying glasses and fire starters. He thought, maybe I could use these to see better, and it didn't quite work as simply as he thought originally, but with some fine-tuning of the crystal, he now has a crystal that enables him to see as clearly as if his vision was not impaired. He made his way back to Tenochtitlan with all the profit that he earned, and with this new discovery of crystals that would earn him even more. And during a banquet celebrating his success, he learned about the horrible fate that befell his sister, Tsitlini. He was so distraught that he traveled for over a year and a half, until he was beset by some bandits. The bandits wanted him dead, but he did not die. He made his way back to Tlacopan, home of Bayuribe and Zayanya, where they nursed him back to health alternately. He noticed some purple dye on their clothes that had not faded or washed away, and so he and Zayanya went to the island to check it out. They did not get the purple dye, but they did fall in love, and now they're getting married. There you go. Let's go. Sanctified, Caesarian, Catholic Majesty, the Emperor Don Carlos, our Lord King. Most laudable Majesty, our Mentor and Monarch, from this city of Mexico, capital of New Spain, on this St. Prosper's Day, in the year of our Lord 1530. Greeting. Annexed herewith, as usual, sire, is the latest outpouring of our resident Aztec, which is also as usual. Little of vis, but much of vomitus. It is evident from your Majesty's most recent letter that our sovereign still finds this history sufficiently beguiling as to be worth 5 good men's continued subjection to the hearing and transcribing of it. Your dedicated Majesty may also be interested to hear of the safe return of the Dominican missionaries we sent into the southern region called Oaxaca, to appraise our Aztec's claim that the Indians there have for long worshipped an omnipotent God of gods, whimsically known as the Almighty Breath, and also that they utilized the cross as a holy symbol. Brother Bernardino Manaya and his companion friars do attest that they saw in that country many seemingly Christian crosses. At any rate, crosses of the shape called in heraldry the Croix Bâtonnée, but that they serve no religious purpose, being regarded only pragmatically, inasmuch as they mark sources of fresh water. Therefore, your Majesty's vicar is inclined to view those crosses with Augustinian skepticism. In our appreciation, sire, they are but one more manifestation of the adversary's spiteful cunning. Clearly, in anticipation of our arrival in New Spain, the devil made haste to teach some numbers of these heathens a profane imitation of various Christian beliefs and rites and sacred objects, in the hope of frustrating and confounding our later introduction of the true faith. Also, as well as the Dominicans could gather, they being hampered by linguistic difficulties, the Almighty Breath is not a god, but a high wizard, or priest, as our chronicler would have it, who holds dominion over the subterranean crypts in the ruins of that city called Mitla, formerly considered by the natives their holy home. The friars, Apprised by us of the pagan interments and sinfully suicidal immolations of live volunteers at that place, forced the wizard to allow them access to those crypts. Like Theseus venturing into the labyrinth of Daedalus, they unwound a cord behind them as they went by torchlight through the branching caves and tortuous underground passages. They were assailed by the stench of decayed flesh. They trod on the bones of countless placidly seated skeletons. Unhappily, and unlike Theseus, they lost their courage before they had gone many leagues. When they were confronted by giant, overfed rats and snakes and other such vermin, their determination dissolved in horror, and they departed in an almost undignified rout. Once outside, they commanded, despite the Indians' lamentations and protests, that the tunnel entrances be permanently caved in and collapsed and sealed by the rolling of many boulders over them, to wall up and hide forever that back door of hell, as Fray Bernardino phrases it. The action was of course well warranted, and even long overdue, and not to be disparaged, since it is reminiscent of the sainted Catherine of Siena, who prayed that her own impeccable body might be splayed forever across the pit, so that no more poor sinners would ever fall in. Nevertheless, we regret that we may now never know the full extent of that underground network of caverns, and may never recover the treasures which the ranking personages of that people no doubt took with them to their tombs. Worse, we fear that the Dominicans' impetuous action may have done little to make the Indians of that area more receptive to the faith, or more loving toward us who bring it. We regret also to report that we ourselves are not much better beloved by our own fellow Spaniards here in New Spain. Your Majesty's officers in the Crown Archive of the Indies have perhaps already received communications from persons complaining of our interference in secular matters. God knows they complain enough to us, particularly the landholders who employ great numbers of Indian laborers on their farms and ranches and plantations. Those lords proprietors have even made a play upon our name, and now irreverently refer to us as Bishop Zuriago, the Scourge. This is because, sire, we have dared to denounce from the pulpit their practice of working their Indians literally to death. And why should we not? They demand. There are still some 15,000 red men to every white one in these lands. What harm in our reducing that dangerous disparity, especially if we can wring useful work from the wretches while we do it? The Spaniards who hold that attitude claim that they have good religious justification for it, viz., because we Christians rescued these savages from their devil worship and inevitable damnation, because we brought them hope of salvation. Therefore the Indians should be eternally obligated to us, their redeemers. Your Majesty's chaplain cannot deny that there is logic in the argument, but we do feel that the Indians' obligation should not require them to die indiscriminately and arbitrarily, of beatings, brandings, starvation rations, and other mistreatments. Certainly not before they have been baptized and fully confirmed in the faith. Since the cadastral and census records of New Spain are still necessarily haphazard and incomplete, we can offer only rough calculations of the number of the native population, past and present. But there is reason to believe that approximately 6 million red men formerly lived within the confines of what is now New Spain. The battles of the conquest, of course, took a considerable toll of them. Also, at that time, and in the 9 years since, an estimated 2.5 million more of the Indians, under Spanish authority, have died of various diseases, and only God knows how many more in the yet unconquered regions, and they continue to die in great numbers everywhere. It has apparently pleased our Lord to make the red race peculiarly vulnerable to certain afflictions which, it seems, were not heretofore endemial in these lands. While the pestilence of the great pox was previously known here, and not surprisingly, in view of the people's general licentiousness, it appears that the plagues of the buboes, the cholera morbus, the smallpox, the peas pox, and the measles were not. Whether those diseases began to occur only coincidentally with the overthrow of these peoples, or are a chastisement visited upon them by God in his judgment, they ravaged the Indians with far more virulence than Europeans have ever suffered. Still, that loss of lives, while of distressing magnitude, is at any rate of natural cause, an inscrutable act of God, and not of our countrymen's doing, nor amenable to their amelioration of it. We can, however, call a halt to our countrymen's deliberate killing of the red man, and we must do so. Your Majesty gave us another office besides those of Bishop and Inquisitor, and we will uphold that title of Protector of the Indians, even if it means bearing also the hateful title of Scourge bestowed by our fellows. That the Indians profit us, as cheap and expendable labor, must be a secondary consideration to our saving of their pagan souls. Our success in that noble task is diminished by every Indian who dies not yet a Christian. If too many should perish thus, the good name of the Church would suffer. Besides, if these Indians all die, who then would build our cathedrals, and churches, and chapels, and monasteries, and convents, and cloisters, and shrines, and houses of retreat, and other Christian edifices? And who would constitute the bulk of our congregations? And who would work and contribute and tithe to support the servants of God in New Spain? May our Lord God preserve your most renowned Majesty, executor of so many holy works, that you may enjoy the fruits thereof in his high glory. Ecce signum, Sumeraga. Does your Excellency join us today to hear what my married life was like? I think you will find the account rather less crowded with incident, and, I should hope, less abrasive to your Excellency's sensibilities than the tempestuous times of my younger manhood. Although I must regretfully report that the actual ceremony of my wedding to Zianya was clouded by storm and tempest, I am happy to say that most of our married life afterward was sunny and calm. I do not mean that it was ever dull. With Zianya I experienced many further adventures and excitements. Indeed, her very presence brought excitement into my every day. Also, in the years following our marriage, the Mashika were at the peak of their power, and were wielding it with vigor, and I was occasionally involved in happenings that I now recognize as having been of some small importance. But at the time, they were to me and Zianya, and doubtless to the majority of common folk like ourselves, only a sort of busy-figured wall painting, in front of which we lived out our private lives, and our own small triumphs, and our inconsequential little happinesses. Oh, not that we regarded any least aspect of our marriage as insignificant. Early on, I asked Ziania how she did that twinkling contraction of her Tepeli's little circlet of muscles, which made our act of love so extraordinarily exciting. She blushed with shy pleasure, and murmured, "You might as well ask how I wink my eyes. It simply happens when I will it. Does it not happen with every woman?" "I have not known every woman," I said, "and I have no wish to, now that I have the best of all." But your Excellency is not interested in such homely details. I think I might best make you see and appreciate Ziania by comparing her to the plant we call the metal, though of course the metal is nothing like as beautiful as she was, and it does not love, or speak, or laugh. The metal, your Excellency, is that man-high green or blue plant you have taught us to call the maguey. Bountiful and generous and handsome to look at, the maguey must be the most useful plant that grows anywhere. Its long, curved, leathery leaves can be cut and laid overlapping to make a watertight roof for a house. Or the leaves can be crushed to a pulp, pressed, and dried into paper. Or the leaf fibers can be separated and spun into any kind of cord, from rope to thread. The thread can be woven into a rough but serviceable cloth. The hard, sharp spines that outline each leaf can serve as needles, pins, or nails. They served our priests as instruments with which to torture and mutilate and mortify themselves. The leaf shoots that grow nearest the earth are white and tender, and can be cooked to make a delicious sweet. Or they can be dried to make fuel for a lawn-burning, smokeless hearth-fire, and the resultant clean white ash is used for everything from surfacing bark paper to making soap. Cut away the central leaves of the maguey, scoop out its heart, and in the hollow will collect the plant's clear sap. It is tasty and nutritious to drink. Smeared on the skin, it prevents wrinkles, rashes, and blemishes. Our women used it extensively for that. Our men preferred to let the maguey juice sit and ferment into the drunk-making octli, or pulque, as you call it. Our children liked the clear sap boiled down to a syrup, when it is almost as thick and sweet as bees' honey. In brief, the maguey offers every part and particle of its being for the good of us who grow and tend it. And Ziania, besides being incomparably more, was rather like that. She was good in every part, in every way, in every action, and not just to me. Though of course I enjoyed the best of her, I never knew another person who did not love and esteem and admire her. Ziania was not only always, she was everything. But I must not waste your Excellency's time with sentimentality. Let me return to telling things in the order in which they happened. After our escape from the murderous Sioux and our survival of the earthquake, it took me and Ziania fully 7 days to return to Chapultepec. by the overland route. Whether the quake had annihilated the savages or made them assume that it had annihilated us, I do not know. But no one pursued us, and we were not otherwise bothered in our crossing of the mountains, except by occasional thirst and hunger. I had long ago lost my burning crystal to the robbers on the isthmus, and I carried no fire-drilling device, and we did not ever get quite hungry enough to eat raw meat. We found sufficient wild fruits and berries and birds' eggs, all of which we could eat raw, and they also provided enough moisture to sustain us between the infrequent mountain springs. At night, we piled up billows of dry leaves and slept in them intertwined for mutual warmth and other mutual comforting. We were both perhaps a bit thinner when we arrived again in Chapultepec. We were certainly ragged and barefoot and footsore, our sandals having worn out in the mountain rocks. We trudged into the inn yard wearily and gratefully, and Bayou Ribe ran out to greet us, her face expressing a mixture of concern, exasperation, and relief. "I thought you had disappeared, like our father, and would never come back," she said, half laughing, half scolding, as she ardently hugged first Zianya, then me. The moment you were out of sight, I told myself it was a foolish venture, and a dangerous— Her voice faltered, as she looked from one to the other of us, and once again I saw that smile lose its wings. She brushed her hand lightly across her face, and repeated, "Foolish, dangerous." Her eyes widened when they looked more closely at her sister, and they moistened when they looked at me. Though I have lived many years and known many women, I still do not know how one of them can so instantly and surely perceive when another has lain with a man for the first time, when she has made the irreversible change from maiden to woman. Waiting Moon regarded her younger sister with shock and disappointment, and me with anger and resentment. I said hastily, "We are going to be married." Zianya said, "We hope you will approve, Bayou. You are, after all, the head of the family." "Then you might have said something before," the older girl said in a strangled voice. "Before you—" She seemed to choke on that. Then her eyes were no longer moist, but blazing. "And not just any outlander, but a brutish Mashika who lusts and ruts without discrimination. If you had not been so conveniently available, Zianya—" Her voice got even louder and uglier. "He would probably have come back with a filthy Zyu female dangling from his insatiable lawn." "Bayou," Zianya gasped, "I have never heard you speak so. Please. I know this seems sudden, but I assure you, Za and I love each other." "Sudden? Sure?" Waiting Moon said wildly, and turned to rage at me. "Are you sure? You have not yet sampled every last woman in the family." "Bayou," Zianya begged again. I tried to be placative, but sounded only craven. "I am not a noble of the Papilton. I can marry only one wife." That earned me a glance from Zianya, not much more tender than her sister's glare. I quickly added, "I want Zianya for my wife. I would be honored, Bayou, if I might call you sister." "Very well. but just to tell the sister goodbye. Then be gone, and take your choice with you. Thanks to you, she has here not honor, not respectability, not name, not home. No priest of the Benza will marry you." "We know that," I said. "We will go to Tenochtitlan for the ceremony." I put firmness into my voice. "But it will be no shameful or clandestine thing. We will be wed by one of the high priests of the court of the Yue Tlatoani of the Mashika. Your sister has chosen an outlander, yes, but no worthless vagabond. And marry me she will, with your blessing or without it." There was a long interval of tense silence. Tears trickled down the girl's almost identically beautiful, almost identically uneasy faces, and sweat trickled down mine. We three stood like the corners of a triangle, bound by invisible straps of oli, drawing more and more impossibly taut. But before anything snapped, Bayou relaxed the strain. Her face wilted, and her shoulders slumped, and she said, "I am sorry. Please forgive me, Sayanya, and Brother Za. Of course you have my blessing, my loving good wishes for your happiness. And I beg that you will forget the other words I spoke." She tried to laugh at herself, but the laugh cracked in the middle. "It was sudden, as you say, so unexpected. It is not every day I lose a beloved sister. But now come inside. Get clean and fed and rested. Waiting Moon has hated me from that day to this." Sayanya and I stayed another 10 days or so at the inn, keeping a discreet distance between us. As before, she shared a room with her sister, and I inhabited one of my own, and she and I were careful not to make any public displays of affection. While we recovered from our abortive expedition, Bayou seemed to recover from the displeasure and melancholy our return had caused. She helped Sayanya choose from her personal belongings, and from their mutual possessions, the comparatively few and dear and irreplaceable things she would carry away with her. Since I was, again, without so much as a cocoa bean, I borrowed a small quantity of trade currency from the girls, for traveling expenses, and an additional sum which I sent by messenger to Nozibe, to be delivered to whatever family that ill-fated boatman might have left bereaved. I also reported the incident to the Bishosu of Chapultepec, who said he would, in turn, inform the Lord Kosiyuela of that latest savagery committed by the despicable Ziu Huave. On the eve of our departure, Bayou surprised us with a festive party, such as she would have done to celebrate if Sayanya had been marrying a man of the Benza. It was attended by all the inn's current patrons, and by invited guests from among the city folk. There were hired musicians to play, and splendidly costumed dancers doing the Genda Liza, which is the traditional spirit of kinship dance of the Cloud People. With at least a semblance of good feeling having been restored among the three of us, Sayanya and I bade farewell to Bayou the next morning, with solemn kisses. We did not go immediately or directly toward Tenochtitlan. She and I, each carrying a pack, we headed straight north across the flatland isthmus, the way I had come to Chapultepec. And, since I had someone other than myself to think of, I was especially wary of villains lurking on the road. I carried my maquahuitl ready to my hand, and kept a sharp lookout wherever the terrain might have concealed an ambush. We had not walked more than one long run when Xayanya remarked simply, but with an excited anticipation in her voice, "Just think, I am going farther from home than I have ever been." Those few words made my heart swell, and made me love her the more. She was venturing into what was for her a vast unknown, and doing it trustingly, because she was in my keeping. I glowed with pride, and with thankfulness that her Tenali and mine had brought us together. All the other people in my life were left over from yesterday or yesteryear, but Xayanya was someone fresh and new, not made commonplace by familiarity. "I never believed," she said, spreading wide her arms, "that there could be so much land of nothing but land." Even viewing the lackluster vista of the isthmus, she could thus exclaim, and make me smile and share her enthusiasm. It was to be like that through all our days and tomorrows together. I would have the privilege of introducing her to things prosaic to me, but new and foreign to her. And she, in her unjaded enjoyment of them, would make me see them, too, as if they were sparklingly novel and exotic. "Look at this bush, Za. It is alive, aware. And it is afraid, poor thing. See, when I touch a twig, it folds all its leaves and flowers tight shut, and reveals thorns like white veins." She might have been a young goddess lately born of Tetuinan, another of the gods, and newly sent down from the skies to get acquainted with the earth. For she found mystery and wonderment and delight in every least detail of the world, including even me, even herself. She was as spirited and sportive as the never still light that lives inside an emerald. I was continually to be surprised by her unexpected attitudes towards things I took for granted. "No, we will not undress," she said, our first night on the road. "We will make love, oh yes, but clothed, as we did in the mountains." I naturally protested, but she was firm, and she explained why. "Let me save that one last small modesty until after our wedding, Za. And our being naked then, for the very first time together, should make it all so new and different that we might never have done it before." "I repeat, Your Excellency, that a full account of our married life would be most undramatic, because feelings like contentment and happiness are much harder to convey in words than are mere events. I can only tell you that I was then 23 years old, and Xayanya was 20, and lovers of that age are capable of the most extreme and enduring attachment they ever will know. In any event, that first love between us never diminished. It grew in depth and intensity, but I cannot tell you why. Now that I think back, though, Xayanya may have come close to putting it into words, on that long ago day we set out together. One of the comical swift-runner birds scampered along beside us, the first she had ever seen, and she said pensively, "Why should a bird prefer the ground to the sky? I would not, if I had wings to fly with. Would you, Za?" Ayo, her spirit did have wings, and I partook of that joyous buoyancy. From the first, we were comrades who shared an ever-unfolding adventure. We loved the adventure, and we loved each other. No man and woman could ever have asked anything more of the gods than what they had given to me and Zayanya, except perhaps the promise of her name, that it be for always. On the second day, we caught up to a northbound company of Zapoteka traders, whose porters were laden with tortoise-shell of the hawk-billed turtle. That would be sold to the Olmeca artisans, to be heated and twisted and fashioned into various ornaments and inlays. The traders made us welcome to their company, and, though Zayanya and I could have traveled faster on our own, for safety's sake we fell in with them and accompanied them to their destination, the crossroad trading town of Coatzacoalcos. We had scarcely arrived in the marketplace there, and Zayanya had begun excitedly flitting among the goods-piled stalls and ground-cloths, when a familiar voice bawled at me, "You are not dead, then? Did we throttle those bandits for nothing?" "Blood glutton," I exclaimed happily, "and Coscatl, what brings you to these far parts?" "Oh, boredom," said the old warrior in a bored voice. "He lies. We were worried about you," said Coscatl, who was no longer a little boy, but had grown to adolescence, all knees and elbows and gawky awkwardness. "Not worried, bored," insisted Blood Glutton. "I ordered a house built for me in Tenochtitlan, but the supervising of stonemasons and plasterers is not the most edifying work. Also, they hinted that they could do better without my ideas. And Coscatl found his school studies somewhat tame after all his adventures abroad. So the boy and I decided to track you and find out what you have been doing for these 2 years." Coscatl said, "We could not be sure we were on the right trail until we first came here and found 4 men trying to sell some valuables. We recognized your bloodstone mantle clasp." "They could not satisfactorily account for their possession of the articles," said Blood Glutton. "So I hauled them before the market tribunal. They were tried, convicted, and dispatched by the flower garland. Ah, well, they doubtless deserved it for some other misdeed. Anyway, here is your clasp, your burning crystal, your nose trinket." "You did well," I said. "They robbed and beat me. They thought me dead." "So did we, but we hoped you were not," said Coscatl. "And we had no other demands on our time. So we have just been exploring up and down this coast ever since." "And you, Meachly, what have you been doing?" "Also exploring," I said. "Seeking treasure, as usual." "Find any?" growled Blood Glutton. "Well, I found a wife." "A wife!" He hawked and spat on the ground. "And we feared you had only died." "The same old grouch," I laughed. "But when you see her—" I looked about the square and called her name, and in a moment she came looking as queenly as Pela Shila or the Lady of Tolan, but infinitely more beautiful. In just that little time, she had purchased a new blouse and skirt and sandals, and changed from her travel-stained garb, and bought what we called a living jewel, a many-colored iridescent beetle, to fix in that lightning streak of white hair. I think I gazed as admiringly as did Coscatl and Bloodglutton. "You were right to chide me, Meechly," the old man conceded. "Aiyo, a maiden of the Cloud People. She is indeed a treasure beyond price." "I recognize you, my lady," Coscatl said gallantly to her. "You were the younger goddess at that temple disguised as an inn." When I had made introductions all around, and my two old friends, I do believe, had fallen instantly in love with Zianya, I said, "We are well met. I was on my way to Shikalanka, where yet another treasure waits for me. I think the four of us can transport it, and I need not hire porters." So we went on, by leisurely stages, through those lands where the women all chewed like manatees, and the men all walked bent by their names, to Capilco's capital city, and to the workshop there of the master Tushtam, and he brought out the items he had fashioned of the giant teeth. Since I knew something of the quality of the material I had given him to work with, I was not quite as taken by surprise as were Zianya, Coscatl, and Bloodglutton, when we saw what he had done with it. As I had requested, there were figurine gods and goddesses of the Mashika, some of them standing as tall as the length of my forearm, and there were engraved dagger handles and combs, which I had also suggested. But in addition, there were skulls as big as those of young children, intricately etched with scenes from old legends. There were artfully worked little boxes with fitted lids, and Kopali perfume vials with stoppers of the same material. There were chest medallions, and mantle clasps, and whistles, and brooches, in the shape of tiny jaguars, and owls, and exquisite little naked women, and flowers, and rabbits, and laughing faces. On many of those things the detail was so fine that it could be properly appreciated only by scrutiny through my close-viewing crystal. Seen thus, even the tapili was visible on a naked girl ornament no bigger than a maguey thorn. As instructed, Tushtam had not wasted a fragment or sliver. There were also nose-plugs, and ear-plugs, and labrets, and dainty ear-picks, and toothpicks. All those things, large and small, shone mellow white, as if they possessed an interior light of their own, as if they had been carved from the moon. And they were as gratifying to touch as they were to look at, the artisan having polished their surfaces as smooth as the skin of Zianya's breasts. Like her skin, they invited, "Touch me, caress me, fondle me." "You promised, young Lord Yellow-Eye," said Tushtam, "that only worthy persons would ever own any of these things. Permit me the presumption of choosing the first worthy of them." At which he stooped to kiss the earth to Zianya, then rose and hung around her neck a delicate, sinuous chain of hundreds of links, the which must have cost him incalculable time to carve from a single length of hard tooth. Sayanya smiled radiantly and said, "The Master Tushtam does me honor, in truth. There can never again be such works as these. They should be reserved to your gods." "I believe only in the believable," he said. "A beautiful young woman with lightning in her hair and a Luchi name which I know to mean always. She is a much more credible goddess than most." Tushtam and I divided the articles as we had agreed, and then separated my share into 4 bundles. The working of the pieces had made them rather less in bulk and weight than the original tusks had been, so the resultant packages were wieldy enough that I and my 3 companions could carry them unaided by porters. We took them first to an inn there in Shikalanka, and engaged rooms, and rested, cleaned ourselves, and dined and slept. The next day I selected one item from among our new acquisitions, a small knife sheath, etched with the scene of Quetzalcoatl paddling away from that shore on his raft of entwined snakes. Then I dressed in my best, and, while Coscatl and Bloodglutton escorted Zayanya to show her the sights of Shikalanka, I went to the palace and requested an audience with Capilco's ruling noble, the Tabascoob, as he was called there. From that title, I do not know why, you Spaniards have concocted a new name for much of the land that was then Olmeca country. The Lord received me graciously enough. Like most persons of other nations, he probably had no prodigious affection for us Mashika. But his land lived by trade, and ours were the most numerous of all traders. I said, "Lord Tabascoob, one of your local craftsmen, the Master Tushtam, has lately done a unique kind of artwork in which I expect to turn a profitable trade. But I thought it fitting that the very first example should be presented to the lord of these lands. Hence I offer this token as a gift in the name of my own lord, the Yue Tlatoani Ehuitzotl of Tenochtitlan." "A thoughtful gesture and a generous gift," he said, examining the sheath with open admiration, "and a most beautiful work. I have never seen the like." In return, the Tabascoob gave me a small quill of gold dust to present to Master Tushtam, and a boxed collection of sea creatures, starfish, sea fawns, a coral sea feather, all gold dipped for preservation and added beauty, as a reciprocal gift for the revered speaker, Ehuitzotl. I left the palace feeling that I had accomplished at least a little in the furtherance of good relations between Cupilco and Tenochtitlan. I made sure to mention that to Ehuitzotl when I called on him immediately after our arrival in the heart of the One World. I hoped the Tabascoob's good fellowship gift would help induce the revered speaker to grant my request, that Zayanya and I be married by a palace priest of impressive rank and credentials. But Ehuitzotl only gave me his most red-eyed glare, and growled, "You dared to come asking a favor of us, after having disobeyed our express instructions?" Honestly not understanding, I said, "Disobeyed, my lord?" "When you brought us the account of your first expedition to the south, we told you to remain available for further discussion of it. Instead, you vanished, and deprived the Mashika of a possibly valuable opportunity to make war. Now you come back, 2 years later, 2 years too late, to wheedle our sponsorship of a trifling thing like a wedding? Still puzzled, I said, "Assuredly, Lord Speaker, I would never have gone away if I suspected I was doing a disservice. But what opportunity was lost?" "Your word pictures told how your train had been beset by Mixteca bandits." His voice rose angrily. "We have never let an attack on our traveling Poketeka go unavenged." He was obviously more angry at me than at the bandits. "Had you been available to press the grievance, we would have had good excuse to send an army against the Mixteca. But, with no demonstrable plaintiff—" I murmured apologies, and bowed my head humbly, but at the same time I made a deprecatory gesture. "The miserable Mixteca, my lord, possess little worth the winning. However, this time I return from abroad with news of a people who do possess something well worth seizing, and they likewise deserve punishment. I was most harshly treated by them." "By whom? How? And what do they possess? Speak. It may be that you can redeem yourself in our estimation." I told him how I had discovered the sea and rock barricaded habitat of the Chontaltin, or the Ziu, or the Strangers, that viciously reclusive offshoot tribe of the Huave. I told how only that people knew when and where to dive for the sea snails, and how those unlovely slugs yield the lovely deep purple dye that never fades or discolors. I suggested that such a unique commodity would be of immeasurable market value. I told how my Zapotecatl guide had been butchered by the strangers, and how Zayanya and I had but narrowly escaped the same fate. During my narrative, Ahuitzotl heaved himself up from his grizzled bare throne and strode excitedly about the room. "Yes," he said, grinning ravenously, "the outrage against one of our Poketeka would justify a punitive invasion, and the purple alone would amply repay it. But why settle for taming just the one wretched Huave tribe? That land of Uashiakak has many other treasures worth acquiring. Not since the long-ago days of my father's reign have the Mashika humbled those proud Zapoteka." "I would remind the revered speaker," I said quickly, "that not even your father, Motekuzoma, could keep such a far-away people subject for very long. To do so would require permanent garrisons in that country, and to support the garrisons would require extended supply lines, always vulnerable to disruption. Even if a military rule could be imposed and maintained, it would cost more than any expectable return in plunder and tribute." Ahuitzotl grumbled. "You seem always to have an argument against men waging manly war." "Not always, my lord. In this case, I would suggest that you enlist the Zapoteka as allies. Offer them the honor of fighting alongside your own troops when you descend upon the Huave barbarians. Then put that defeated tribe under tribute, not to you, but to the Lord Kosi-Yuela of Uashiakak, to surrender to him all their purple dye, from now forevermore." "What? fight a war and refuse the fruits of it? Only hear me out, Lord Speaker. After your victory, you arrange a treaty whereby Uashiakak sells the purple to no one but our Mashika traders. That way both nations will profit, for of course our Poketeka will resell the dye for a much higher price. You will have bound the Zapoteka closer to us by the bonds of increased trade, and by their having fought beside the Mashika for the first time in a mutual military venture. His glare at me became a gaze of speculation. And if they fight once as our allies, they could do so again, and again. He bestowed on me a look almost kindly. The idea is sound. We will give the order to march as soon as our seers have picked an auspicious day for it. Be ready, Takia Michli, to take command of your allotted warriors. But, my lord, I am to be married. He muttered, Shokwiwi, which is a low profanity. You can be married any time, but a soldier is always subject to call, especially one of command rank. Also, you are again the aggrieved party in this business. You are our excuse for violating the borders of Uashiakak. My physical presence will not be necessary, Lord Speaker. The excuse has already been prepared. I told him how I had reported the stranger's evil doings to the ruling noble of Chapultepec, and through him to the Lord Bishosu of that land. None of the Zapoteka bears any love for that squatter tribe of Huave, so your way to them will not be impeded. Indeed, Kosi Yuela will probably require no coaxing at all to join you in chastising them. I paused, then said meekly, I hope I did right in thus presuming to ease in advance the affairs of lords and armies and nations. For a short while there was no sound in the room except that of Ehuitzotl drumming his thick fingers on a bench, of which the upholstery I suspected was human skin. Finally he said, We are told that your intended bride is of incomparable beauty. Very well. No man who has already done exemplary service for his nation should be required to put the enjoyment of war before the enjoyment of beauty. You will be married here, in the court ballroom, which we have had newly decorated. A palace priest will officiate, our priest of the love goddess, Xochiquetzal, I think, not he of the war god, Huitzilopochtli. And our entire retinue will attend. Invite all your fellow Poketeka, your friends, anyone else you choose. Simply consult the palace seers, so they may set a well-omened date. In the meantime, you and your woman go about the city, and find a home site which pleases you, one that is yet unoccupied, or is purchasable from its owner, and that will be Ehuitzotl's wedding gift to you. At the proper time, in the afternoon of my wedding day, I nervously approached the portal of the crowded and noisy ballroom, and I stopped there long enough to survey the gathering through my topaz. Then, out of vanity, I let the thorned crystal drop inside my rich new mantle before I stepped into the room. But I had seen that the new decoration of the vast hall included wall paintings which I would have recognized even unsigned. and that the crowd of nobles and courtiers and privileged commoners included a tall young man who, though his back was to me at that moment, I recognized as the artist, Yei Ehekado Pokuya Chimali. I made my way through the throng of people, some standing, chatting, and drinking from golden cups. Others, mostly the court noblewomen, already kneeling or seated around the countless gold thread-embroidered cloths spread out on the floor matting. Most of the people reached out to pat my shoulder, or reached up to stroke my hand, smiling and murmuring words of congratulation. But, as tradition required, I acknowledged none of the gestures or words. I went to the front of the room, where the most elegant cloth of all was spread on a high dais, and where a number of men waited for me. Among them the Yue Tlatoani Ehuitzotl and the priest of Xochiquetzal. As they greeted me, the performers from the House of Son began to play a muted music. For the first part of the ceremony, that of my being given into full manhood, I had asked the 3 elder Poketeka to do me the honor, and they were also seated on the dais. Since the cloth was spread with platters of hot tumulten and jugs of potent achtli, and since it was prescribed that the givers depart immediately after the first ritual, the 3 elderly men had already helped themselves, to the extent that they were noticeably gorged, drunk, and half asleep. When the room had quieted, and only the soft music could be heard, Ehuitzotl and the priest and I stood together. You might suppose that the priest of a goddess named Xochiquetzal would at least be cleanly in his habits, but that one was as professionally unkempt and unwashed and unsavory as any other. And, like any other, he took the occasion to make his speech a tediously long one, more full of dire warnings about the pitfalls of marriage than any mention of its pleasures. But he finally got done, and Ehuitzotl spoke, to the 3 besotted and sentimentally smirking old men seated at his feet. Just a few words, and to the point. Lords Poketeka, your fellow trader wishes to take a wife. Regard this Shelleloni I give you. It is the sign that Chikomi Xochitl Tlalektic Michtli desires to sever himself from the days of his irresponsible youth. Take it and set him free to be a full-grown man. The scalpless one of the 3 accepted the Shelleloni, which was a small household hatchet. Had I been an ordinary commoner getting married, the hatchet would have been a simple utilitarian tool of wood shaft and flint head. But that one had a solid silver haft and a blade of fine jadestone. The old fellow brandished it, belched loudly, and said, "We have heard, Lord Speaker. We and all present have heard the wish of yon Tlalektic Michtli, that henceforth he bear all the duties, responsibilities, and privileges of manhood. As you and he desire, so let it be." He made a drunkenly dramatic chopping motion with the hatchet, and very nearly chopped off the remaining foot of his one-footed colleague. The 3 of them then stood and bore away the symbolic cutting tool, the one-footed man dangling and hopping between the other 2, and all of them lurching as they departed from the big room. The givers were no sooner out of sight than we heard the clamor of Zayanya's arrival at the palace. the accumulated crowd of city commoners outside the building, calling to her, "Happy girl, fortunate girl." The arrangements had been well timed, for she was coming just at sundown, as was proper. The ballroom, which had been getting gradually darker during the preliminary ceremony, began to glow with golden light, as servants went about lighting the pine-splint torches angled out at intervals from the painted walls. When the hall was blazing bright, Zianya stepped through the entranceway, escorted by 2 of the palace ladies. It was allowable for a woman at her wedding, just that one time in her life, to beautify herself to the utmost by using all the cosmetic arts of a courtesan Aoyanimi, coloring her hair, lightening her skin, reddening her lips. But Zianya had no need for any such artifice, and had used none. She wore a simple blouse and skirt of virginal pale yellow, and she had selected, for the traditional festoon of feathers along her arms and calves, the lawn plumes of some black and white bird, obviously to repeat and accentuate the white streaked black of her long flowing hair. The 2 women led her to the dais, through the murmurously admiring crowd, and she and I stood facing each other, she looking shy, I looking solemn, as the occasion required. The priest took from an assistant 2 instruments, and handed one of them to each of us. A golden chain, from which depended a perforated golden ball, inside which burned a bit of kopali incense. I raised my chain and swung the ball around Zianya, leaving a fragrant loop of blue smoke hanging in the air about her shoulders. Then I hunched down a bit, and she stood on tiptoe to do the same to me. The priest took back the censers and bade us sit down side by side. At that point, there should have come forward from the crowd our relatives and friends bearing presents. Neither of us had any kinfolk in attendance, so there came only Blood Glutton, Coscatl, and a delegation from the House of Poketeka. They all, in turn, kissed the earth to us, and laid before us their varied gifts. For Zianya, items of wearing apparel, blouses, skirts, shawls, and the like, all of the finest quality. For me also an assortment of clothing, plus an estimable armory, a well-wrought maquahuitl, a dagger, a sheaf of arrows. When the gift-bearers had retired, it was the moment for Ehuitzotl and one of Zianya's escorting noblewomen to take turns at chanting the routine fatherly and motherly advice to the couple about to be married. In an unemotional monotone, Ehuitzotl warned me, among other things, never to be still abed when I heard the cry of the early bird, Papan, but to be already up and doing. Zianya's surrogate mother recited a long list of wifely duties, everything, it seemed to me, including the lady's favorite recipe for making tamelton. As if that had been a signal, a servant came bearing a fresh, steaming platter of the maize and meat rolls, and set it before us. The priest gestured, and Zianya and I each picked up a tamale and fed it to each other, which, if you have never tried it, is no easy matter. I got my chin well greased, and Zianya her nose, but we each got at least a token bite of the other's offering. While we were doing that, the priest began another long, rote harangue, the which I will not bore you with. It concluded in his bending down, taking a corner of my mantle and a corner of Sayanya's blouse, and knotting them together. We were married. The quiet music suddenly boomed, loud and exultant, and a shout went up from the assembled guests, as all the ceremonial stiffness relaxed into conviviality. Servants dashed about the hall, dispensing to all the separate dinner cloths platters of tumultin and new jugs of octli and chocolate. Every guest was expected to gobble and guzzle until the torches burned out at dawn, or until the males among them fell over unconscious and were borne home by their women and slaves. Sayanya and I would eat but daintily, and then would be led discreetly, everybody pretending we were invisible, to our wedding chamber, which was an upstairs suite in the palace, lent to us by Ahuitzotl. But at that point I departed from custom. "Excuse me one moment, my dear," I whispered to Sayanya, and stepped down from the dais into the room, the revered speaker and the priest regarding me with puzzled eyes and open mouths, showing half-chewed tumultin. In my long life, no doubt I have been hated by many persons. I do not know how many. I have never cared enough even to try remembering and counting them. But I had then, that night, in that room, one mortal enemy. One enemy sworn and implacable and already bloody-handed. Chimali had mutilated and murdered others close to me. His next victim, even before myself, would be Sayanya. That he should attend our wedding was his threat of it, and his defiance of my doing anything to stop it. As I walked in search of him, winding my way among the quadrangles of seated guests, their chattering dwindled to a wondering silence. Even the musicians lowered their instruments to pay attention. The room's silence was finally broken by the crowd's collective gasp, when I swung backhanded and knocked away the golden goblet Chimali was raising to his mouth. It rang musically as it bounced off his own wall painting. "Do not drink too much," I said, and everyone heard. "You will want a clear head in the morning." "At dawn, Chimali, in the woods of Chapultepec. Just the two of us, but any kind and number of weapons you like. To the death." He gave me a look compounded of loathing, contempt, and some amusement, then glanced about at his goggling neighbors. A private challenge he could have refused, or set conditions to, or even warded off by abasing himself. But that challenge had been prefaced by an insulting blow. It had been seen and heard by every leading citizen of Tenochtitlan. He shrugged, then reached for someone else's cup of octli, raised it in a wry salute to me, and said clearly, "Chapultepec, at dawn, to the death." He drained the drink, stood up, and stalked out of the ballroom. When I returned to the dais, the crowd began its buzz and chatter again behind me, though sounding somewhat subdued and aghast. Sayanya gazed at me with bewildered eyes, but to her credit, she asked no question. She made no complaint about my having turned a gladsome occasion into something otherwise. The priest, however, gave me a baleful frown, and began, "Most inauspicious, young—" "Be silent," snarled the revered speaker, and the priest shut his mouth. To me, Ehuitzotl said through his teeth, "Your sudden entry into responsible manhood and espousal has deranged you." I said, "No, my lord. I am sane, and I have sound reason for—" "Reason," he interrupted, still without raising his voice, which made him sound more irate than any bellowing could. "Reason for making a public scandal of your own wedding feast? Reason for disrupting a ceremony arranged for you as if you were our own son? Reason for assaulting our personal courtier and invited guest?" "I am sorry if I have offended, my lord," I said, but added obdurately, "My lord would think even less of me if I pretended not to notice an enemy taunting me with his presence." "Your enemies are your business. Our palace artist is ours. You threatened to kill him. And, look yonder. He has still one whole wall of this room to decorate." I said, "He may well finish it yet, Lord Speaker. Cimali was a much more accomplished fighter than I was when we were together in the House of Building Strength. So, instead of losing our palace artist, we lose the counselor on whose advice and the plaintiff on whose behalf we are preparing to march into alien country." Still in that measured, menacing, low voice, he said, "Take warning now, and a warning from the Yue Tlatoani named Water Monster is not to be taken lightly. If either of you dies tomorrow, our valued painter Cimali, or the Meechly who has occasionally given us valuable counsel, it will be Meechly who is held to blame. It will be Meechly who pays, even if he is the dead one." Slowly, so that I should not mistake his meaning, he turned his beetling glare from me to Zianya. She said in a small voice, "We should be praying, Za." And I said honestly, fervently, "I am praying." Our chambers contained every necessary furnishing except a bed, which would not be provided until the 4th day after the ceremony. The intervening days and nights we were supposed to spend fasting, refraining both from nourishment and from consummation of our union. Meanwhile, praying to our various favorite gods that we would be good for each other and good to each other, that our marriage might be a happy one. But I was silently engaged in a rather different kind of prayer. I was asking, of whatever gods there might be, only that Zianya and I survive the morrow to have a marriage. I had put myself in some precarious situations before, but never one where, no matter what I did, I could not possibly triumph. If, through prowess or sheer good fortune, or because my Tenali decreed it, I should succeed in killing Cimali, then I would have two choices. I could return to the palace and let Ehuitzotl execute me for having instigated the duel, or I could flee and leave Zianya to take the punishment, doubtless a terrible one. The third foreseeable circumstance was that Cimali would kill me, through his superior skill at weaponry, or because I withheld my own killing blow, or because his Tenali was the stronger, in which case I would be beyond Ehuitzotl's punishment, and he would exercise his wrath on my dear Zianya. The duel must result in one of those three eventualities, and every one of them was unthinkable. But no, There was one other possibility. Suppose I simply failed to appear in the wood of Chapultepec at dawn. While I thought about the unthinkable, Sayanya was quietly unpacking the little luggage we had brought. Her cry of delight roused me from my gloomy reverie. I lifted my head from my hands to see that she had found in one of my panniers the old clay figurine of Xochiquetzal, that which I had preserved ever since my sister's misfortune. "The goddess who watched while we were married," Sayanya said, smiling. "The goddess who fashioned you for me," I said. "She who governs all love and beauty." "I meant her statuette to be a surprise gift." "Oh, it is," she said loyally. "You are forever surprising me." "Not all my surprises have been pleasant ones for you, I fear. Like my challenge to Chamali tonight." "I did not know his name, but it seems I have seen the man before, or someone very like him." "You saw the man himself, though I imagine he did not look quite such an elegant courtier on the earlier occasion. Let me explain, and I hope you will understand why I had to mar our wedding ceremony, why I could not postpone doing what I did, and what I must yet do." My instant explanation of the Xochiquetzal figurine, a few moments before, that I had intended it as a memento of our wedding, was the first outright lie I had ever told Sayanya. But when I told her of my earlier life, I committed some small lies of omission. I began with Chimali's first betrayal of me, when he and Tlatli had declined to help save Tsitsitlini's life, and I left some gaps in my account of why my sister's life had been in peril. I told how Chimali, Tlatli, and I had met again in Texcoco, and, omitting some of the uglier details, how I had connived to avenge my sister's death. How, out of some mercy or some weakness, I had been satisfied to let the vengeance fall on Tlatli alone, and let Chimali escape. How he had since repaid that favor by continuing to molest me and mine. At the last, I said, "And you yourself told me how he pretended to aid your mother when—" Sayanya gasped. "He is the traveler who murdered my mother and your—" "He is," I said, when she paused discreetly there. And so it happened that, when I saw him sitting arrogantly at our wedding feast, I determined that he should murder no more," she said, almost fiercely. "Indeed you must face him, and best him, no matter what the revered speaker said, or what he does. But may the guards not prevent your leaving the palace at dawn?" "No. Ehuitzotl does not know of all that I have told you, but he knows this is a matter of honor. He will not hold me back. He will hold you instead. And that is what troubles my heart. Not what may happen to me, but how you may suffer from my impetuosity." Sayanya seemed to resent that remark. "Do you think me less brave than yourself? Whatever happens on the dueling ground, and whatever comes of it afterward, I shall willingly await. There, I have said it. If you stay your hand now, Za, you are only using me as an excuse. I could not live with you after that." I smiled ruefully. So the fourth and final choice was closed to me. I shook my head and took her tenderly into my arms. No, I said with a sigh. I will not stay my hand. I never thought you would, she said, as matter-of-factly as if, in marrying me, she had married an eagle knight. Now there remains not much time before sunrise. Lie here and let me pillow your head. Sleep while you can. It seemed I had just laid my head on her soft breast when there was a hesitant scratching at the door, and Coscatl's voice called, "Meachly, the sky pales. It is time." I stood up, ducked my head in a basin of cold water, and rearranged my rumpled clothes. "He has already departed for the Akalai landing," Coscatl told me. "Perhaps he intends to spring upon you from ambush." "Then I will need only weapons for close fighting, not for throwing," I said. "Bring a spear, a dagger, and a maquahuitl." Coscatl hurried off, and I spent a bittersweet few moments saying goodbye to Zayanya, while she spoke words meant to embolden me and reassure me that all would be well. I kissed her one last time, and went downstairs to where Coscatl waited with the arms. Bloodglutton was not present. Since he had been the master Quachik teaching both me and Chimali at the House of Building Strength, it would have been unseemly for him to proffer advice or even moral support to either of us, whatever his own feelings about the duel's outcome. The palace guards made no move to prevent our going out the gate that led through the snake wall into the heart of the One World. Our sandaled footsteps on the marble paving echoed back and forth from the Great Pyramid and numerous lesser buildings. The plaza looked even more than usually immense in its early morning opal light and emptiness, there being no other people in it except a few priests shambling to their sunrise duties. We left by the opening in the western side of the snake wall, and went through streets and over canal bridges to the edge of the island nearest the mainland. And at the boat landing I commandeered one of the canoes reserved for palace use. Coscatl insisted on rowing me across the not very wide expanse of water, to save me tiring my muscles. Our Akalai bumped the bank at the foot of the bluff called Chapultepec, at the point where the aqueduct vaulted from the hill toward the city. High above our heads, the carved visages of the revered speakers Ehuitzotl, Tishak, Ashayakatl, and the first Motecuzoma stared from the otherwise rough natural rock. Another canoe was already there, its tie rope held by a palace page, who pointed to a rise of ground to one side of the cliff, and said politely, "He awaits you in the wood, my lord." I told Coscatl, "You stay here with the other arms-bearer. You will soon know whether I have further need of you or not." I stuck the obsidian dagger in the waist of my loincloth, took the obsidian-edged sword in my right hand, and the obsidian-pointed spear in my left. I went to the top of the rise, and looked down into the wood. Ehuitzotl had begun to make a parkland of what had formerly been a forest wilderness. That project would not be completed for several years yet. The baths and fountains and statuary and such. But already the forest had been thinned to leave standing only the incalculably ancient, towering Ahuehuetques cypresses and the carpet of grass and wild flowers growing beneath them. That carpet was quite invisible, and the mighty cypresses appeared to stand magically rootless in the pale blue ground mist rising as Tonatiuh arose. Chimali would have been equally invisible to me, had he chosen to crouch somewhere in that mist. Instead, I saw as soon as I raised my topaz to my eye, he had elected to strip off his garments and lie naked along the length of a thick cypress limb which stretched horizontally from its tree, about half again my height above ground level. Chimali's outstretched right arm, clutching the haft of a maquahuitl, was also laid along the limb and pressed close to it. For a moment I was puzzled. Why such an easily seen ambuscade? Why was he unclothed? Then I grasped his intention, and I must have grinned like a coyote. At the reception the night before, Chimali had not seen me make that one use of my seeing crystal, and obviously no one had thought to inform him of the new and artificial improvement to my vision. He had doffed his colorful clothes so that his skin would blend with the brown of the cypress bough. He believed that there he would be invisible to his old friend Mole, his fellow student Fogbound, while I went groping and searching for him among the trees. He had only to lie there in safety until, in my halting and squinting progress, I finally passed beneath. Then he would hack downward with the maquahuitl, a single stroke, and I would be dead. For an instant, I felt it was almost unfair of me to have taken advantage of my crystal to descry his whereabouts. But then I thought, he must have been much pleased by my stipulation that we two meet alone. After disposing of me, he could dress and go back to the city, and tell how we had met bravely face to face, and what a savage and knightly duel we had fought, before he finally overpowered me. If I knew Chimali, he would even inflict a few minor cuts on himself to make the story more credible. So I had no more compunction about what I was going to do. I tucked the topaz back inside my mantle, dropped my maquahuitl to the ground, and, both hands on the shaft of my leveled spear, went down into the misty wood. I walked slowly and warily, as he would expect of the inept fighter Fogbound. My knees bent, my eyes narrowed to slits, like a mole's. Of course, I did not go directly to his tree, but began quartering the wood from well to one side of it. Every time I approached a tree, I would reach far forward and jab my spear clumsily around the opposite side of its trunk before moving farther. However, I had made mental note of Chimali's lurking place and the position of the limb on which he lay. As I neared that spot, I began gradually to raise my spear from the horizontal until I was carrying it upright in front of me, point uppermost, as Blood Glutton had taught me to carry it in the jungle to discourage jaguars lying in wait to pounce. With my weapon in that position, I ensured that he could not slash down at me from my front. He would have to wait until the spear point and I had passed a little way under him, and then strike at the back of my head or neck. I approached his tree as I had all the others, crouched and slowly stalking, continuously turning my frowning, peering face from side to side, keeping my squinted gaze always level, never once looking up. The moment I came under his limb, I jabbed upward, two-handed, with all my strength. I had a heart-stopping moment then. The spear point never touched him. It stopped short of meeting any flesh. It hit with a thunk against the wood of the limb and sent a numbing shock through both my arms. But Chimali must, at that same instant, have been swinging his maquahuitl, thus simultaneously losing his grip on the limb and putting himself off balance. For the blow I gave the limb shook him off it. He landed just behind me, flat on his back. The breath whooshed from his lungs as the maquahuitl jumped from his hand. I whirled and clubbed him in the head with the butt end of my spear shaft, and he lay still. I bent over him to note that he was not dead, but that he would be unconscious for some little while yet. So I simply picked up his sword and went back over the rise, retrieving my own dropped sword on the way, and rejoined the two young arms-bearers. Coscatl gave a small cheer when he saw me carrying my opponent's weapon. "I knew you would slay him, Meechly." "I did not," I said. "I left him insensible, but if he wakes, he will have suffered nothing worse than a bad headache. If he wakes. I told you once, long ago, that when the time came for Chimali's execution, you would decide the manner of it." I plucked my dagger from my waistband and handed it to him. The page watched us with horrified fascination. I waved Coscatl toward the wood. "You will easily find where he lies. Go, and give him what he deserves." Coscatl nodded, and marched over the rise and out of sight. The page and I waited. His face was discolored and contorted, and he kept swallowing in an endeavor not to be sick. When Coscatl returned, before he got close enough to speak, we could see that his dagger was no longer a glittery black. It was a gleaming red. But he shook his head as he approached, and said, "I let him live, Meechly." I exclaimed, "What? Why?" "I overheard the revered speaker's threatening words last night," he said apologetically. "With Chimali helpless before me, I was much tempted, but I did not kill him. Since he still lives, the Lord Speaker cannot vent too much anger on you. I took from Chimali only these." He held out one clenched hand, and opened it so I could see the two mucously glistening globules and the flabby pink thing, raggedly cut off about halfway down its length. I said to the miserable and retching page, "You heard. He lives. But he will require your help to return to the city. Go and stanch his bleeding, and wait for him to awaken." "So the man Chimali lives," said Ehuitzotl frostily, "if you can call it life. So you complied with our prohibition against killing him, by not quite killing him entirely. So you blithely expect that we will not be outraged and vengeful as we promised." I prudently said nothing. "We grant that you obeyed our spoken word, but you understood very well our unspoken meaning. And what of that? What earthly use is the man to us in his present condition?" I had by then resignedly come to expect that in any interview with the Yue Tlatoani I would be the focus of a bulging-eyed glare. Others quailed and quaked before that awful look, but I was beginning to take it as a matter of course. I said, "Perhaps, if the revered speaker would now hear my reasons for having challenged the palace artist, my lord might be inclined to leniency regarding the tragic outcome of the duel." He merely grunted, but I took it as permission to speak. I told him much the same history as I had told Sayanya, only omitting all mention of the events in Texcoco, since they had so intimately involved Ehuitzotl's own late daughter. When I concluded with an account of Chimali's murder of my newborn son, hence my fears for my newly wed wife, Ehuitzotl grunted again, then meditated on the matter, or so I assumed from his scowling silence, then finally said, "We did not engage the artist Chimali because of or in spite of his despicable immorality, his sexual proclivities, his vindictive nature, or his tendency to treachery. We engaged him only to paint pictures, which he did better than any other painter of these or bygone days. You may not have slain the man, but you most certainly slew the artist. Now that his eyeballs have been plucked out, he can no longer paint. Now that his tongue has been cut out, he cannot even impart to any of our other artists the secret of compounding those unique colors he invented." I remained silent, only thinking to myself, with satisfaction, that neither could the voiceless, sightless Chimali ever reveal to the revered speaker that it was I who had caused the public disgrace and execution of his eldest daughter. He went on, as if summing up the case for and against me. "We are still wroth with you, but we must accept as mitigation the reasons you have given for your behavior. We must accept that this was an unavoidable affair of honor. We must also accept that you did take pains to obey our word in letting the man Chimali live. And our word we likewise keep. You are reprieved from any penalty." I said gratefully and sincerely, "Thank you, my lord." However, since we made our threat in public, and the whole population by now knows of it, someone must atone for the loss of our palace artist. I held my breath, thinking that surely he must mean Sayanya. But he said indifferently, "We will give it thought. The blame will be put upon some expendable nonentity, but all will know that our threats are not empty ones." I let out my pent breath. Heartless though it may sound, I could not really feel much guilt or sorrow on behalf of some unknown victim, perhaps a troublesome slave who would die at that proud tyrant's whim. Ehuitzotl said in conclusion. Your old enemy will be evicted from the palace as soon as the physician has finished tending his wounds. Chimali will henceforth have to scavenge a living as a common street beggar. You have had your revenge, Meechly. Any man would rather be dead than be what you have made of that one. Now be gone from our sight, lest we have a change of heart. Go to your woman, who is probably worried about your welfare. No doubt she was, about her own as well as mine. But Zianya was a woman of the Cloud People. She would not have let her concern be evident to any passing palace attendant. When I entered our chambers, her placid expression did not change until I said, "It is done. He is finished, and I am pardoned." Then she wept, and then she laughed, and then she wept again, and then she plunged into my arms and held to me as if she would never let me go again. When I had told her all that had happened, she said, "You must be near dead from fatigue. Lie down again, and—" "I will lie down," I said, "but not to sleep. I must tell you something. A narrow escape from danger seems always to have a certain effect on me." "I know," she said, smiling. "I can feel it. But, Za, we are supposed to be praying." I said, "There is no more sincere form of prayer than loving." "We have no bed. The floor matting is softer than a mountainside, and I am eager to hold you to a promise you made." "Ah, yes, I remember," she said, and slowly, not reluctantly, but tantalizingly, she disrobed for me, discarding everything she wore except the pearly white chain necklace the artisan Tushtam had hung about her neck in Shikalanka. "Have I already told you, my lords, that Zianya was like a shapely vessel of burnished copper, brimming with honey, set in the sun? The beauty of her face I had known for some time, but the beauty of her body I had known only by touch. But then I saw it, and she had been right in her promise. It might have been our first time together. I literally ached to possess her. When she stood naked before me, all the womanly parts of her seemed to thrust forward and upward, ardently offering themselves. Her breasts were set high and tilted, and on their pale copper globes her cocoa-colored areolas protruded like lesser globes, and from them her nipples extended, asking to be kissed. Her tepili was also set high and forward, so that, even though she stood with her long legs modestly pressed together, those soft lips parted just the slightest bit at their upper joining, to allow a glimpse of the pink pearl of her shakapili, and at that moment it was moist, like a pearl just out of the sea. Enough. Although His Excellency is not now present, and so cannot be driven out by his usual revulsion, I will not recount what happened then. I have been frankly explicit about my relations with other women, but Zianya was my beloved wife, and I think I will miserly hoard most of my memories of her. Of all that I have possessed in my life, my memories are the only thing remaining to me. Indeed, I believe that memories are the only real treasure any human can hope to hold always. That was her name. Always. But I wander, and our delicious love-making was not the last event of that notably eventful day. Sayanya and I were lying in each other's arms, I just falling into sleep, when there came a scratching at the door, like that of Coscatl earlier. Foggily hoping I was not being summoned to fight another duel, I struggled to my feet, slung my mantle about me, and went to investigate. It was one of the palace under-stewards. Forgive the interruption of your devotions, Lord Scribe, but a swift messenger brings an urgent request from your young friend, Coscatl. He asks that you make all haste to the house of your old friend, Echtliquani. It seems the man is dying. Nonsense, I said in a furred voice. You must have mistaken the message. I hope so, my lord, he said stiffly, but I fear I did not. Nonsense, I said again, to myself. But I began hurriedly to dress, while I explained my errand to my wife. Nonsense, I kept telling myself. Blood Glutton could not be dying. Death could not get its teeth into that leathery, sinewy old warrior. Death could not suck him dry of his still vital juices. Old he might be, but a man still so full of manly appetites was not old enough for death. Nevertheless, I made all haste, and the steward had an ecoli waiting at the courtyard bank of the canal, to take me faster than I could run to the Moyotlan quarter of the city. Coscatl was waiting at the door of the yet unfinished house, and he was anxiously wringing his hands. The priest of Filth Eater is with him now, Michtli, he said in a frightened whisper. I hope he will have breath enough left to tell you goodbye. Then he is dying? I moaned. But of what? He was in the prime of health at the banquet last night. He ate like a whole flock of vultures. He kept running his hand up the skirts of the serving girls. How could something have stricken him so suddenly? I suppose the soldiers of Ehuitzotl always strike suddenly. What? Michtli, I thought the 4 palace guards had come for me because of what I did to Chamali. But they brushed me aside and burst in upon Blood Glutton. He had his maquahuitl handy, as he always does, so he did not succumb without a fight, and 3 of the 4 were bleeding copiously when they departed. But one sweep of a spear blade had laid the old man open. Realization made a cold shudder rack my whole body. Ehuitzotl had promised to execute an expendable nonentity in my stead. He must have chosen even while he told me that. He had once described Blood Glutton as being over age for anything more useful than playing nursemaid to my trading expeditions, and he had said that all must know that his threats were not empty ones. Well, the all included me. I had congratulated myself on my reprieve from punishment, and I had celebrated it by frolicking with Sayanya. And at that very time, this was being done. It was not meant just to horrify and grieve me. It was meant to dispel any illusions I might entertain of my own indispensability, to warn me never again to flout the wishes of the implacable despot Ehuitzotl. The old man bequeaths the house and all his other possessions to you, boy, said a new voice. It was the priest, materializing in the doorway, addressing Coscarl. I have taken down his testament, and I will bear witness. I shoved past him and through the front rooms into the rearmost. Its still unplastered stone walls were splashed with blood, and my old friend's pallet was drenched with it, though I could see no wound upon him. He wore only a loincloth, and he lay sprawled on his belly, his grizzled head turned in my direction, his eyes closed. I threw myself down on the pallet beside him, unmindful of the gore, and said urgently, Master Quachik, it is your student, Fogbound. The eyes slowly opened. Then one of them closed briefly again, in a wink accompanied by a weak smile. But the signs of death were there. His once piercing eyes gone an ashy dull color around the pupils. His once fleshy nose gone thin and sharp like a blade. I am sorry for this, I choked out. Do not be, he said faintly, and in hard-forced little gasps. I died fighting. There are worse ways, and I am spared them. I wish you as good an end. Goodbye, young Meachly. Wait, I cried, as if I could command him to. It was Ahuitzotl who ordered this, because I vanquished Chimali. But you had no part in the affair. You did not even take sides. Why should the revered speaker take vengeance on you? Because it was I, he labored to say, who taught you both to kill. He smiled again, as his eyes closed. I taught well, did I not? Those were his last words, and no one could have pronounced a more appropriate epitaph. But I refused to believe he would speak no more. I thought perhaps his breathing might have been pinched off by the position in which he lay. It might resume if he reposed more comfortably on his back. Desperately, I took hold of him and lifted and turned him, and all his insides fell out. Though I mourned Blood Glutton and seethed with anger at his assassination, I could take some consolation in a fact that Ahuitzotl would never know. In trading blow for vengeful blow, I still had precedence of him. I had deprived him of a daughter. So I made a determined effort to swallow my bile, to put the past behind me, to begin hopefully preparing for a future free of further bloodshed and heartache and rancor and risk. Sayanya and I turned our energies to the building of a home for ourselves. The site we had selected had been purchased by the revered speaker as his wedding present to us. I had not declined the offering at the time, and it would have been impolitic for me to spurn it, even after our mutual hostilities. But in truth, I had no need of gifts. The Poketeka elders had marketed my first expedition's cargo of plumes and crystals with such profitable acumen that, even after dividing the proceeds with Coscarl and Blood Glutton, I was affluent enough to live out a comfortable existence without ever having to engage in trade again, or lift my hand to any other kind of labor. But then my second delivery of foreign goods had astronomically increased my wealth. If the burning crystals had been a notable commercial success, the carved tooth artifacts caused a positive sensation and a frenzy of bidding among the nobility. The prices brought by those objects could have enabled me and Coscatl to settle down, if we had so wished, and become as bloated, complacent, and sedentary as our elders in the House of Poketeka. The home site Zayanya and I had chosen was in Ishakuelco, the best residential quarter of the island, but it was occupied by only a small, drab house of mud brick adobe. I engaged an architect, told him to put the thing down, and to construct a solid limestone edifice that would be both a fine home and a pleasurable sight for the passer-by, but not ostentatious in either respect. Since the plot was, like all on the island, a narrow and constricted one, I told him to achieve the commodiousness by building upward. I specified a roof garden, indoor sanitary closets with the necessary flushing arrangements, and a false wall in one room with ample hiding space behind it. Meanwhile, without calling me in for further consultation, Ehuitzotl marched south toward Uwashiakak, leading not an immense army, but a picked troop of his best warriors, at most a mere 500 men. He left his snake woman as temporary occupant of the throne, but took with him as his under-commander a youth whose name is familiar to you Spaniards. He was Motekuzoma Shokayotzin, which is to say, the younger Lord Motekuzoma. He was, in fact, about a year younger than myself. He was Ehuitzotl's nephew, a son of the earlier Yue Tlatoani Ashiakatl, hence a grandson of the first and great Motekuzoma. He had until that time been a high priest of the war god Huitzilopochtli, but that expedition was his first taste of actual war. He was to have many more, for he quit the priesthood to become a professional soldier, and, of course, at command rank. About a month after the troops' departure, Ehuitzotl's swift messengers began to return at intervals to the city, and the snake woman made their reports publicly known. From the news of the first returning messengers, it was obvious that the revered speaker was following the advice I had given him. He had sent advance notice of his approach, and, as I had predicted, the Bishosu of Uwashiakak had welcomed his forces, and had contributed an equal number of warriors. Those combined Mashika and Chapultepec forces invaded the sea-coast warrens of the strangers, and made short work of them, slaughtering enough that the remainder surrendered and bowed to the levy of their long-guarded purple dye. But the later arriving messengers brought less happy news. The victorious Mashika were quartered in Chapultepec, while Ehuitzotl and his counterpart ruler Kosciuszko conferred there on matters of state. Those soldiers had long been accustomed to their right to pillage whatever nation they defeated, so they were disgruntled and angered when they learned that their leader was ceding the only visible plunder, the precious purple, to the ruler of that same nation. To the Mashika, it seemed that they had waged a battle for the benefit of nobody but the very country they had invaded. Since Ehuitzotl was not the sort of man to justify his actions to his underlings, and thereby quell their unrest, his Mashika simply rebelled against all military restraint. They broke ranks and broke discipline, and ran wild through Tequantepec, looting, raping, and burning. That mutiny could have disrupted the delicate negotiations intended to effect an alliance between our nation and Uashiakak. But fortunately, before the rampaging Mashika could kill anyone of importance, and before the Zapoteka troops intervened, which would have meant a small war right there, Ehuitzotl bawled his horde to order, and promised that, immediately upon their return to Tenochtitlan, he would personally pay to every least Yauquisqui of them, from his own personal treasury, a sum well in excess of what they could hope to loot from their host country. The soldiers knew Ehuitzotl for a man of his word, so that was sufficient to put down the mutiny. The revered speaker also paid the Kosciuszko and the Bishosu of Tequantepec a sizable indemnity for the damage that had been done. The reports of mayhem in Zyanya's natal city naturally worried her and me. None of the swift messengers bearing news could tell us whether our sister, Bayuribe, or her inn had been in the path of the spoilers. We waited until Ehuitzotl and his troop returned, and I made some inquiries among the officers, but still could not ascertain if anything had happened to Waiting Moon. "I am most anxious about her, Za," said my wife. "It seems there is nothing to be discovered except in Tequantepec itself," she said hesitantly. "I could stay here and continue to direct our house builders. If you would consider—" "You need not even ask. I had planned to revisit those parts in any case." She blinked in surprise. "You had? Why?" "A matter of unfinished business," I told her. "It could have waited a while, but the question of Bayou's well-being means that I go now." Sayanya was quick to understand, and she said, "You are going again to the mountain that walks in the sea. You must not, my love. Those barbarians nearly killed you last time." I laid a finger gently across her lips. "I am going south to seek news of our sister, and that is the truth, and that is the only truth you will tell to anyone who inquires. Ehuitzotl must not hear any rumor that I have any other objective." She nodded, but said unhappily, "Now I will have 2 loved ones to worry about. This one will return safe, and I will look for Bayou. If she has come to harm, I will make it right. Or, if she prefers, I will bring her back here with me. And I will bring back some other precious things as well." Of course, Bayuribe was my foremost concern, and my immediate reason for going back to Uashiakak. But you will have perceived, reverend scribes, that I was also about to consummate a plan I had carefully laid in train. When I suggested to the revered speaker that he raid the strangers and make them agree to surrender all the purple dye they might forever after collect, I had not mentioned to him the vast treasure of that substance they had already stored in the cave of the sea god. From my inquiries among the returned officers, I knew that even in defeat the strangers had not handed it over, or volunteered any hint of its existence. But I knew of it, and I knew the grotto where it was hidden, and I had arranged that Ehuitzotl should subdue the Zyu sufficiently that it would be possible for me to go and get that fabulous hoard for myself. I might have taken Coscarl with me, except that he was also busy with house building, completing the one he had inherited from Bloodclotton. So I merely asked his permission to borrow a few items from the old warrior's wardrobe there. Then I went about the city, and hunted up 7 of Bloodclotton's former companions in arms. They were younger than he had been, though some years older than myself. They were still sturdy and strong, and when, after swearing them to secrecy, I explained what I had in mind, they were keen for the adventure. Zianya helped spread the story that I was going out to seek the whereabouts of her sister, and that, as long as I was traveling, I was making a trade expedition of it as well. So when I and the 7 plodded south along the Coyohuacan Causeway, we excited no comment or curiosity. Of course, had anyone looked at us very closely, he might have wondered at the incidence of scars, bent noses, and bulbous ears among the porters I had chosen. Had he inspected the men's long packs of wrapped matting, ostensibly full of goods to trade, he would have found that they contained, besides traveling rations and quills of gold dust, only leather shields, every kind of weapon more wieldy than the long spear, various colors of war paint, feathers, and other regalia of a miniature army. We continued along the southbound trade route, but only until we were well beyond Quanahuac. Then we abruptly turned off to the right, along a less used westbound route, the shortest way to the sea. Since that route led us, for most of our way, through the southernmost areas of Michihuacan, we would have been in trouble if anyone had challenged us and examined our packs. We would have been taken for Mashika spies and instantly executed, or not so instantly. Though the several attempted invasions by our armies in times past had all been repulsed by the Purimpeka's superior weapons of some mysteriously and sharp metal, every Purimpe was still forever on guard against any Meshicatls entering his land with dubious motive. I might remark that Michihuacan, land of the fishermen, was what we Meshika called it, as you Spaniards now call it New Galicia, whatever that means. To its natives, it has various names in various areas: Xalisco, Nauyar Ishu, Cuanahuata, and others. But in total, it is called Tzintzuntzani, where there are hummingbirds, after its capital city of the same name. The language is called Pore, and during that journey and later ones, I learned as much as I could of it. Of them, I should say, since Pore has as many variant local dialects as does Nahuatl. I know enough Pore, anyway, to wonder why you Spaniards insist on calling the Purimpeka the Tarascans. You seem to have got that name from the Pore word Tarasque, which a Purimpe uses to designate himself as an aloof, distant relation of all neighboring other peoples. But no matter. I have had more than enough different names myself. I collected yet another in that land, Dark Cloud being there rendered Anikua Pakapeti. Michihuacan was and is a vast and rich country, as rich as the domain of the Meshika ever was. Its Uan Dakuwari, or revered speaker, reigned over, or at least collected tribute from, a region stretching from the fruit orchards of Shichu in the eastern Otomi lands to the trading port of Patamkuaro on the Southern Ocean. And, though the Purempeka were constantly on guard against military encroachment by us Mashika, they did not balk at exchanging their riches for ours. Their traders came to our Tlatelolco market. They even sent swift messengers daily bearing fresh fish for the delectation of our nobles. In return, our traders were allowed to travel throughout Michoacan unmolested, as I and my 7 pretended porters did. Had we really been of a mind to barter along the way, we could have secured many valuable things: oyster heart pearls, pottery of rich glazes, utensils and ornaments made of copper, silver, shell, and amber, the brilliant lacquerware that could be found nowhere else but in Michoacan. Those lacquered objects, intense black etched by gold and colors, might take an artisan months or years to make, since they varied in size from simple trays to immense folding screens. We travelers could have acquired any local product except the mystery metal of which I have spoken. No outlander was ever allowed a glimpse of that. Even the weapons made of it were kept locked in armories, to be distributed to the soldiery only when they were needed. Since our Mashika armies had never yet won a single battle against those weapons, none of our warriors had ever been able to snatch from the battlefield so much as a dropped Purempe dagger. Well, I did no trading, but I and my men did partake of some of the native foods new to us or seldom available to us. The honey liquor of Tlacho, for example. The rugged mountain country around that town literally hummed all day long. I could imagine that I heard the vibration made by the men underground digging the local silver. But above ground I definitely could hear the buzz of the swarms and clouds and skeins of wild bees among the numberless flowers on those heights. And while the men scratched for the buried silver, their women and children worked at collecting the golden honey of those bees. Some of it they merely strained clear and sold for sweetening. Some of it they let dry in the sun until it became crystalline and sweeter yet. Some of the honey they converted, by a method kept as secret as that of making the killer metal, into a drink they called chapari, which was far more delicious and far more potent in its effect than the sour octli we Mashika knew so well. Since the chapari, like the metal, was never exported outside Michoacan, I and my men drank as much as we could while we were there. We also feasted on Michoacan's lake and river fish, frogs' legs and eels, whenever we spent the night in a traveler's hostel. As a matter of fact, we got rather weary of aquatic fare after a while. But those people have peculiar strictures against killing practically every edible game animal. A Purempe will not hunt deer because he believes them to be manifestations of the sun god, and that is because, to his eyes, the male deer's antlers resemble the sun's beams. Not even squirrels can be trapped or blowpiped, because the Purempeka priests, as filthy and shaggy as ours, were called Tiuimencha, and that word means black squirrels. So most of the meals we took at inns were, when not fish, either wild or domestic fowl. We were offered rather more of a choice after we had eaten. I believe I have mentioned the poor Mpeka's attitude regarding sexual practices. An outlander might call it vilely loose or tolerantly broad-minded, depending on his own attitude. But it certainly catered to every conceivable taste. Each time we finished our meal at an inn, the landlord would inquire of me and then my bearers, "Will you have a male or female suite?" I did not answer for my men. I was paying them enough that they could indulge as they chose. But, with Zianya waiting back home, I was not inclined to sample the offerings of every new country I visited, as I had done in my bachelor days. I invariably replied to the innkeeper, "Neither, thank you." And the innkeeper would persist, without a blink or a flush. "Would you prefer green fruit, then?" It may really have been necessary for a pleasure-seeking traveler to specify the precise kind of bedmate he wanted. Grown woman or man, young girl or boy. For in Michoacan it is sometimes hard for a stranger to tell which sex is which, because the poor Mpeka observe another peculiar practice, or did in those days. The folk of every class higher than slaves depilated their body of every removable hair. They shaved, or plucked, or otherwise scoured clean all the hair from their head, the eyebrows from above their eyes, any slightest trace of fuzz from beneath their arms or between their legs. Men, women, and children, they had absolutely no hair but their eyelashes. And, in contrast to whatever lewdness they may have performed in the night time, they went about during the day modestly clothed in several layers of mantles or blouses, which was why it could be difficult to tell the females from the males. At first, I assumed that the smooth and glossy hairlessness of the poor Mpeka represented either their singular notion of beauty or a passing affectation of fashion. But there may have been an obsessively sanitary reason for it. In my study of their language, I discovered that Pore has at least 8 different words for dandruff, and about as many more for louse. We came to the sea-coast at an immense blue harbor, protected by enfolding arms of land from the battering of heavy seas and sea-storms. There was situated the port village called Patamcuaro by its inhabitants, and Acapulco by our visiting Mashika traders. Both the Pore and Nahuatl names given because of the great swales of cane and reed growing there. Acapulco was a fishing port in its own right, and also a market center for the peoples living along the coast to the east and west, who came in canoes to dispose of their own gleanings from the sea and the land: fish, turtles, salt, cotton, cocoa, vanilla, other typical products of those hot lands. It was my intention that time not to hire but to buy 4 roomy, sea-going canoes, and for the 8 of us to paddle them, so that we need have no witnesses in attendance. But that was more easily intended than accomplished. The familiar alkali of our home lake district was easily carved from the soft pine that grew there. But a sea canoe was made of the formidably heavy and hard mahogany, and it could take months to make. Almost all the canoes at Acapulco had been in use through generations of their owner families, and no family was inclined to sell one, since that would mean a suspension of all profitable fishing or hauling while a replacement was hacked to shape and burned hollow and rasped smooth. But I did finally acquire the 4 I needed, though it took frustrating days of negotiation, and a far greater outlay of gold dust than I had meant to spend. And to row them southeastward down the coast, 2 of us in each, was not so easy either. We all had some experience of lake canoeing, and those big inland lakes could sometimes be roughened by the wind, but we were unaccustomed to waters roiled by currents and tidal surges, even in the calm weather that, I thank the gods, attended our sea voyage. Several of those staunch old warriors, whose stomachs had never been turned by all the nauseating horrors of war, were wretchedly sick for the first 2 or 3 days. I was not, perhaps because I had been to sea before. But we early learned not to hug the shore where the water's motion was most violent and unpredictable. Though it made us all uneasy to be such a long swim from the one world, we stayed well out beyond the first billows of the breakers, only riding them in at sundown, to spend the nights gratefully on the soft and unheaving sands of the beach. That beach, as I had seen it do before, gradually darkened from gleaming white to dull gray, and then to the sullen black of volcanic sands. And then that beach was interrupted by a suddenly jutting promontory, the mountain that walks in the water. Thanks to my topaz, I espied the mountain from afar, and, it being then late afternoon, I gave the order to make landfall on the beach. When we were seated around our campfire, I addressed my 7 men, repeating the planned actions of our mission on the morrow, and adding, "Some of you may have reservations about raising your hand against a priest, even a priest of an alien god. Do not have. These priests will appear unarmed, and merely vexed at our intrusion, and helpless before our weapons. They are not. Given the least opportunity, they will slay every one of us, and carve us like boar meat, and eat us at their leisure. Tomorrow, when our work has been accomplished, we kill. We kill without mercy, or we risk being killed. Remember that, and remember my signals." When we pushed off through the combers again the next morning, we were no longer a young Poketeka and his 7 elder porters. We were a detachment of 7 fearsome Mashika warriors, led by one not very old eagle Quachik. We had undone the packs and donned the war regalia, and armed ourselves with the weapons. I carried Blood Glutton's Quachik insignia of shield and guidon staff, and wore his Quachik headdress. The only missing ensign of that rank was a bone through my nose, but my septum had never been pierced for such a thing. The 7 soldiers were, like myself, all wearing clean white quilted armor. They had stuck feathers into their hair, which was drawn up into top knots, and had painted fierce, many-colored designs on their faces. We each carried a maquahuitl, a dagger, and a javelin. Our little fleet paddled boldly toward the mountain promontory, making no attempt at stealth, deliberately intending that the guardians there should see us come. And they did. They were waiting on the mountainside, at least 12 of the evil Zyu priests in their robes of ragged and patchy fur. We did not turn our canoes toward the beach to make an easy landing, but rowed on straight for them. I do not know whether it was the different season of the year, or whether it was because we approached from the western side of the mountain, but the ocean was in much less turmoil than it had been that time I and the Chapultepec boatman came upon it from the east. Nevertheless, the sea was still agitated enough that we unpractised seafarers might well have splintered the boats, and some of ourselves, against the rocks, except that a number of the priests leapt down from boulder to boulder and waded into the water, and drew our canoes into protected clefts. Of course, they did it only because they knew and feared our Mashika warrior costumes, which was what I had counted on. We wedged the craft securely there, and I left one soldier to guard them. Then I waved, the gesture including the priests as well as my men, and we all went bounding from rock to rock, through the thunders and spouts of surf, through the clouds and sheets of spray, onto the main slope of the mountain mass. The chief priest of the sea god stood there, his arms folded across his chest to conceal the fact that he had no hands. He snarled something in his Huave dialect. When I merely raised my eyebrows, he tried Lucci, and said with bluster, "What more you Mashika come for now? We only keepers of god color, and you have that." "Not all of it," I said in the same tone. He seemed slightly shaken by the brusque assurance with which I spoke, but he insisted. "We have no more." "No, it is mine you have," I said. "Some purple for which I paid much gold. Remember? On the day I did that." With the flat of my maquahuitl, I slapped his arms apart, so that the wrist stumps were visible. He knew me then, and his evil face became even uglier with impotent rage and hatred. The other priests on his either side spread to make a threatening ring about me and my warriors. There were 2 of them to each of us, but we held our javelins in a bristling circle. I said to the chief, "Lead us to the god's cave." His mouth worked for a moment, possibly trying other lies, before he said, "Your army emptied the cave of Tiat Indik." I motioned to the soldier next to me. He drove his javelin's point deep into the belly of the priest standing at the chief's left. The man shrieked, fell down, and rolled on the ground, clutching his abdomen and continuing to scream. I said, "That is to show we are in earnest. This is to show that we are in a hurry." I gestured again, and the soldier jabbed again at the fallen man, that time skewering him through the heart and abruptly stopping his cries. "Now," I said to the chief priest, "we will go to the grotto." He swallowed and said no more. The demonstration had sufficed. With me and my javelin at his back, with my warriors prodding the remaining priests, he led the way over the jumbled rocks and down into the protected hollow and into the cave. I was much relieved to find that the god's place had not been collapsed or buried by the earthquake. When we stood before the purple-daubed heap of stones, simulating a statue, I indicated the leather flasks and dyed skeins of yarn heaped all about it, and said to the chief, "Tell your attendants to start carrying all this to our canoes." He swallowed again, but said nothing. "Tell them," I repeated, "or I cut next at your elbows, and then at your shoulders, and then elsewhere." He hastily told them something in their language, and whatever he told them was convincing. With no words, but with many a murderous look at me, the unkempt priests began lifting and carrying the flasks and bales of yarn. My men accompanied them to the boats and back to the cave during the many trips it took them to shift the entire store of treasure. Meanwhile, I and the handless priest stayed by the statue. He immobilized by my javelin point, held vertically, prickling the underside of his jaw. I might have used the time to make him produce the packet of gold he had taken from me on that other occasion, but I did not. I preferred to leave the gold, wherever it was, as payment for what I was doing. It made me feel less like a plunderer and more like a traitor concluding a slightly delayed but legitimate transaction. Not until the last of the flasks were being carried out of the cave did the chief priest speak again, with loathing in his voice. "You defiled holy place before. You angered Tiat Endik, so he sent the Zyu to punish. He will do so again, or worse. This insult and loss he will not forgive. The sea god will not let you go free with his purple." "Oh, perhaps he will," I said carelessly, "if I leave him a sacrifice of another color." At that, I thrust my javelin upward, and the point went all the way through jaw and tongue and palate into the man's brain. He fell flat on his back, red blood fountaining from his mouth, and I had to brace my foot against his chin to yank the spear loose. I heard a concerted shout of consternation behind me. My soldiers were just then bunching all the other priests into the grotto, and they had seen their fallen chief. But I did not have to give any command or signal to my men. Before the priests could recover from their shocked surprise, to fight or flee, they were all dead. I said, "I promised a sacrifice to that heap of boulders there. Pile all the bodies on and around it." When that was done, the god statue was no longer purple, but shiny red, and the red was spreading over the floor of the whole cave. I do believe that Tiat Endik must have been satisfied with the offering. We felt no earthquake on our way down to the canoes. Nothing interfered with our loading of the precious cargo or our launching of the then heavier boats. No sea god churned up his element to prevent our paddling safely away, well out to sea and around the rock-littered waters at the tip of the promontory, out of the land of the strangers. Without hindrance, we rowed on eastward down the coast, and I never again set foot or laid eyes on the mountain that walks in the water. However, we all 8 continued to wear our Mashika battle costumes for the next few days, while we were still in Huave and Zapoteka waters, while we passed Nozibe and other seaside villages, and the fishing boats whose puzzled crewmen timidly waved to us, until we were well past the Chapultepec Isthmus and offshore of the Choconochco cotton country. There we beached at night in a secluded spot. We burned our armor and other regalia, and buried all but a necessary few of our weapons, and remade our packs to transport the leather flasks and dyed yarn. When we rode away from there in the morning, we were dressed again as a Poketeka and his porters. We landed later that day, quite openly, at the Mame village of Pihihia, and I sold our canoes, though at a pitifully low price, since the fisher folk there, as everywhere along the coast, already owned all the boats they needed. My man and I, after having been so long afloat, found that we lurched ludicrously when we tried to walk. So we spent 2 days in Pihihia to get reaccustomed to solid ground, and I had some interesting conversations with the Mame elders before we took up our packs and moved on inland. You ask, Fray Toribio, why we had taken such trouble to make that long voyage, first in the guise of traders, then as warriors, then as traders again. Well, the people of Acapulco knew that a trader had bought for himself and his porters 4 sea-going canoes, and the people of Pihihia knew that a similar group had sold canoes, and both peoples may have thought the circumstances odd. But those towns were so far distant from each other that they were unlikely ever to compare impressions, and they were both so far distant from the Zapoteka and Mashika capitals that I had little fear of their gossips ever reaching the ears of Cosiyuela or Ahuitzotl. It was inevitable that the Zyu would soon discover the mass murder of their priests and the disappearance of their hoarded purple from the god's cave. Though we had effectually silenced all the witnesses to the actual looting, there was every likelihood that other Zyu on shore had seen our approach to the sacred mountain, or our departure from it. They would raise a clamor that would eventually be heard by the Bishosu Cosiyuela and the revered speaker Ahuitzotl, and infuriate both of them. But the Zyu could only impute the atrocity to a bunch of battle-arrayed Mashika warriors. Cosiyuela might suspect Ahuitzotl of having played a trick to secure the treasure, but Ahuitzotl could honestly say he knew nothing of any Mashika foragers in that area. I was wagering that the confusion would be such that the sea-going warriors could never be connected to the sea-going traders, and that neither could ever be connected to me. My plan required me to go on from Pihihia across the mountain ranges into the Chiapa country. But, since my porters were so heavily laden, I saw no necessity for them to make that climb. We arranged a day and a place to regroup in the barrens of the Isthmus of Chapultepec. It would give them plenty of time to travel there at a leisurely pace. I told them to avoid villages and encounters with other travelers on the way. A train of loaded tamamime without a leader would have provoked comment, if not their detention for investigation. So, once we were well away from Pihihia, my 7 men turned west, staying in the lowlands of the Shokanochko, while I went north into the mountains. I came down from them finally, into the meager capital city of Chiapan, and went straight to the workshop of the Master Xibalba. "Ah," said he with delight, "I thought you would be back. So I have been collecting all the quartz possible, and making of it many more burning crystals." "Yes, they sell well," I told him. "This time I insist on paying you their full value, and the full worth of your labors on them." I also told him how my topaz, by enhancing my vision, had much enriched my life, and how grateful I was to him. When I had filled my pack with the cotton-wrapped crystals, I was carrying almost as much weight as each of my absent porters. But I did not stay to rest and refresh myself in Chiapan, because I could hardly have stayed anywhere but at the home of the Makobu family, and there I should have had to fend off the advances of those two female cousins, which would hardly be polite behavior for a guest. So I paid the Master Xibalba in gold dust, and hurried on my way. Some days later, after only a little searching about, I found the spot, remote from any inhabited area, where my men awaited me, sitting around a campfire and a litter of picked clean bones of armadillos and iguanas and such. There we lingered only long enough for me to get a good night's sleep, and for one of the old campaigners to cook for me my first hot meal since I had left them, a plump pheasant broiled over the fire. When we came through the eastern reaches of the city of Chapultepec, we could see the marks of the Mashika's depredations, though most of the burned-over areas had already been rebuilt. In fact, the city had been rather improved thereby. There were decent and sturdy houses in the once squalid area where I had formerly seen only woebegone shanties, including the one that had been such a landmark in my life. When we made our way through the city to its western edge, however, we found that the rioting soldiers had apparently not carried their rampage that far. The familiar inn was still there. I left my men in the yard while I went in, shouting boisterously, "Innkeeper, have you room for a weary Poketecatl and his train?" Bayuribe came from some inner room, looking healthy and fit and as beautiful as ever. But her only greeting was to say, "The Mashika are not very popular hereabouts these days." I said, still trying for cordiality, "Surely, waiting moon, you make an exception of your own brother, Dark Cloud. Your sister sent me all this way to make sure of your safety. I am happy to see you were unharmed by the troubles." "Unharmed," she said, in a flat voice. "I am happy that you are happy, since it was your doing that the Mashika soldiers came here. Everyone knows they were sent because of your misadventures with the Ziu, and your failure to seize the purple dye." That much was true, I admitted. "But you cannot blame me for—" "There is blame enough for me to share it," she said bitterly. "I am blamed that this inn ever gave you shelter in the first place." Then she seemed suddenly to droop. "But I have long been acquainted with scorn, have I not? Yes, you may have a room, and you know where to lodge your porters. The servants will see to you." She turned and went back to whatever she had been busy with. Hardly a tumultuous or even sisterly welcome, I thought to myself. But the servants got my men and my goods stowed away, and prepared a meal for me. When I had finished it, and was smoking a pokeyetl, Bayu came through the room. She would have kept right on walking, but I took her wrist and stopped her, and said, "I do not deceive myself, Bayu. I know you dislike me, and if the recent Mashika riots made you love me even less—" She interrupted me, her wing-like eyebrows haughtily high. "Dislike? Love? Those are emotions. What right have I to feel any emotion toward you, husband of my sister?" "All right," I said impatiently. "Despise me, ignore me, but will you not give me some word to take back to Zayanya?" "Yes. Tell her I was raped by a Mashika soldier." Stunned, I let go of her wrist. I tried to think of something to say, but she laughed and went on. "Oh, do not say you are sorry. I think I can still claim virginity, for he was exceptionally inept. In his attempt to debase me, he only confirmed my already abysmal opinion of the arrogant Mashika." I found my voice and demanded his name. If he has not yet been executed, I will see to it. "Do you suppose he introduced himself?" she said, laughing again. "I believe he was no soldier of common rank, though I do not know all your military insignia, and my room was dark. But I did recognize the costume he made me don for the occasion. I was forced to put soot on my face, and to put on the black, musty robes of a female temple attendant." "What?" I said, stupefied. There was not much conversation, but I realized that mere virginity was not sufficient to excite him. I realized that he could only be aroused by pretending that he violated the holy and untouchable. "I never heard of such a—" She said, "Do not try to make excuses for your countryman, and you do not need to commiserate with me. I told you, he was quite unsuited to be a violator of women. I believe you call it a tepuli. His tepuli was all knobby and gnarled and bent. The act of penetration—" "Please, Bayou," I said, "this telling cannot be pleasant for you." "Neither was the experience," she said, as coolly as if describing someone else's. "A woman who must later endure being pointed out as a victim of rape should at least have been well raped. His maimed tepuli would penetrate only as far as its head, or bulb, or whatever you call that. And for all his heaving and grunting, it would not stay in. When he finally emitted his juice, it merely dribbled onto my leg. I do not know if there are degrees of virginity, but I think I can still call myself a virgin. I also think the man felt even more shamed and mortified than I did. He could not even look me in the eye while I undressed again, and he collected those awful temple garments and carried them away with him." I said helplessly, "He certainly does not sound like the typical virile Meshikado male, like Za Nayazu." She dropped her voice to a whisper. "Tell me truly, Za, has my little sister ever really been satisfied in her marriage bed? Please, Bayou, this is unseemly." She said a profanity. "Giziyaba. What can be unseemly for a woman already degraded? If you will not tell me, why not show me? Prove to me that you are a fit husband. Oh, do not blush and turn away. Remember, I saw you do it once, but my mother never said afterward whether it was good or not. I would be gratified to know, and from personal experience. Come to my room. Why should you have qualms about using a woman who has already been used? Not much used, of course, but—" Firmly, I changed the subject. "I told Zayanya I would bring you to Tenochtitlan if you were suffering or in any danger. We have a house of many rooms. I ask you now, Bayou, if you find your situation here intolerable, will you come away and live with us?" "Impossible," she snapped. "Live under your roof? How could I there ignore you, as you have suggested?" Unable to control myself any longer, I said loudly, "I have said and done all I know to say and do. I have spoken apology and contrition and sympathy and brotherly love. I have offered you a good home in a different city where you can hold up your head and forget what is past. But you reply only with sneers and mockery and malice. I will leave in the morning, woman, and you may come with me or not." She did not. In the capital city of Zachila, to sustain my pose as a traitor, I again paid a courtesy call on the Bishosu Ben Zah, and he granted me audience, and I told my lie, how I had been roaming in the Chiapa country, how I had only recently learned of occurrences in the civilized world, and I said, "As the Lord Kosiyuela will have guessed, it was largely at my instigation that Ehuitzotl brought his men to Yoashikak, so I feel I owe some apologies." He made a casual gesture of dismissal. "Whatever intrigues were involved are of no importance. I am satisfied that your revered speaker came with good intentions, and I was pleased that the long animosity between our nations might finally abate, and I do not at all object to receiving the rich tribute of the purple." I said, "But then there was the reprehensible behavior of Ehuitzotl's men in Tequantepec. Simply as a Meshicatl, I must add my apologies for that." "I do not blame Ehuitzotl. I do not even much blame the men." I must have looked surprised. He explained, "Your revered speaker moved quickly to stop the outrages. He ordered the worst offenders garroted, and he placated the rest of the men with promises which I am sure he has kept. Then he paid to atone for the havoc, or as much of it as could be paid for. Our nations would probably be now at war if he had not acted so swiftly and honorably. No, Ehuitzotl was humbly anxious to restore good relations. It was the first time I had ever heard the choleric Ehuitzotl, water monster, described as anything like humble." Kosiyuela went on, "But there was another man, a younger man, his nephew. That one had command of the Mashika, while Ehuitzotl and I conferred, and that is when the outbreak began. The young man bears a name we Ben Zah have historical reason to detest. He is called Motekuzoma, and I believe he regarded Ehuitzotl's treaty of alliance with us as a sign of weakness. I believe he wanted the Cloud People as subjects of the Mashika, not as equals. I strongly suspect he fomented that riot in hope of setting us at each other's throats again. If you do have Ehuitzotl's ear, young traveler, I suggest you insinuate a word of warning about his nephew. That new and upstart Motekuzoma, if he retains a position of any power, could undo all the good his uncle might seek to accomplish." At the causeway to Tenochtitlan, where the city loomed before us luminous white in the dove-colored dusk. I sent my men ahead of me by twos and threes. By the time I set foot on the island, the night had come down, and the city was ablaze with firelight, candlelight, and lamplight. In that inconstant illumination, I could see that my house was finished, and that it was a sightly one, but I could not make out all its exterior details. Since it was set on pillars about my own height above ground level, I had to climb a short stair to the entrance. There I was admitted by a middle-aged female I had never seen before, obviously a new-bought slave. She introduced herself as Tiochihuitl, or Turquoise, and said, "When the porters arrived, the mistress went upstairs, that you might have privacy for the business of men. She will await you in your chamber, master." The woman showed me into the lower floor room, where my 7 companions were devouring a cold meal she had hurried to lay for them. When dishes had also been provided for me, and we had all allayed our hunger, the men helped me pivot the false wall of that room and secrete their packs behind it, where some others of my goods had already been stored. Then I paid the men the homecoming share of their wages, and paid them rather more than I had promised, for they had performed admirably. They all kissed the earth to me as they departed, after making me swear that I would summon them again if I should conceive any other projects that would be to the taste of 7 elder warriors, otherwise consigned to peace and stagnation. Upstairs, I found the sanitary closet exactly as I had told the architect it should be, as complete and efficiently self-emptying as those I had admired in palaces. In the adjacent steam room, the slave woman Turquoise had already heated and laid the glowing stones, and, when I had finished my first bath, she poured water over them to make the clouds of steam. I sweated there for a good while, then returned to the bathing basin again, until I was satisfied that I had got all the dust and grime and smell of travel out of my pores. When, naked, I stepped through the connecting door to the bedchamber, I found Zianya equally naked, lying invitingly supine atop the bedstack of soft quilts. There was only a dim red light from a brazier in the room, but it glinted on the pale streak in her hair and outlined her upthrusting breasts. Each of them was a beautifully symmetrical mound, with on top of it the smaller mound of her areola, exactly like the profile of Popocatépetl as you see it through the window there, my lord's friars. A cone upon a cone. No, of course there is no need for me to regale you with such details. I only explain why my breathing altered as I moved toward Zianya, and why I spoke only a few words. Bayou is safe. There is other news, but it can wait. Let it wait, she said, and she smiled, and she reached for the nearest approaching part of me. So it was quite some time later that I told about Bayou Ribe, that she was alive and safe, but dismally unhappy. I am glad that we had made love first. It gave Zianya the usual lasting languor of pleasure and satisfaction, which, I hope, softened the words I had to speak. I told of Bayou's unfortunate encounter with the Meshikatl officer, and tried to make it sound, as indeed Bayu had made it sound, more of a farce than a tragedy. I concluded, I think it is her stubborn pride that makes her stay on there, keeping the inn. She is determined to take no notice of what the townspeople may think of her, whether they think shame or sympathy. She will not leave Chapultepec for any good reason, or for any better life, because it might be taken as a sign that she had weakened at last. Poor Bayu, Sayanya murmured. Is there nothing we can do? Suppressing my own opinion of poor Bayu, I meditated, and finally said, I can think of nothing but for you to suffer a misfortune. If her only sister needed her desperately, I believe she would come to you. But let us not tempt or provoke the gods. Let us not discuss mischance. The next day, when Ehuitzotl received me in his grisly throne-room, I again told my confected story, that I had gone to see that my wife's sister had not suffered in the sack of Tecuantepec, and, while there, had taken the opportunity to go farther south and procure more of the magical crystals. I again ceremoniously made him a present of one, and he thanked me without great enthusiasm. Then, before bringing up a subject which I expected would bulge his eyeballs and fire his irascibility, I told him something to sweeten his temper. My travels, Lord Speaker, took me into the coastal land of the Shokonochko, whence comes most of our cotton and salt. I spent 2 days among the Mame people, in their main village of Pihihia, and there the elders called me into council. They desired to bring a message to the Yue Tlatoani of the Mashika. He said indifferently, Speak the message. Know first, my lord, that the Shokonochko is not a nation, but a vast extent of fertile land inhabited by various peoples, the Mame, the Miche, the Kometeka, and even smaller tribes. Their territories all overlap, and their allegiance is only to such tribal elders as those in Pihihia. The Shokonochko has no central capital or governing body or standing army. Interesting, muttered Ehuitzotl, but not very. I went on. To the east of the rich and fruitful Shokonochko is the unproductive jungle country of Guatemalan, the Tangled Wood. Its natives, the Quiche and Lacandon, are degenerate remnants of the Maya. They are poor and dirty and lazy, and heretofore have been accounted beneath contempt. However, they have recently summoned the energy to emerge from Guatemalan and make raids into the Shokonochko. Those scavengers threaten that their raids will increase in frequency, will become an unremitting war, unless the Shokonochko peoples agree to pay them heavy tribute of cotton and salt. Tribute? Grunted Ehuitzotl, interested at last. Our cotton and salt? Yes, my lord. Now, we can hardly expect peaceable cotton farmers and sea fishers and salt panners to mount a fierce defense of their lands. But they do have spirit enough to resent those demands. They are unwilling to give to the Quiche and Lacandon what they have formerly and profitably sold to us Mashika. They believe our revered speaker should be equally outraged at the idea. Spare us your emphasis of the obvious, growled Ahuitzotl. What did those elders propose? That we go to war for them against Guatemalan? No, my lord. They offered to give us the Xoconochco. What? He was honestly staggered. If the Yue Tlatoani will accept the Xoconochco lands as a new province, all its petty rulers will relinquish their offices. All its separate tribes will relinquish their identities. All will swear loyalty to Tenochtitlan as voluntary Mashika. They ask only two things: that they be allowed to go on living and working as they always have, unmolested, and that they continue to receive a living wage for their labor. The Mames speak for all their neighbor tribes in requesting that a Meshikatl noble be appointed ruler and protector of the Xoconochco, and that a strong garrison of Meshika troops be established and maintained there. Looking pleased for a change, even dazzled, Ahuitzotl murmured to himself, "Incredible. A rich land, free for the taking, freely given." To me he said, more warmly than he had ever before addressed me, "You do not always bring annoyances and problems, Jan Michtli." I modestly said nothing. He went on, thinking aloud. It would be the farthest dominion of the Triple Alliance. Put an army there, and we would have much of the entire one world, from sea to sea, between two jaws. The nations thus flanked would evermore hesitate to be troublesome, lest those jaws gnash together and chew them up. They would be apprehensive, biddable, servile. I spoke up again. If I may point out another advantage, Lord Speaker, that army will be far from here, but it need not depend on supply trains from Tenochtitlan. The Mame elders promised me that it would be supported and provisioned without stint. The soldiers will live well in the abundance of the Xoconochco. By Huitzli, we will do it, Ahuitzotl exclaimed. We must of course present the proposition to our speaking council, but that will be only a formality. I said, my lord might care to tell the speaking council this, too. Once the garrison is established, the soldiers could be joined by their families. Tradesmen would follow. Still other Meshika might wish to leave these crowded lakelands and resettle in that ample Xoconochco. The garrison could become the seed of a colony, even a lesser Tenochtitlan. Perhaps some day the second greatest city of the Meshika. He said, "You do not dream small, do you?" Perhaps I took a liberty, revered speaker, but I mentioned that possibility of colonization in the Council of Mame elders. Far from objecting, they would be honored if their land should become the site of, so to speak, the Tenochtitlan of the South. He looked at me approvingly, and drummed his fingers for a moment before speaking. In civil status, you are nothing but a bean-counting merchant, and in military rank a mere takia. My lord's courtesy, I said humbly. And yet you, a nobody, you come and give us a whole new province, more valuable than any annexed by treaty or force since the reign of our esteemed father, Montezuma. That fact will also be brought to the attention of our speaking council. I said, The mention of Motekazoma, my lord, reminds me. And I then told him what was harder to tell. The harsh words spoken about his nephew by the Bishosu Kosi Yuela. As I had expected, Ehuitzotl began to bulge and snort and redden conspicuously. But his anger was not directed at me. He said bluntly, "Know, then. As a priest, Yon Motekazoma paid unswerving obedience to every least and trivial and imbecilic superstition imposed by the gods. He also tried to abolish every human failing and weakness, in himself as in others. He did not froth and rage, as do so many of our priests. He was always cold and unemotional. Once, when he uttered a word that he thought might displease the gods, he pierced his tongue and dragged back and forth through it a string on which were knotted some 20 big mogwai thorns. Again, when a base thought crossed his mind, he bored a hole through the shaft of his tepuli, and did that same bloody self-punishment with the string of thorns. Well, now that he has become a military man, he seems equally fanatic on the subject of making war. It appears that, in his very first command, the coyote whelp has flexed his muscles, contrary to orders and good order." Ehuitzotl paused. When he went on, he seemed again to be thinking aloud. Yes, he would naturally yearn to live up to his grandfather's name of wrathful lord. Yon Motekazoma is not pleased to have peace between our nation and others, since that leaves him the fewer adversaries to challenge. He wants to be respected and feared as a man of hard fist and a loud voice. But a man must consist of more than those things, or he will cower when he is opposed by a harder fist, a louder voice. I ventured to say, "My impression, my lord, is that the Bishosu of Uwashikak dreads the possibility that your truculent nephew may some day be Yue Tlatoani of the Mashika." At that, Ehuitzotl did turn his glare on me. "Kosi Yuela will be dead long before he has to worry about his relations with some new Yue Tlatoani. We are but 43 years old, and we plan to live long. Before we die or turn dotard, we will make known to the Speaking Council who our successor is to be. Offhand, we forget how many of our 20 children are male, but surely among them there is another Ehuitzotl. Bear in mind, Takuya Michli, that the loudest drum is the one most hollow, and its only service or function is to stay motionless and be beaten upon. We will not set upon this throne a hollow drum like our nephew Motekazoma. Remember our words." I did, and I do, and ruefully. It took a while for the revered speaker to subdue his indignation. Then he said quietly, "We thank you, Takiya Michli, for the opportunity of that garrison in the far Shokonochko. It will be the Yon Wrathful Lord's next assignment. He will be ordered immediately to the south, to establish and build and command that distant post. Yes, we must keep Motekazoma busy, and safely far from us, or we might be tempted to beat with heavy drumsticks upon our own kinsmen." Some days passed, and what time I did not spend in bed getting reacquainted with my wife, I spent in getting accustomed to my first home of my own. Its exterior was of gleaming white Chaltechan limestone, decorated only modestly with some filigree carving, and none of that embellished with color. To the passer-by, it was merely the typical home of a successful but not too successful Poketecatl. Inside, however, its appointments were of the finest, and it smelled throughout of newness, not of the smokes and foods and exudations and old quarrels of previous inhabitants. The doors were all of nicely carved cedar, turning on pivots and sockets, top and bottom. There were windows in the outdoor-facing walls, front and back, with rollable slat blinds on all of them. The ground floor, which, as I have said, did not rest on the ground, contained a kitchen, a separate room for dining, and another room in which we could entertain guests, or I could conduct business with visiting associates. There was not space enough to make any provision for slave quarters. Turquoise simply unrolled her woven reed pallet in the kitchen after we were abed. The upper floor of the house consisted of our bedchamber and another for guests, each with its sanitary closet and steam room, plus a third smaller bedroom for which I could see no purpose, until Zianya, smiling shyly, said, "Some day there may be a child, Sa. Perhaps children. It can be a room for them and their nursemaid." The rooftop of the house was flat, surrounded by a waist-high balustrade of stones cemented in a fretwork pattern. The entire surface had already been spread with rich chinampa loam, ready for the planting of flowers, shade shrubs, and kitchen herbs. Our house was not tall, and there were many others round about, so we had no view of the lake. But we could see the twin temples atop the Great Pyramid, and the peaks of the smoking volcano Popocatépetl, and the sleeping volcano Iztaccíhuatl. Zianya had furnished the rooms, upstairs and down, with only the immediately necessary items: the piled quilt beds, some wicker storage chests, a few low chairs and benches. Otherwise, the rooms were echoingly empty, the gleaming stone floors uncarpeted, and the white-limed walls unadorned. She said, "The more important furnishings, the ornaments, the wall hangings. I thought the man of the house ought to choose such things." "We will visit the markets and the workshops together," I said, "but I will come only to agree to your choices and to pay for them." In similarly wifely restraint, she had bought just the one slave, and Turquoise had sufficed to assist Zianya in all the work of preparing the house for habitation. But I decided that we should buy another female to share the everyday labor of cooking, cleaning, and other chores, plus a male slave to tend the rooftop garden, run my errands, and the like. So we acquired a not so young but still wiry man, named, in the grandiloquent manner of the Tlacotli class, Citlali Suicani, or Star Singer, and a young housemaid named, quite contrary to slave custom, Quequelmiqui, which means only ticklish. Possibly she had got the name because she was much given to unprovoked giggling. We immediately enrolled all three, Turquoise, Star Singer, and Ticklish, to spend their spare hours studying at the school newly founded by my young friend Coscatl. His own highest ambition, in the days when he was himself a child slave, had been to learn the skills necessary to attain the highest domestic post in a noble household, that of Master of the Keys. But he had already risen considerably above that station, possessing an estimable house and fortune of his own. So Coscatl had turned his residence into a school to train servants, that is, to make of them the best servants possible. He told me, with pride, "I have of course engaged expert instructors to teach the basic employments, cookery, gardening, embroidery, whatever a student wishes to excel at. But I myself teach each student the elegant manners he otherwise could learn only through long experience, if at all. Since I have worked in 2 palaces, my students pay close heed to my teachings, even though most of them are much older than I." "Elegant manners?" I said. "For mere menials?" "So that they are not mere menials, but valuable and valued members of a household. I teach them how to comport themselves with dignity, instead of the usual cringing servility; how to anticipate their employers' wants even before they are voiced. A steward, for example, learns to keep always prepared a pokeyettle for his master to smoke. A housekeeper learns to advise her mistress which flowers are about to bloom in the garden, so the lady can plan in advance the floral arrangements for her rooms." I said, "Surely no slave could afford the fee for your training." "Well, no," he admitted. "At present all my students are already in domestic service, like those 3 of yours, and their fees are paid by their masters. But the schooling will so increase their ability and worth that they will earn promotions within their households, or be sold for a profit, meaning they must be replaced. I foresee a great demand for the graduates of my school. Eventually, I will be able to buy slaves from the market, train them, place them, and collect their fees from the wages they earn." I nodded and said, "It will be a good thing for them, for their employers, and for you. An ingenious idea, Coscatl. You have not just found your place in the world, you have carved an entirely new niche, for which no one is better fitted than yourself." He said with humility, "I could not have done it but for you, Meechly. Had we not adventured together, I would probably still be a drudge in some Texcoco palace. I owe all my good fortune to the Tenali, whether it was yours or mine, that linked our lives." And I too, I thought, as I walked slowly home, was much indebted to a Tenali I had once cursed as capricious, if not malign. It had caused me grief and loss and unhappiness, but it had also made me a man of property, a man of substantial wealth, a man lofted high above the expectations of his birth, a man married to the most desirable woman among women, and a man still young enough to explore further enticing prospects. As I strolled toward my comfortable home and the welcoming arms of Cyania, I was moved to waft my gratitude toward the supposed sky residences of the major gods. "Gods," I said, in my mind, not aloud. "If gods there be, and you are they. I thank you. Sometimes you have taken from me with one hand, while giving to me with the other. But on the whole, you have given me much more than you have taken. I kiss the earth to you, gods. And the gods must have been grateful for my gratitude. The gods wasted no time in arranging that when I entered my house, I should find a palace page waiting with a summons from Ahuitzotl. I took only time enough to give Zayanya a hurried kiss of greeting and farewell, then followed the boy through the streets to the heart of the one world. It was quite late that night when I came home again, and I was very differently dressed, and I was more than a little intoxicated. Our slave, Turquoise, when she opened the door to me, instantly forgot any poise she might have learned at Coscatl school. She took one look at me and my somewhat disordered profusion of feathers, gave a piercing shriek, and fled toward the back of the house. Zayanya came, looking anxious. She said, "Za, you were gone so long." Then she too gave a squeak and recoiled from me, exclaiming, "What did that monster Ahuitzotl do to you? Why is your arm bleeding? What have you got on your feet? What is that thing on your head? Za, say something." "Hello," I mumbled foolishly, with a hiccup in it. "Hello?" she echoed, taken aback by the absurdity. Then she said crisply, "Whatever else, you are drunk," and went away toward the kitchen. I slumped down onto a bench, but I came energetically to my feet again, perhaps even some distance off the floor, when Zayanya poured a jar of shockingly cold water over my head. "My helmet," I cried, when I stopped coughing and spluttering. "A helmet, is it?" said Zayanya, as I struggled to get it off and dry it before the wetting should damage it. "I thought you were caught in the craw of some giant bird." "My lady wife," I said, with the stately sobriety of the half-drunk. "You might have ruined this noble eagle head. Now you are standing on one of my talons. And look, just look at my poor draggled feathers." I am looking," she said, in a strangled voice, and I perceived that she was trying mightily not to burst out laughing. "Get out of that silly costume, Za. Go to the steam room. Sweat some of the octli out of you. Clean that blood off your arm. Then come to bed and tell me what on earth—" She could hold the laughter no longer, and it came forth in peals. "Silly costume, indeed," I said, contriving to sound both haughty and hurt. "Only a woman could be so insensitive to the regalia of high honor. Were you a man, you would kneel in awe and admiration and congratulation. But no, I get ignominiously drenched and laughed at." With which I turned and stalked majestically up the stairs, only stumbling occasionally in my long-taloned sandals, to go and soak and sulk in the steam-room. Thus did I behave with lugubrious bluster. Thus was I received with indulgent mirth, on what should have been the most solemn evening of my life to date. Not one in 10 or 20,000 of my countrymen ever became what I had that day become. In Tlama Huichi Huani Quatlic, a knight of the Eagle Order of the Mashika. I further humiliated myself by falling asleep in the steam room, and was quite unconscious of being moved when Zianya and Starsinger somehow got me out of there and into the bed. So it was not until morning, when I lay late abed, sipping hot chocolate in an attempt to ease the ponderous weight of my headache, that I could coherently tell Zianya what had happened at the palace. Ehuitzotl had been alone in the throne room when the page and I arrived, and he said abruptly, "Our nephew Moctezuma left Tenochtitlan this morning, leading the considerable force that will man the garrison in the Xoconochco. As we promised, we mentioned to our speaking council your admirable role in negotiating the acquisition of that territory, and it was decided that you should be rewarded." He made some signal, and the page departed, and a moment afterward the room began to fill with other men. I would have expected them to be the Snake Woman and other members of the speaking council. But, looking through my topaz, I was surprised to see that they were all warriors, the elite of warriors, all eagle knights, in full feathered battle armor, eagle head helmets, wing pinions fringing their arms, taloned sandals on their feet. Ehuitzotl introduced them to me, one by one, the highest chieftains of the Eagle Order, and said, "They have voted, Meachly, to raise you, in one vaulting bound, from the mediocre rank of Tekia to full knighthood in their exalted company." There were various rituals to be performed, of course. Though I had been stricken nearly speechless, I made an effort to find my voice, so that I could swear the many and wordy oaths, that I would be faithful to and fight to the death for the Eagle Order itself, for the supremacy of Tenochtitlan, for the power and prestige of the Mashika nation, for the preservation of the Triple Alliance. I had to gash my forearm, the knight chieftains doing likewise, so that we could rub our forearms one against another, and so mingle our blood in brotherhood. Then I donned the quilted armor with all its adornments, so that I had arms like wide wings, a body feathered all over, feet like an eagle's strong claws. The culmination of the ceremony came when I was crowned with the helmet, the eagle's head. It was made of corkwood, stiff paper, and ollie-glued feathers. Its wide-open beak protruded above my forehead and under my chin, and its glaring obsidian eyes were somewhere above my ears. I was given the other emblems of my new rank, the stout leather shield with my name symbols worked in colored feathers on its front, the paints to make my face fierce, the gold nose-plug to wear as soon as I felt like having my septum pierced for it. Then, rather heavily encumbered, I sat with Ehuitzotl and the other knights, while the palace servants brought an opulent banquet, and many jars of the best octli. I had to make a pretense of eating heartily, since by then I was so flustered and excited that I had little appetite. There was no way, though, that I could avoid drinking in response to the numerous and vociferous toasts raised. To me, to the eagle chieftains present, to eagle knights who had died spectacularly in the past, to our supreme commander, Ehuitzotl, to the ever greater might of the Mashika. After a while, I lost track of the toasts. That is why, when I was finally let depart from the palace, I was more than a little addled, and my splendid new uniform was in some disarray. "I am proud of you, Za, and happy for you," Zianya said, when I had concluded my account. "It is indeed a great honor. And now, what brave feat will you do, my warrior husband? What will be your first deed of valor as an Eagle Knight?" I said feebly, "Were we not supposed to pick flowers today, my dear, when the freight canoe brings them from Xochimilco? Flowers to plant in our roof garden." My brain hurt too badly for me to strain it, so I did not even try to understand why Zianya again, as she had done the night before, burst into peals of laughter. Our new house meant a new life for all of us who inhabited it, so we had much to occupy us. Zianya continued to be busy with the evidently interminable task of visiting market stalls and artisans' workshops in chase of just the right sort of matting for the nursery floor, or a figurine of some sort for that niche at the top of the stair, or something else that seemed always to elude her. My contributions were not always received with acclamation, as for instance when I brought home a small stone statue for that staircase niche, and Zianya pronounced it hideous. Well, it was, but I had bought it because it looked exactly like that brown, wizened, and hunched old man disguise in which Nezehualpili had used to accost me. Actually, the figure represented Huehueteotl, oldest of old gods, so called because that was what he was. Though no longer widely worshipped, the aged, wrinkled, sardonically smiling Huehueteotl was still venerated as the god first recognized in these lands, and known since time before human memory, long before Quetzalcoatl or any of the other later favorites. Since Zianya refused to let me put him where guests would see him, I set the oldest of old gods at my side of our bed. Our 3 servants, in the free time during their first few months with us, attended their classes at Coscatel's school, and to noticeable effect. The little maid Ticklish was cured of giggling every time she was spoken to, and gave only a modest and obliging smile. Starsinger became so attentive that he presented me with a lighted pokeyettle almost every time I sat down, and, not to rebuff his solicitude, I smoked rather more than I wanted to. My own business was that of consolidating my fortune. Trains of Poketeka had for some time been coming into Tenochtitlan from Uashiakak, bearing flasks of purple dye and skeins of empurpled yarn, which they had purchased legitimately from the collected stock of the Bishosu, Kosiyuela. They had, of course, paid an exorbitant price for it, and of course asked an even more extortionate price when they doled it out through the Tlatelolco merchants. But the Mashika nobles, their ladies especially, were so avid for that unique coloring that they paid whatever was asked. And, once the legitimately acquired purple was on the market, I was able discreetly and without detection to pour my own stock trickling into the stream. I sold my hoard for more easily concealable currency. Carved jade stones, a few emeralds and other gems, gold jewelry, quills of gold dust. But Zyanya and I kept enough of the dye for our own use that I believed we owned more purple embroidered garments than the revered speaker and all his wives. I know ours was the only house in Tenochtitlan with solid purple draperies at the windows. Those were visible only to our invited guests, however. They were backed with less sumptuous stuffs on their street side. We were most frequently visited by long-time friends, Coscatl, lately and more properly known as Master Coscatl, associates of mine from the House of Poketeka, one or several of Blood Glutton's old fellows-in-arms who had helped me secure the purple. But we also made many acquaintances among our higher-class neighbors in our Ishakuelko quarter, and the nobles we met at court. In particular, a number of noble women who had been captivated by Zyanya's charm. One of those was the First Lady of Tenochtitlan, which is to say, Ehuitzottl's premier wife. When she came to visit, she often brought her eldest son, Quatamak, Swooping Eagle, the young lord who would be the likeliest successor to his father's throne. Though the Mashika succession was not immutably patrilineal, like that of some other nations, an eldest son was the first candidate considered by the Speaking Council on the death of a Yue Tlatoani who left no surviving brother to succeed him. So Zyanya and I treated Kwatemokhtsin and his mother with fitting deference. It does no harm to be on good terms with him whom you may some day be addressing as revered speaker. From time to time during those years, a military messenger or a Poketekatl's porter coming up from the south would make a side trip past our house to bring us a message from Bayu Ribe. The message was always the same. She was still unmarried, Tequantepec was still Tequantepec, the inn was still prospering, and even more so with the increased traffic to and from the Shokonochko. But the very sameness of that scant news was rather depressing, since Zyanya and I could only assume that Bayu remained unmarried, not from inclination, but from a lack of suitors. And that always recalled the exiled Motekuzoma to my mind, for I was sure, though I never said so, even to Zyanya, that he had been the Meshikatl officer of strange proclivities, who had devastated Bayu's life. Just as a matter of family loyalty, I suppose I might have felt animosity toward that Motekuzoma the younger. Just from what Bayu and Ehuitzotl had told me, I might have felt contempt for a man partly crippled both in his private parts and in his appetites. But not I or anyone could deny that he did a soldierly job of holding and developing the Shokonochko for us. He located his army garrison practically on the border of Guatemalan, and he oversaw the design and building of a stout one, and the neighboring Quiché and Lacandon no doubt watched with dismay as its walls went up and the patrols marched about it. For those wretched people never made another foray outside their jungle. They never again threatened or blustered or, indeed, showed any other sign of ambition. They lapsed back into being no worse than squalid and apathetic, and, as far as I am aware, they still are so. Your own Spanish soldiers who first traveled into the Shokonochko expressed surprise on finding there, so far distant from Tenochtitlan, so many peoples unrelated to us Mashika, the Mame, Miche, Gometeka, and such, who spoke our Nahuatl. Yes, That was the farthest land on which one could stand and say, "This is Mashika soil." It was also, despite its distance from the heart of the one world, perhaps our most loyal province, and that was due in part to the fact that many of our people moved into the Shokonotchko after its annexation. Even before Motezuma's garrison was completed, other comers began to settle in the area, and to build homes and market stalls and rudimentary inns, and even houses of pleasure. They were Mashika and Ekelhua and Tekpaneka immigrants, seeking wider horizons and opportunities than they could find in the ever more crowded lands of the Triple Alliance. By the time the garrison was fully built and armed and manned, it threw its protective shadow over a town of estimable size. The town took the Nahuatl name of Tapactlan, place of coral, and, though it never approached the size and splendor of its parent Tenochtitlan, it is still the biggest and busiest community east of the Tehuantepec Isthmus. Many of the new-come northerners, after staying a while in Tapactlan or elsewhere in the Shokonotchko, moved on farther yet. I have never journeyed quite so far, but I know that, east of the Guatemalan jungle, there are great fertile highlands and coastlands, and beyond them there is another isthmus, even more narrow than that of Tehuantepec, winding between the northern and southern oceans and extending no one can tell how far. Some insist that somewhere down there a river connects the two oceans. Your own Captain General Cortez went looking for it, in vain, but some Spaniard may find it yet. Though the onward-pressing emigrants consisted only of individual explorers, or at most of family groups, and though they settled only sparsely throughout those far lands, I am told that they have left their mark indelibly on the native peoples of those places. Tribes never originally or remotely related to any of us of the Triple Alliance now wear our faces. They speak our Nahuatl language, though in corrupt dialects. They have adopted and perpetuated many of our customs and arts and gods. They have even renamed their villages and mountains and rivers with Nahuatl names. Several Spaniards who have traveled widely have asked me, "Was your Aztec empire really so vast that it abutted upon the Inca Empire in the great continent to the south?" Although I do not fully comprehend the question, I always tell them, "No, my lords. I am uncertain of what an empire is, or a continent, or an Inca. But I do know that we Mexica, Aztecs if you must, never pushed our border beyond the Shokonotchko." Not everybody's eyes and interests were fixed toward the south in those years. Our Yue Tlatoani, for one, was not ignoring the other points of the compass. I rather welcomed the interruption of my increasingly domestic daily routine, when one day Ahuitzotl called me to his palace to ask if I would undertake a diplomatic mission into Michoacan. He said, "You did so well for us in the Shokonotchko and in Uashikat. Do you think you might now seek for us better relations with the land of the fishermen?" I said I could try. "But why, my lord? The poor Impeka allow our travelers and merchants unhindered passage across their country. They engage freely in trade with us. What more can we ask of them in the way of relations?" Oh, think of something. Anything that would justify your visiting their ruling Uandakuwari, old Ikingare. I must have looked blank, for he leaned forward to explain. Your supposedly diplomatic negotiations will be only a mask for your real mission. We want you to bring us their secret of making that superbly hard metal which defeats our obsidian weapons. I took a long breath, and, trying to sound reasonable instead of apprehensive, I said, My lord, the artisans who know how to forge that metal are assuredly well guarded against any encounters with strangers who might tempt them to betray their secret. And the metal itself is kept locked away, out of sight of the inquisitive, said Ehuitzotl impatiently. We know all that. But we also know of one exception to that policy. The Uandakuwari's closest advisors and personal guards are always armed with weapons of that metal, to ward off any attempts on his life. Get into his palace, and you have a chance of getting hold of a sword, a knife, something. That is all we need. If our own metal workers can have but a specimen to study, they can find out the composition of it. I sighed, and said, As my lord commands, an eagle knight must do. I thought of the difficulties of the task ahead, and suggested, If I am going there only to steal, I really need no complicated excuse of diplomatic negotiations. I could be merely an envoy, bringing from the revered speaker Ehuitzotl a friendly gift for the revered speaker Ikingare. Ehuitzotl also thought about it, frowning. But what? He said. There are as many precious things in Michihuacan as there are here. It would have to be something unavailable to him, something unique. I said, The poor in Pekka are much given to strange sexual diversions. But no. The Uandakuwari is an old man. Doubtless he has already sampled every sexual delight and indecency, and is jaded beyond— Ayo! Cried Ehuitzotl exultantly. There is one delight he cannot possibly have tried, one he cannot possibly resist. A new Tashkwani we have just bought for our human menagerie. I flinched, visibly, I am sure, but he took no notice. He was sending a steward to bring whatever it was. I was trying to imagine what kind of human monster could arouse the tepuli of even the most pornorastic old lecher, when Ehuitzotl said, Look at this, Knight Meachly. Here they are. And I raised my topaz. The two girls were about as plain of face as any girls I had ever seen, but in simple charity I could hardly have called them monstrous. A trifle unusual, yes, in that they were identical twins. I took them to be about 14 years old, and of some Olmeca tribe, since they were both chewing siktli, as placidly as a matched pair of manatees. They stood shoulder to shoulder, slightly turned toward each other, each with her nearmost arm thrown across the other's nearmost shoulder. They wore a single blanket wrapped around both their bodies from their chests to the floor. They have not yet been shown to the public, said Ehuitzotl, because our palace seamstresses have not finished the special blouses and skirts they require. Steward, remove the blanket. He did, and my eyes goggled when I saw the girls naked. They were not just twins. It appeared that in the womb they had somehow got melted together. From armpit to hip, the two were joined by a mutual skin, and so tightly that they could not stand, sit, walk, or lie down except half facing each other. For a moment I thought they had only 3 breasts between them, but I stepped closer and saw that the middle breast was 2 normal breasts pressed together. I could part them with my hand. I looked the girls over. 4 breasts in front, 2 sets of buttocks in back. Except for their unlovely, unintelligent faces, I could see no deformity but that section of shared skin. Could they not be sliced apart? I inquired. They would each have a scar, but they would be separate and normal. Whatever for? Grumbled Ahuitzotl. Of what earthly use are 2 more mud-faced, secretly chewing Olmeca drabs? Together they are novel and valuable, and can enjoy the pleasurably idle life of a Tukwani. At any rate, our surgeons have concluded that they cannot be separated. Inside that binding flap of skin, they share vital blood vessels. But, and this is what will beguile old Iquingare, each girl does have her own Tepili, and both are virgins. It is a pity they could not be handsome, I mused. But you are right, my lord. The sheer novelty of them should make up for that lack. I addressed the twins. Do you have names? Can you talk? They said, in the Kotlikamic tongue, and almost in unison, I am left. I am right. Ehuitzotl said, we had planned to present them to the public as the lady pair, named for the goddess Omekiowatl. A sort of joke, you see. I said, if an uncommon gift will make the Uandakuwari more amicable toward us, the lady pair is that gift, and I will gladly be the bearer of it. Just one recommendation, my lord, to render them more attractive. Have them both shaved bald of hair and eyebrows. It is the Purempe fashion. Singular fashion, said Ehuitzotl wonderingly. The hair is the only thing attractive about either of those. But it will be done. Be prepared to depart as soon as their wardrobe is completed. At your summons, Lord Speaker. And I shall hope that the lady pair's presentation at that court will cause enough excitement that I can purloin one of the metal weapons, unnoticed in the commotion. Do not just hope, said Ehuitzotl. See to it. Ah, the poor children, Zayanya exclaimed when I introduced her to the lady pair. I was surprised to hear someone express pity for them, since everyone else involved with left and right had either gaped or snickered, or, in the manner of Ehuitzotl, had regarded them as a marketable commodity, like the meat of some rare game animal. But Zayanya mothered them tenderly throughout the whole journey to Tsuntsuntsani, and continually kept assuring them, as if they had brains enough to care, that they were traveling toward a wondrous new life of freedom and luxury. Well, I supposed they would be better off in the comparative liberty of a country palace, even serving as a sort of reversible concubine, than as an object being forever pointed at and laughed at in the confines of a city menagerie. Zianya went with me because, when I told her of that latest and queerest embassy laid on me, she insisted on coming along. At first I said a loud no, for I knew that no one in my party would live longer than the moment in which, very likely, I would be caught trying to steal one of the sacrosanct metal weapons. But Zianya argued persuasively that if our host's suspicions were allayed in advance, I would have the greater opportunity of getting close to such a weapon, and getting it into my possession undetected. "And what looks less suspicious," she asked, "than a man and wife traveling together? I should like to see Michihuacan, Sa." Her man and wife idea did have some merit, I reflected, if not exactly the merit she ascribed to it. For the lewd and licentious Purempeka to see a man traveling with his own everyday, commonplace female mate, in that country where, for the asking, he could have any other mate, or kind of mate, or number of mates, that would indeed dumbfound the Purempeka. They would scornfully dismiss me as too impotent, witless, unimaginative, and lethargic to be a thief or a spy or anything else dangerous. So I said yes to Zianya, and she immediately began packing for the journey. Ehuitzotl sent me word, and I reported to the palace, when the twins and their wardrobe were ready to go. But I was horrified when I first saw the girls, after they had been shorn of hair. Their naked heads looked like their naked breasts, sharply conical, tapering to a point, and I wondered if my recommendation had been an awful mistake. A bald head might be the epitome of beauty to a Purempe, but a bald, pointed head? Well, it was too late to remedy. Bald they would have to remain. Also, it was only then belatedly discovered that no ordinary litter chair would accommodate left and right, and that a special one would have to be constructed to their peculiar requirements, which delayed our departure for a few days. But Ehuitzotl was determined to spare no expense on that expedition. So, when we finally did set out, we made quite a procession. 2 palace guards strode ahead, their hands conspicuously empty of weapons, but I knew them both to be expert at hand-to-hand unarmed combat. I carried nothing but the emblazoned shield identifying me as an Eagle Knight, and the folded letter of introduction signed by the Yue Tlatoani Ehuitzotl. I walked beside Zianya's forebearer chair, and acted my role of tame husband, directing her attention to this or that landmark. Behind us came the 8-mannered litter of the twins, and their spare bearers who took turns about at the heavy chairs carrying poles. That specially built litter was not just a seat, but a sort of small hut on poles, roofed above and curtained on its 2 open sides. The tail of the procession comprised the numerous slaves laden with our packs and panniers and provisions. 3 or 4 days on the westering trade road brought us to a village called Zita Kuwaro, where a guard post on its outskirts marked the frontier of Michihuacan. There we halted, while the Purempeka border guards respectfully scanned the letter I presented, and then only prodded but did not open our various packs. They did look somewhat amazed when they peered into the oversized littered chair and found two identical bald girls riding side by side in what appeared to be a most uncomfortable position. But the guards did not comment. They waved courteously for me and my lady and our party to pass on through Zita Kawara. After that, we were not again stopped or challenged, but I commanded that the curtains be kept closed on the lady pair's litter, so that they should not be visible to the people who eyed our passing. I knew that a swift messenger would already have informed the Uwanda Kuwari of our approach, but I wanted to keep his gift a mystery and undescribed, insofar as possible, until we got to his palace and surprised him with it. Zianya thought me cruel, to make the twins ride all that way without seeing anything of the new country in which they would live. So every time I showed her something of interest, she would stop our train until the road was clear of passerby, and then herself go back to lift the twins' curtain and show them whatever it was. She kept doing this all the way across Michihuacan, rather to my exasperation, since left and right were utterly apathetic and incurious about their surroundings. The trip would have been tedious for me had it not been for the presence of Zianya. I was glad she had persuaded me to let her come. She even made me forget, now and then, the hazardous task I was to undertake at our destination. Every time our train rounded a bend in the road or breasted the crown of a hill, Zianya would see something new to her, and she would exclaim over it, and listen with childlike intensity as I explained it to her. The first thing that excited Zianya's attention, of course, was the preponderance of glossily hairless people. I had told her of that custom, but telling is no substitute for seeing. Until gradually she got used to it, she would stare at a passing youth and murmur, "That one is a boy. No, a girl." And I must admit that her curiosity was reciprocated. The poor Mpeka were accustomed to seeing other people unshorn, foreign travelers, their own lower classes, and perhaps stubborn eccentrics. But they had never seen a lovely woman with a wealth of long hair and a vivid white strand streaking through it. So they also stared and murmured. There were other things to see besides the people. The part of Michihuacan which we were then traversing has mountains, as does every other land. But there they seem always to sit on the horizon as a mere frame for the level of gently rolling country they enclose. Some of that territory is forested. Some is grown up in meadows of useless but lovely grass and wild flowers. But much of it consists of wide-spreading, bountifully producing farms. There are immeasurable swales of maize, beans, chili, orchards of aguacate, and of sweeter fruits. Here and there in the fields stand the adobe cribs in which seed and produce are stored. Conical bins, rather resembling the lady pair's tapering heads. In those regions, even the humblest dwellings are good to look at. All made of wood, since wood is so abundant there. They are put together without mortar or tie ropes, but with ingeniously tight notches in the planks and beams. Every house has a high, peaked roof, its eaves deeply overswooping the house all around, the better to give cool shade in the hot season, and to shed rain in the wet. And some of the roofs are fancifully made so that their four corners turn upward in perky ornamental points. That was the season of swallows, and there are nowhere more swallows than in Michoacan, flitting, fluttering, flickering, gliding all about. No doubt because those capacious roof eaves make such fine nesting places for them. With its woods and waters, Michoacan is a hospitable home for all sorts of birds. The rivers reflect the bright flashing colors of jays and flycatchers and fisher birds. In the forests, the carpenter birds make a constant tattoo of drumming and drilling. In the lake shallows stand big white and blue herons, and the even bigger cuinco. That bird has a bill shaped like a spoon, an ungainly shape, and gawky long legs. But the cuinco is superb in its sunset-colored plumage, and when a flock of them all take wing at once, it is like watching the wind made pink and visible. The single greatest concentration of Michoacan's population lived in the multitude of villages ringing the big lake of rushes, Pátzcuaro, or perched on the many small islands in that lake. Although every village derived most of its sustenance from netting the waters fish and fowl, every village was bidden by the Uwandakuwari to produce or provide one special local commodity or service, which it traded to all the others. One community made hammered copperware, another wove cloth, another braided rushes into matting, another made lacquerware, and so on. The village named for the lake, Pátzcuaro, was the marketplace for those various things. One island in mid-lake, Sharakuaro, was built up with temples and altars, and was the ceremonial center for the residents of every village. Tzintzuntzani, where there are hummingbirds, was the capital and heart of all that activity, so itself produced nothing but the decisions and orders and rulings that governed the whole nation. It consisted entirely of palaces, and was entirely inhabited by nobles and their families, their courtiers, priests, servants, and such. As our train approached Tzintzuntzani, the first man-made object we could see, from several one-long runs down the road, was the ancient Iyakata, as a pyramid is called in Pore, looming on the heights east of the nobles' palaces. Old beyond imagining, not tall, but extravagantly elongated, that Iyakata, a curious blend of square and round edifices, was still an awe-inspiring pile of stone, though it had long ago lost all its slab sheathing and gesso and coloring, and was much crumbled and overgrown with verdure. The numerous palaces of where there are hummingbirds, being all built of wood, might have been accounted less imposing than the stone palaces of Tenochtitlan, but they had their own kind of grandeur. Under the spreading eaves of their high-peaked, curly-cornered roofs, they were all 2 floors high, and the upper floor was completely encircled by an outside gallery. The ponderous cedar trunks upholding those buildings, the columns and banisters, the many beams visible under the eaves, all those things were elaborately worked and carved into curls and fretwork. Wherever artists could reach, the rich lacquers had been laboriously hand-applied. Every palace was lavishly ornamented, glowing with color and gold leaf. But of course, the Uwan Dakuwari's palace made all the others look trivial. Swift messengers had kept Ikwangari apprised of our progress, so our arrival was expected, and a crowd of nobles and their ladies waited to receive us. Our company had earlier veered off to the lakeside, and, separating for privacy, we had all bathed and changed into our finest garments. We came, feeling fresh and looking proud, into the palace forecourt, a walled garden overhung by tall shade trees, where I ordered the litter chairs set down. I dismissed our guards and bearers, and they were led off to be quartered with the servants. Only Zayanya, the lady pair, and myself went on through the garden to the tremendous palace building. In the general confusion of the greeters milling all about us, the twins' odd way of walking went unremarked. In a welcoming murmur and chatter, not all of which I could comprehend, we were ushered between the palace's cedar-trunk portals and onto the cedar-slab terrace, then through the great open door, then through a short corridor and into Ikwangare's reception hall. It was immensely long and wide, and 2 floors high, like the interior court of Ehuitzotl's palace, only roofed over. Stairways on each side climbed to an encircling inside balcony, off which the upper rooms opened. The Uwan Dakuware sat on a throne that was only a low chair, but the long walk from the entrance to where he sat was clearly designed to make every visitor feel like a supplicant. Big as it was, the hall was quite crowded with elegantly dressed ladies and gentlemen, but they all pressed back on both sides to make an aisle for us. I, then Zayanya, then the lady pair, in slow procession, walked solemnly toward the throne, and I raised my topaz just long enough to get a good look at Ikwangare. I had seen him only once before, at the dedication of the Great Pyramid, and in those days I had not seen clearly. He had been old then, and was older now, a shriveled little wisp of a man. It might have been his hairlessness that had inspired the fashion among his people, but he did not have to use an obsidian razor to maintain his. He was as toothless as he was bald, and nearly voiceless. He bade us welcome in a faint rustle, like the sound of a small seed pod shaking. Though I was glad to be ridding myself of the lumpish lady pair, I felt some compunction at giving even a freak into the tendril fingers of that gnarled and withered old weed. I handed over Ehuitzotl's letter, and the Uwan Dakuwari handed it in turn to his oldest son, peevishly commanding him to read it aloud. I had always thought of princes as being young men. That crown prince, Simsicha, if he had let his hair grow, would have been grey-headed, but his father still wheezed orders at him as if he had not yet donned a loincloth under his mantle. "A gift for me, eh?" croaked the father, when the son had finished reading the letter in Pore. He fixed his bleary eyes on Zianya, standing beside me, and smacked his gums. Ah, could be a novelty, yes. Shave off all but that one white lock. Zianya, horrified, took a step backward. I hastened to say, "Here is the gift, my lord Ikwangare," and reached for the lady pair. I stood them directly before the throne, and tore their one-piece purple garment from neck to hem. The assembled crowd gave a gasp at my destroying such a precious piece of cloth, then gave another gasp as the garment fell to the floor, and the twins stood naked. "By the feathered balls of Kurikari," breathed the old man, using the Puri name for Quetzalcoatl. He went on saying something, but his voice was lost in his courtier's hubbub of astonished exclamation, and I could only make out that he was drooling down his chin. The gift was an obvious success. All present, including the Uwandakuwari's several surviving crone wives and concubines, were given an opportunity to come jostling for a close look at the lady pair. Some men, and a few women too, boldly reached out a hand and fondled some part of one girl or the other. When everybody's lubricious curiosity was satisfied, Ikwangare rasped a command that cleared the reception hall of all but himself, us visitors, the Crown Prince, and a few stolid guards stationed in the corners. "Nourishment now," the old man said, rubbing his dry hands together. "Must prepare to give a good account of myself, eh?" The Prince Simsicha relayed the order to one of the guards, who departed. In a moment, servants began coming in to lay a dinner cloth right there, and, when Zianya had reclothed the twins with their torn dress, we all six sat down. I gathered that the Crown Prince would not ordinarily have been allowed to eat at the same time as his father, but he was fluent in Nahuatl, and was occasionally needed as interpreter when the old man or myself mishandled one another's language. Meanwhile, Zianya helped feed the lady pair with a spoon. They were otherwise inclined to eat even the foam of chocolate with their fingers, messily, and to chew with their mouths open, and generally to nauseate anyone else present. At that, their manners were no worse than the old man's. When the rest of us had been served the delectable white fish that are found nowhere but in the lake Pátzcuaro, he said with a toothless grin, "Eat, enjoy. Can take nothing but milk myself." "Milk?" Zianya repeated, in polite inquiry. "Milk of the doe, my lord?" Then her wing-like eyebrows went up. A very large, very bald woman came in, knelt beside the Uwandakuwari, lifted her blouse, and presented to him a very large breast which, if it had had a countenance, could have been her hairless head. During the rest of the meal, when Ikwangare was not asking for particulars of the lady pair's origin and acquisition, he was sucking noisily, at first one nose-like nipple, then the other. Zianya avoided looking at him again. So did the Crown Prince, and they merely pushed their food around on their gold and lacquer plates. The twins ate heartily, because they always did, and I ate heartily because I was paying less attention to the vulgarity of Ikwangare than I was to another thing about him. On first entering the room, I had noticed that the guards held spears whose blades were of a coppery hue, but an oddly dark-colored copper. I had then perceived that both the Uwandakawari and his son wore short daggers of the same metal, hung in thong loops at their waists. The old man was addressing to me a rambling, roundabout speech, which I suspected was going to end in his asking whether I could also procure for him a set of conjoined adolescent twin males, when Zianya, as if she could listen to no more, interrupted to ask, "What is this delicious drink?" The Crown Prince, appearing delighted with the interruption, leaned across the cloth to tell her that it was chapari, a product of bees' honey, a most potent product, and that she had better not drink too much of it on her first trial. "How wonderful!" she exclaimed, draining her lacquered cup. "If honey can be so intoxicating, why are not bees always drunk?" She hiccuped and sat thinking, evidently about bees, for when the Uwandakawari tried to resume his drivelling inquiry, Zianya said loudly, "Perhaps they are. Who could tell?" And she poured another cup for herself and for me, somewhat over-sloshing them. The old man sighed, took one last suck at his nurse's slobbered teat, and gave it a loud, dismissing slap to signal that the dreadful meal was done. Zianya and I hastily drank our second cups of chapari. "Now," said Ikwangare, munching his mouth so that his nose and chin several times chomped together. His son jumped around behind him to haul him to his feet. "A moment, my lord," I said, "while I give the lady pair a word of instruction." "Instruction?" he said suspiciously. "To comply," I said, smirking like a practised pimp, "lest, as virgins, they be annoyingly coy." "Ah?" he rasped, smirking back. "Virgins as well, are they? Compliance. Yes, by all means compliance." Zianya and Simsicha gave me identical looks of contempt as I led the twins aside and imparted the instructions, the urgent instructions I had just devised. It was difficult, for I had to speak fast, and in their native language of Kotli Kamak, and they were so very stupid. But finally they both nodded a sort of dim comprehension, and, with a shrug of hope and despair, I shoved them toward the Uwandakawari. Unprotesting, they accompanied him up one staircase, helped him to climb it, in fact, looking like a crab helping a toad. Just before they reached the balcony, the toad turned and called something to his son in Pore, so hoarsely that I caught not a word. Simsicha nodded obediently to his father, then turned to ask if I and my lady were ready to retire. She only hiccuped, so I said we were. It had been a long day. We followed the Crown Prince to the stairs on the other side of the hall. Thus it happened that, there in Tsutsani, For the first and only time in our married life, Zianya and I slept with somebody besides each other. But please to remember, Reverend Friars, that we were both a bit drunk on the powerful Chapari. Anyway, it was not exactly what it sounds, and I will do my best to explain. Before leaving home, I had tried to tell Zianya about the Purempeka's predilection for inventive, voluptuous, and even perverse sexual practices. We had agreed that we would not evince surprise or disgust, whatever hospitality of that nature our hosts might offer us, but would decline it as graciously as possible. Or we thought we had so agreed. By the time the hospitality was provided, and we recognized it for what it was, we were already partaking. And we did not then recoil, because, though she and I could never afterward decide whether it was wicked or innocuous, it was undeniably delightful. As he led us toward the upper floor, Simsicha turned and gave me an imitation of my own pimp-like smirk, and inquired, "Will the knight and his lady wish separate rooms? Separate beds?" "Certainly not," I said, and I said it in a chilly voice, before he might next suggest separate partners, or some other indecency. "A conjugal chamber, then, my lord," he said, agreeably enough. "But sometimes," he went on, casually, conversationally, "after a hard day's travel, even the most devoted couple may be fatigued. The court of Sinsunt Pani would think itself remiss if its guests should feel too tired to indulge each other, even for a single night. Hence we offer a facility called Atana Tana Rani. It enhances the adequacy of a man, the receptiveness of a woman, perhaps to an extreme they have never before enjoyed." The word Atana Tana Rani, as best I could unravel its elements, meant only a bunching together. Before I could inquire how a bunching together could enhance anything, he had bowed us into our chambers, backed himself out, and slid shut the lacquered door. The lamp-lighted room contained the biggest, deepest, softest bed of piled quilts I had ever seen. There also awaited us 2 elderly slaves, 1 male, 1 female. I eyed them with apprehension, but they merely asked our permission to draw our baths. Adjoining the bedroom was a separate sanitary closet for each of us, complete with its own bathing trough and already hot steam room. My servant helped me sponge myself in the bath, and afterward briskly pumizzed me in the steam room, but he did nothing else, nothing untoward. I assumed that the slaves, the bathing, and steaming were what the Crown Prince had meant by a facility called Atana Tana Rani. If so, it was but a civilized amenity, nothing obscene, and it had worked well. I felt refreshed and tingly-skinned, and more than adequate, as Simsicha had put it, to indulge my wife. Her slave and mine bowed out, and she and I emerged from the sanitary closets to find the main chamber dark. The windows' draperies had all been closed, and the oil lamps extinguished. So it took us a moment to find each other in that big room, and another moment to find even that immense bed. It was a warm night. Only the topmost quilt had been turned back. We slid under it and lay side by side, sprawled on our backs, content for the moment just to enjoy the cloud softness under us. Sayanya murmured sleepily, "Do you know, Za, I still feel as drunk as a bee." Then she gave a sudden small twitch and gasped, "Hi, yo, you are eager. You took me by surprise." I had been about to exclaim the same thing. I reached down to where a small hand was gently touching me. Her hand, I had supposed, and said in amazement, "Sayanya," just as she said, "Sa, I can feel. It is a child down there, playing with me." "I have one too," I said in awe. "They were waiting for us, under the quilt. What do we do?" I expected her to say, "Kick," or "scream," or to do both those things herself. Instead, she gave another small gasp, and then a honey-drugged giggle, and repeated my question. "What do we do? What is yours doing?" I told her. So is mine. It is not unpleasant. No, decidedly not. They must be trained for this. But not for their own satisfaction. This one, anyway, is far too young. No, to enhance our pleasure, as the prince said. They might be punished if we rebuffed them. I make those exchanges sound cool and dispassionate. They were not. We were speaking to each other in husky voices, and in phrases broken by our involuntary gasps and movements. "Is yours a boy or a girl? I cannot reach far enough to—" "I cannot either. Does it matter?" "No. The head is smooth, but the face feels as if it might be beautiful. The eyelashes are long enough to— Ah, yes, with the eyelashes. They are well trained. Oh, exquisitely. I wonder if each is trained just to— I mean, let us trade and find out." The two children did not object to changing places under the quilt, and their performance was not diminished by it. Perhaps my new one's mouth was a trifle more warm and wet, having just come from— Well, not to linger too long on that episode, Sayanya and I were soon in a frenzy, ravenously kissing, clutching, and clawing at each other, doing other things above the waist while the children were even busier below. When I could hold back no longer, we coupled like jaguars mating, and the children, squeezed out from between us, swarmed all over our bodies, their fingers here, tiny tongues there. It happened not once, but more times than I can remember. Whenever Sayanya and I paused to rest, the children would snuggle for a time against our panting and perspiring bodies. Then, very delicately, they would insinuate themselves again, and start to tease and fondle. They would move back and forth from her to me, sometimes individually, sometimes together, so that for a while I would be attended by both of them, and my wife. Then both they and I would concentrate on her. It did not end until she and I were simply capable of no more, and we collapsed in the slumber of surfeit. We never did find out the sex or age or appearance of our accomplices. When I was awakened very early in the morning, they were gone. What woke me was a scratching at the door. Only half conscious, I got up and opened it. I saw nothing but the pre-dawn darkness of the balcony and the great well of the hall beyond. But then a finger scratched at my bare leg. I started and looked down, and there were the lady pair, as naked as myself. They were on all fours, on all eights, I should say, the crab again, and they were both grinning lasciviously up at my crotch. "Happy thing," said Left. "His, too," said Right, jerking her pointed head, in the direction of the old man's room, I assumed. "What are you doing here?" I demanded, as ferociously as I could in a whisper. One of their 8 extremities reached up and put Iquangare's dagger in my hand. I peered at the dark metal, even darker in that gloom, and ran my thumb along it. Hard and sharp it was, indeed. "You did it," I said, feeling a rush of gratitude, almost affection, for the monster crouching at my feet. "Easy," said Right. "He put clothes beside bed," said Left. "He put that in me," said Right, poking my tepuli and making me jump again. "Happy." "I get bored," said Left. "Nothing to do, only be jiggled. I reach to clothes, feel around, find knife. She hold knife while I have happy," said Right. "I hold knife while she have happy. She hold knife while—" "And now?" I interrupted. "Finally he snore. We bring knife. Now we go wake him. Have more happy." As if they could hardly wait, before I could even thank them, the twins scuttled crabwise along the dark balcony. So I silently gave thanks, instead, to the apparently invigorating properties of mammalian milk, and went back inside the chamber to wait for sunrise. The courtiers of Tsunsani did not appear to be early risers. Only Crown Prince Simsicha joined Zyanya and me for breakfast. I told the elderly prince that I and my company might as well be on our way. It seemed obvious that his father was enjoying his gift. We would not loiter about and make him interrupt his enjoyment just to entertain uninvited guests. The prince said blandly, "Well, if you feel you must go, we will not detain you. Except for one formality. A search of yourselves, your guards and slaves, your possessions and packs, and whatever else you are taking away. No insult intended, I assure you. Even I must endure it whenever I leave here to travel anywhere." I shrugged as indifferently as one can when a cluster of armed guards is closing in to ring one about. Discreetly and respectfully, but thoroughly, they patted the clothed parts of me and Zyanya all over, then politely asked us to step out of our sandals for a moment. In the forecourt garden, they did the same to all our men, had all our packs emptied out, even fingered among the cushions of the litter chairs. Other people were up and about by then, most of them the children of the palace, who watched the proceedings with bright and knowing eyes. I looked at Zyanya. She was looking closely at the children, trying to see which of them. When she caught me smiling at her, she blushed darker than the small blade of metal, its wooden handle removed, which I was carrying at the back of my neck, hidden under my hair. The guards reported to Samsicha that we were taking away nothing we had not come with. His watchfulness changed abruptly to friendliness, and he said, "Then of course we insist that you take something as a reciprocal gift for your Yue Tlatoani." He handed me a small leather sack, which I later found to contain a quantity of the finest quality oyster heart pearls. "And," he went on, "something even more precious. It will just fit in that outsized litter of yours. I do not know what my father will do without it, his most prized possession, but it is his command." At which he gave us the tremendous, bald, and big-breasted woman who had nursed the old man at the previous night's meal. She was at least twice as heavy as the twins together had been, and all the way home the bearers cursed their lot in life. Every one long run or so, the whole train had to stop and stand fidgeting while the mammal unashamedly milked herself with her fingers to relieve the pressure. Sayanya laughed the whole way back, even laughed when we presented the gift to Ehuitzotl, and he ordered me garroted on the spot. But when I hastened to tell him what that milk animal apparently could do for the wizened old Iquengare, Ehuitzotl looked contemplative, and cancelled the order that I be strangled. And Sayanya laughed the more, so that even the revered speaker and I joined in the laughter. If Ehuitzotl ever did get any invigoration out of the milkwoman, she was a more valuable plunder than the killer metal dagger turned out to be. Our Mashika metalsmiths studied it intently, and scratched deep into it, and took filings from it, and at last concluded that it was made by puddling melted copper and melted tin together. But try as they might, they never could get the proportions right, or the temperature, or something, and they never did succeed in duplicating the metal. However, since no tin existed in these lands except for those miniature hatchet-shaped scraps we used for trade currency, and since those came up the trade routes from some unknown country far, far to the south, passed from hand to hand, Ahuitzotl was at least able to order an immediate and continuing confiscation of all of them. So the tin disappeared from circulation as currency, and since we had no other use for it, I suppose Ehuitzotl simply stacked it away somewhere out of sight. In a way, it was a selfish gesture. If we Mashika could not have the mystery metal, no one could. But the Purempeka already owned enough weapons made of it to discourage Tenochtitlans declaring war on them ever again, and the stopping of the tin supply prevented them from making enough additional weapons that they could ever be emboldened to declare war on us. So I suppose I can claim that my mission into Michoacan was not totally without result. At the time we returned from Michoacan, Sayanya and I had been man and wife for some 7 years, and I dare say our friends looked on us as an old married couple, and she and I had come to regard our life as fixed in its course, and impervious to change or disruption. And we were happy enough with each other that we were satisfied to have it so. But the gods willed otherwise, and Zianya made it known to me in this way. We had been one afternoon visiting the First Lady at the palace. On our way out, we saw in a hallway that milk animal woman we had brought from Tsunsani. I suspect that Ahuitzotl simply let her live on in the palace as a general servant. But on that occasion, I made some humorous remark about his wet nurse, expecting Zianya to laugh. Instead, she said, rather sharply for her, "Za, you must not make vulgar jokes about milk, about mother's milk, about mothers." I said, "Not if it gives you offense, but why should it?" Shyly, anxiously, apprehensively, she said, "Sometime about the turn of the year, I will be a milk animal myself." I stared at her. It took me a moment to comprehend, and before I could respond, she added, "I have suspected for some little time, but 2 days ago the physician confirmed it. I have been trying to think of a way to tell you in soft and sweet words, and now—" She sniffled unhappily. "I just snap it at you. Za, where are you going? Za, do not leave me." I had gone off at an undignified run, but only to procure a palace litter chair, so she would not have to walk the way back to our home. She laughed and said, "This is ridiculous," when I insisted on lifting her onto the chair cushions. "But does it mean that you are pleased, Za?" "Pleased?" I exclaimed. "Pleased." At our house, Turquoise looked worried to see me assisting the protesting Zianya up the short flight of stairs. But I shouted to her, "We are going to have a baby," and she shrieked with joy. At the noise, Ticklish came running from somewhere, and I commanded, "Ticklish, Turquoise, go this instant and give the nursery a good cleaning. Make all the necessary preparations. Run and buy whatever is lacking. A cradle. Flowers. Put flowers everywhere." "Sa, will you hush?" said Zianya, half amused, half embarrassed. "It will be months yet. The room can wait." But the 2 slave women had already dashed obediently, exuberantly, up the stairs. And, over her protests, I helped Zianya up there too, and insisted that she lie down for a rest after her exertion of visiting the palace. I went downstairs to congratulate myself with a drink of Octly and a smoke of Piquieto, and to sit in the twilight and gloat in solitude. Gradually, though, my excitement subsided into more serious meditation, and I began to perceive the several reasons why Zianya had been somewhat hesitant about telling me of the coming event. She had said it would occur about the turn of the year. Counting backward on my fingers, I realized that our child must have been conceived during that night in old Iquangare's palace. I chuckled at that. No doubt Zianya was a bit discomfited by that fact. She would have preferred that the child had its beginning in more sedate circumstances. Well, I thought it far better to conceive a child in a paroxysm of rapture, as we had done, than in a torpid acquiescence to duty or conformity, or inevitability, as most parents did. But I could not chuckle at the next thought that came to me. The child could be handicapped from the moment of his birth, because it was possible that he would inherit my weakness of vision. Granted, he would not have to stumble and grope through as many years as I had done before I discovered the seeing crystal. But I pitied an infant who would have to learn how to hold a topaz to his eye, even before he learned how to get a spoon to his mouth, and his being pathetically unable to toddle about on his infant excursions without it, and his being cruelly called Yellow Eye, or the like, by his playmates. If the child was a girl, that close-sightedness would not be such a disadvantage. Neither her childhood games nor her adult occupations would be strenuous or dependent on the keenness of her physical senses. Females were not competitive with each other until they reached the age when they vied for the most desirable husbands, and then it would be less important how my daughter saw than how she looked. But, agonizing thought, suppose she both saw and looked like me. A son would be pleased to inherit my head-nodder height. A girl would be desolated, and she would hate me, and I would probably be revolted by the sight of her. I imagined our daughter looking exactly like that tremendous milk woman. And that gave rise to another worry. During the many days prior to the night of the child's conception, Sayanya had been in intimate proximity to the monstrous Lady Pear. It was well attested that countless children had been deformed or deficient when their mothers were affected by far less gruesome influences. Worse yet, Sayanya had said, sometime about the turn of the year, and right then fell the 5 Nemontemten. A child born during those nameless and lifeless days was so ill-omened that its parents were expected, even encouraged, to let it die of malnourishment. I was not so superstitious as to do that. But then, what kind of burden or monster or evildoer might that child grow up to be? I smoked piquilletto and drank octli until Turquoise came and saw my condition and said, "For shame, my lord master," and summoned Starsinger to help me to bed. "I will be a shambling ruin before the time arrives," I said to Zayanya the next morning. "I wonder if all fathers have such worrisome apprehensions." She smiled and said, "Not nearly as many as a mother does, I think. But a mother knows she can do absolutely nothing but wait." I sighed and said, "I see no other course for me either. I can only devote my every moment to caring for you and tending you, and seeing that no slightest harm or affliction—" "Do that, and I will be a ruin," she cried, as if she meant it. "Please, my darling, do find something else to occupy you." Stunned and deflated by the rejection, I slouched off to take my morning bath. But after I had come downstairs and breakfasted, a diversion did present itself, in the person of a caller, Coscatl. "Hi, yo, how could you have heard already?" I exclaimed. "But it was thoughtful of you to come calling so quickly." My greeting seemed to bewilder him. He said, "Heard of what? Actually, I came to—" "Why?" "That we are going to have a baby," I said. His face went briefly bleak before he said, "I am happy for you, Michli, and for Ziania. I call on the gods to bless you with a well-favored child." Then he mumbled, "It is only that the coincidence flustered me for a moment, because I came this morning to ask your permission to marry." "To marry? But that is news as marvelous as my own." I shook my head. "Imagine, the boy Cuscatl, of an age to take a wife. Sometimes I do not notice how the years have gone." "But what do you mean, ask my permission?" "My intended wife is not free to marry. She is a slave." "So?" I still did not comprehend. "Surely you can afford to buy her freedom." "I can," he said. "But will you sell her? I want to marry Quelquelmiqui, and she wants to marry me." "What?" "It was through you that I first met her, and I confess that many of my visits here have been something of a pretext, so that she and I could have a little time together. Most of our courtship has been conducted in your kitchen." I was astounded. Ticklish? Our little maid? But she is barely adolescent. He reminded me gently. "She was when you bought her, Michli. The years have gone." And so they had, I thought. Ticklish could only be a year or two younger than Cuscatl, and he was, let me see, he had turned 22. I said magnanimously, "You have my permission, and my congratulations, and my felicitations, Cuscatl. But buy her? Most certainly not. She is but the first of our wedding gifts to you. No, no, I will hear no protest. I insist on it. Had she not been schooled by you, the girl would never have been worth consideration as a wife. I remember her when she first came here, giggling." "Then I thank you, Michli, and so will she. I also want to say—" He looked flustered again. "I have, of course, told her about myself, about the wound I suffered. She understands that we can never have children, like you and Ziania." It was then that I realized how my own abrupt announcement must have dashed his own exaltation. All unknowingly and unintentionally, I had been heartless. But before I could frame words of apology, he continued. "Quelquelmiqui swears that she loves me and will accept me for what I am. But I must be sure that she fully realizes the extent of my inadequacy. Our kitchen caresses have never got to the point of—" He was floundering in embarrassment, so I tried to help. "You mean you have not yet—" "She has never even seen me unclothed," he blurted. "And she is a virgin, innocent of all knowledge about the relations between a man and a woman." I said, "It will be Ziania's responsibility, as her mistress, to sit her down for a woman-to-woman talk. I am sure Ziania will enlighten her on the more intimate aspects of marriage." "That will be a kindness," said Cuscatl. "But after that, would you also speak to her, Michli? You have known me longer and, well, better than has Ziania. You could tell Quelquelmiqui more specifically of my limitations as a conjugal partner. Would you do that?" I said, "I will do my best, Cuscatl, but I warn you. A virginally innocent girl suffers doubts and trepidations about taking even a commonplace husband of ordinary physical attributes. When I tell her bluntly what she can expect from this marriage, and what she cannot, it may further affright her. "She loves me," Cuscatl said ringingly. "She has given her promise. I know her heart." "Then you are unique among men," I said dryly. "I only know this much. A woman thinks of marriage in terms of flowers and bird-song and butterfly flutterings. When I speak to Ticklish in terms of flesh and organs and tissues, it will at best disillusion her. At worst, she may fly in panic from ever marrying you or anybody. You would not thank me for that." "But I would," he said. "Quiquilmiqui deserves better than an appalling surprise on her wedding night. If she decides to refuse me, I had rather it be now than then." "Oh, it would destroy me, yes. If the good and loving Quiquilmiqui will not have me, neither will any other woman, ever. I shall enlist in some army troop and go off to war somewhere and perish in it. But whatever happens, Meechly, I would not hold it against you. No, I plead that you do me this favor." So, when he departed, I told Sayanya of his news and his request. She called Ticklish from the kitchen, and the girl came blushing and trembling and twisting her fingers in her blouse hem. We both embraced her and congratulated her on having captured the affection of such a fine young man. Then Sayanya put a motherly arm around her waist and led her upstairs, while I sat down with my paint pots and bark paper. When I had written the document of manumission, I nervously smoked a pokeyettle, several of them, before Ticklish came downstairs again. She had been blushing before. Now she glowed like a brazier. She was quivering even more visibly. Her agitation may have made her look prettier than she usually was, but it was truly the first time I had noticed that she was in fact a most attractive girl. I suppose one never pays much attention to the familiar furnishings of one's house until someone from outside compliments a piece. I handed her the paper, and she said, "What is this, my master?" "A document which says that the free woman Quiquilmiqui must never more call anyone master. Try instead to think of me as a family friend, for Cuscatl has asked that I explain some things to you." I plunged right in, with not much delicacy, I fear. "Most men, Ticklish, have a thing called a tapuli." She interrupted, though without raising her bowed head. "I know what that is, my lord. I had brothers in my family. My lady mistress says a man puts it inside a woman. Here." She pointed modestly at her lap. "Or he does if he has one. Cuscatl told me how he lost his." "And thereby lost his ability ever to make you a mother. He is also deprived of some of the pleasures of marriage. But he has not been deprived of his desire that you enjoy those pleasures, or his ability to give them to you. Though he has no tapuli to link you and him together, there are other means of doing the act of love." I turned slightly away, to spare us both the unease of my seeing her blushes, and I tried to speak in the flat, bored tone of a schoolmaster. "Well, The basic instructions can be told in a schoolmasterish voice, but when I began to dwell on the numerous, stimulating, and satisfying things that can be done to a woman's breasts and tapili, and especially the sensitive shakapili, by means of fingers and tongue and lips and even eyelashes, well, I could not help remembering all the nuances and refinements I myself had employed and enjoyed in times recent and past, and my voice tended to become unsteady. So I hurried to conclude. A woman can find those delights nearly as satisfying as the more usual act. Many would rather be thus satisfied than merely impaled. Some even do those things with other women, and give no thought to the absence of a tapuli. Ticklish said, "It sounds," and so quaveringly that I turned to look at her. She sat with her body tensed to rigidity, her eyes and fists tight closed. "It feels—" her whole body jerked. "Wonderful." The word was long drawn, as if wrung from her. It took a while for her fists to unclench and her eyes to open. She lifted them to me, and they were like smoky lamps. "Thank you for telling me those things." I remembered how Ticklish used to giggle without provocation. Could it be possible that she was excitable in other ways, without being touched or even undressed? I said, "I can no longer command you, and this is an impertinence you may refuse, but I should like to see your bosom." She looked at me with wide-eyed innocence, and she hesitated. But then she slowly raised her blouse. Her breasts were not large, but they were well formed, and their nipples swelled just from the touch of my gaze upon them, and their areolas were dark and large, almost too big for a man's mouth to encompass. I sighed, and signaled that she could go. I hoped I was in error, but I very much feared that Ticklish would not always be satisfied with less than real copulation, and that Coscarl risked being eventually the unhappiest kind of husband. I went upstairs, and found Zianya standing in the doorway of the nursery, no doubt contemplating additions and improvements to its facilities. I did not say anything of my misgivings about the wisdom of Coscarl's marriage. I merely remarked, "When Ticklish leaves, we will be one servant short. Turquoise cannot manage the household and look after you as well." Coscarl picked an untimely moment to declare his intentions. Most unfortunate for us. "Misfortune!" Zianya exclaimed brightly. "You said once, Za, that if I needed help, we might persuade Bayou to join us here. The departure of Ticklish is a very minor misfortune, thank the gods. But it provides an excuse. We will need another woman around the house. Oh, Za, let us ask her." "An inspired notion," I said. I was not exactly palpitant at the prospect of having the embittered Bayou about, especially during such a nervous time as that. But whatever Zianya wanted, I would get for her. I said, "I will send an invitation so imploring that she cannot refuse." I sent it by the same 7 soldiers who had once marched south with me, so that Waiting Moon would have a protective escort if she did agree to come to Tenochtitlan. And she did, without protest or reluctance. Nevertheless, It took her some time to make all the arrangements for leaving the inn's management to her servants and slaves. Meanwhile, Zianya and I provided a grand wedding ceremony for Coscatl and Ticklish, and they went off together to live in his house. It was well into winter when the 7 warriors delivered Beyuribe to our door. By that time, I was honestly as anxious and as pleased to see her as Zianya was. My wife had got large, alarmingly so, in my opinion, and had begun to suffer aches and irritabilities and other symptoms of distress. Although she peevishly kept assuring me that those things were quite natural, they worried me, and kept me hovering about her and trying to do helpfulnesses for her, all of which made her more peevish yet. She cried, "Oh, Bayu, thank you for coming. I thank Uizie Tao and every other god that you have come." And she fell into her sister's arms as if embracing a deliverer. "You may have saved my life. I am being pampered to death." Bayu's luggage was put in the guest chamber prepared for her, but she spent most of that day with Zianya in our room, from which I was forcibly excluded, to mope about the rest of the house and fret and feel discarded. Toward twilight, Bayu came downstairs alone. While we took chocolate together, she sighed, almost conspiratorially. "Zianya will soon be at that stage of her pregnancy when you must forego your husbandly rights. What will you do during that while?" I nearly told her it was none of her business, but I said only, "I imagine I will survive." She persisted. "It would be unseemly if you were to resort to a stranger." Affronted, I stood up and said stiffly, "I may not enjoy enforced continence, but you could hope to find no acceptable substitute for Zianya?" She tilted her head, as if seriously expecting an answer. "In all of Tenochtitlan you could find no one as beautiful as she is? And so you sent to far-away Tequantepec for me?" She smiled, and stood, and came very close to me, her breasts brushing my front. "I look so very much like Zianya that you might deem me a satisfactory substitute. Am I not right?" She toyed with my mantle clasp, as if she would mischievously undo it. "But, Za, although Zianya and I are sisters, and physically so similar, we are not necessarily indistinguishable. In bed, you might find us very different." Firmly, I put her away from me. "I wish you a pleasant stay in this house, Beyuribe. But, if you cannot hide your dislike of me, will you at least refrain from demonstrating it in such maliciously insincere coquetry? Cannot we both manage to simply ignore each other?" When I strode away, her face was as flushed as if I had surprised her in some indecent act, and she was rubbing her face as if I had slapped her for it. "Signor Bishop Zumarraga, it is an honor and a flattery to have you join us once again. Your Excellency is just in time to hear me announce, as proudly as I announced it those many years ago, the birth of my beloved daughter. All my apprehensions, I am happy to say, proved unfounded. The child evinced intelligence even before she emerged into this life, for she waited prudently in the womb until after the lifeless Nemontempton days had passed, and made her appearance on the day of Shea Malinali, or one grass, of the first month of the year 5 House. I was then 31 years old, somewhat over age to be starting a family, but I preened and strutted just as preposterously as younger men do, as if I had alone conceived and carried and been delivered of the infant. While Bayou stayed at Zianya's bedside, the physician and the midwife came to tell me that the child was a female, and to answer all my anxious questions. They seemed to think me demented when I wrung my hands and said, "Speak the truth. I can bear it. Is it really 2 girls in one body?" "No," they said. "It was not any kind of twins, but a single daughter." "No, she was not of extraordinarily great size." "No, she was not monstrous in any respect, and she appeared unmarked by any portents." When I pressed the doctor as to the acuity of her eyesight, he replied in some exasperation that newborn babies are not notable for eagle vision, or for boasting about it if they have it. I must wait until she could talk and tell me herself. They gave me the child's navel strain, then went back into the nursery to dip one grass in cold water, to swaddle her, and to subject her to the midwife's cautionary and instructive harangue. I went downstairs, and, with unsteady fingers, wrapped the moist strain around a ceramic spindle wheel, and, mouthing a few silent prayers and thanks to the gods, buried it under the stones of the kitchen hearth. Then I hurried upstairs again to wait impatiently to be admitted for my first look at my daughter. I kissed my wanly smiling wife, and, with my topaz, examined the dwarf face cuddled in the bend of her elbow. I had seen the new offspring of other parents, so I was not shocked, but I was a bit disappointed to find that ours was in no way superior. She was as red and wrinkled as a Chopini chili pod, as bald and ugly as an aged Perempe. I tried to feel a proper rush of love for her, but without success. I was assured by all present that it was indeed my daughter, a new fragment of humankind, but I would have been equally prepared to believe them if they had confessed that it was a new-born, still hairless howler monkey. It had the howl, at any rate. I need hardly say that the child day by day appeared more human, and that I viewed her with more appreciative and affectionate regard. I called her Cocotan, a common nickname for girl children. It means the crumb fallen from a larger piece of bread. It was not long before Cocotan began to manifest a resemblance to her mother, and necessarily her aunt, which is to say that no baby could have become more quickly more beautiful. Her hair grew in ringlets. Her eyelashes appeared, and they had the same abundance, in miniature, as the hummingbird wing lashes of Zianya and Bayou. Her eyebrows grew in, and they had the same wing-like up-tilt as those of Zianya and Bayou. She began to smile more frequently than she howled, and her smile was that of Zianya, compelling all about her to reflect it. Even Bayou, who in recent years had been so dour, was influenced often to smile that same radiant smile again. Zianya was soon up and about, though her activities were for a time centered only on Coquetin, who insisted that her milk animal be frequently available. Bayou's presence made it unnecessary for me to watch over the welfare of Zianya and our baby, and I was often ignored by both women, even by the baby, when now and then I proffered uninvited suggestions or attentions. Nevertheless, I did occasionally insist on being obeyed, simply as the man of the household. When Cocotin was nearly 2 months old, and was no longer so frequently needful of her milk supplier, Zianya began to show signs of restlessness. She had been pent in the house for months, getting no farther outdoors than our rooftop garden, to bask in the beams of Tonatiuh and the breezes of Ehecatl. She would like to venture farther outside, she said, and reminded me that the ceremony honoring Chapultepec was soon to be held in the heart of the One World. She wanted to attend. I positively forbade it. I said, Cocotin was born unmarked and unmonstrous, and with seemingly unimpaired eyesight, thanks to her Tenali, or ours, or the gods' good will. Let us not now put her at hazard. As long as she is nursing, we must take care that evil influences do not get into your milk, through your being frightened or upset by some shocking sight. I cannot think of anything more likely to horrify you than the Chapultepec celebration. We will go anywhere else you ask, my love, but not to that. Oh yes, your Excellency. I had often seen the honoring of Chapultepec, for it was one of the most important religious rituals observed by us Mashika and by many other peoples. The ceremony was impressive, I might say unforgettable, but even in those days I could scarcely believe that any participant or onlooker enjoyed it. Though it has now been many years since I last saw Chapultepec die and come back to life, I still can hardly bear to describe the manner of it, and my revulsion owes nothing to my having become Christian and civilized. However, if your Excellency is so interested and insistent, Chapultepec was our god of seed time, and that came in our month of Tiakashipe Uilitzli, which can be translated as the gentle flaying. It was the season when the dead stumps and stalks of last year's harvests were burned off or cleared away or turned under, so the earth was clean and ready to receive its new planting. Death making way for life, you see, as it does even for Christians, when at every seed time the Lord Jesus dies and is reborn. Your Excellency need not make noises of protest. The impious similarity goes no further. I will not describe all the public preliminaries and accompaniments. The flowers and music and dancing and colors and costumes and processions and the thunder of the drum which tears out the heart. I will make this as mercifully brief as I can. Know then that a young man or girl was selected beforehand to act the honored role of Chapultepec, which means the dear one flayed. The personifier's sex was less important than the requirement that he or she be grown to full stature, but be still a virgin. Usually it was a foreigner of noble birth, captured in some war when still a child, and saved especially to represent the god when grown. Never was a slave purchased for the purpose, because Chapultepec merited and demanded and was provided a young person of the highest available class. For some days before the ceremony, the youth was housed in the temple of Chapultepec, and was treated with every kindness, lavished with every pleasure of food and drink and entertainment. Also, once the youth's virginity had been acceptably substantiated, it was quickly disposed of. He or she was allowed unlimited sexual license, encouraged to it, even forced to it when necessary, for it was a vital part of playing the god of springtime fertility. If the Xochimilco was a young man, he could name all the girls and women of the community whom he had ever desired, unwed or not. Assuming those women consented, as did many even of the married ones, they would be brought to him. If the Xochimilco was a girl, she could name and summon all the men she wanted, and spread herself for them. Sometimes, however, the youth elected for the honor of godhood would be averse to that aspect of the performance. If it was a young woman, and she tried to decline the opportunity to wallow, she would be forcibly deflowered by the high priest of Chapultepec. In the case of a determinedly chaste young man, he would be tied down and straddled by a female temple attendant. If, once introduced to the pleasure, the young person was still recalcitrant, he or she would have to endure repeated violation by the temple women or priests, and, when those were sated, by any common folk who might desire to take a turn. There was always a sufficiency of those. The devout who slavered the couple with a god or goddess, the merely lecherous, the curious, the childless women or impotent men who hoped to be impregnated or rejuvenated by the deity. Yes, Your Excellency, there occurred every sexual excess Your Excellency's fancy can envision, except the coupling of god and man, or goddess and woman. Such acts, being the very contravention of fertility, would have been repugnant to Chapultepec. On the day of the ceremony, after the attending crowd had been entertained by many performances of dwarfs and jugglers and tocatine and such, Chapultepec made his public appearance. The young girl or man was dressed as the god, in a costume combining dry old maize husks and bright new sprigs of greenery, in a wide-spreading fan crown of the most colorful feathers, in a flowing mantle and gilded sandals. The youth was carried many times about the heart of the one world in an elegant litter chair, with much pageantry and deafening music, while he or she scattered seeds and maize kernels over the cheering and chanting throng. Then the procession came to Chapultepec's low pyramid in one corner of the plaza, and all the drumming and music and singing stopped, and the crowd hushed, as the young personifier of the god was set down at the foot of the temple's staircase. There, two priests helped her divest herself of the costume, piece by piece, until she stood entirely naked before all the plaza's massed eyes, some of which already knew every detail and private crevice of her body. The priests handed her a bundle of 20 small reed flutes, and she turned her back to the crowd. The two priests flanked her as she slowly climbed toward the altar stone in the temple above. She played a trill on one of the flutes at each of the 20 ascending steps, then broke that flute in her hands. On the last step, she may perhaps have played a little longer and more sadly on the last flute, but the escorting priests would not let her prolong the song unduly. It was required that Chapultepec's life end when the final flute's trilling ended. Then she was seized by the other priests waiting at the pyramid summit, and was laid backward across the stump of stone there, and 2 of the priests whipped out their obsidian knives. While one rent the breast and tore out the still pulsing heart, the other sawed off the still blinking and mouthing head. In none of our other ceremonies was the sacrificial victim decapitated, and it had no religious significance even in the Chapultepec rites, where the Xochimilco was beheaded only for a practical reason. It is easier to remove a dead person's skin when the head and body are separated. The flaying was done out of sight of the crowd, the 2 pieces of the youth having been whisked inside the temple, and the priests were very deft at it. The head's skin was slit up the back, from nape to crown, the scalp and face peeled off the skull, and the eyelids cut away. The body was also slit up the back, from anus to neck stump, but the skin of arms and legs was carefully loosed as untorn empty tubes. If the Xochimilco had been a young woman, the padding of soft flesh inside her breasts and buttocks was left intact to preserve their rotundity. If it had been a young man, his tepuli and ololten were left attached and dangling. The smallest priest of Chapultepec, and there was always one small man among them, quickly doffed his robes, and, naked, donned the 2 pieces of the costume. The body skin being still moist and slippery on the inside, it was not difficult for him to wriggle his own arms and legs into the corresponding tubes. The dead feet had been removed, for they would interfere with the priest's dancing, but the dead hands were left attached to wave and flap alongside his own. The torso skin, of course, did not meet at the back, but it was there perforated for thongs which laced it tight around his body. The priest then put on the dead youth's hair and face, positioned so that he could see through the empty eye holes and sing through the slack lips, and it too was laced up the back. Any traces of blood on the outside of the costume were sponged off, and the slit in the chest skin was sewn shut. All that took very little longer than it takes me to tell it to your Excellency. It seemed to the onlookers that the dead Chapultepec had scarcely left the altar stone than he reappeared, alive, in the temple doorway. He stood bent, pretending to be an old man, leaning for support on 2 glistening thigh bones, the only other parts of the Xochimilco's body utilized in the ceremony. As the drums roared to greet him, the dear one flayed slowly straightened up, like an old man becoming young again. He danced down the pyramid stairs and capered maniacally about the plaza, flourishing the slimy thigh bones and using them to give a tap of blessing to everyone who could press close enough. Before the ceremony, the small priest always made himself drunk and delirious by eating many of the mushrooms called the flesh of the gods. He had to, for he had the most arduous part in the remainder of the proceedings. He was required to dance frantically and unceasingly, except during those periods when he collapsed unconscious, for 5 days and nights thereafter. Of course, his dance gradually lost its first wild abandon, as the skin he wore began to dry and tighten on him. Toward the close of the 5 days, it was so shrunken and crackly as to be really constrictive, and the sun and air had turned it to a sickly yellow color, for which reason it was called the garment of gold. And it smelled so horrible that no one then in the plaza would come near enough for Chapultepec to bless him with a tap of a bone. His Excellency's latest anguished departure impels me to remark, if it is not irrelevant, Lord Scribes, that His Excellency has a remarkable faculty for joining us always to hear only those things that will most annoy or disgust him to hear. In later years I was to say, with deep regret, that I wished I had never denied Zianya anything, that I ought to have let her do and see and experience everything that caught her interest and dilated her eyes with wonder, that I should never even once have thwarted her blithe enthusiasm for every smallest thing in the world about her. Still, I cannot reproach myself that I kept her from ever seeing the Chapultepec ceremony. Whether or not I can claim any credit, no bad influences got into Zianya's milk. The baby Cocotin thrived on it, and grew ever more pretty, a miniature of her mother and aunt. I doted on her, but I was not the only one who did. When Zianya and Bayu one day took the baby with them to market, a Totonacatl passer-by saw Cocotin smiling from the shawl sling in which Bayu carried her, and asked the women's permission to capture that smile in clay. He was one of those itinerant artists who turn out quantities of terra-cotta figurines from molds, and then tramp about the countryside to sell them cheaply to poor farm folk. On the spot, he adroitly did a little clay portrait of Cocotin, and later, after he had used it to make his mold for stamping out the duplicates, he came and presented Zianya with the original. It was not really a perfect likeness, and he had put upon it the flared Totonaca headdress, but I instantly recognized my daughter's broad and infectious smile, complete with dimples. I do not know how many copies he made, but for a long time you could see little girls everywhere playing with that doll. Even some adults bought it, under the impression that it represented the laughing young god Xochipilli, Lord of Flowers, or the happy goddess Xilonen, young May's mother. I should not be surprised if there are still some of those figurines here and there, still unbroken, but it would lacerate my heart if I found one now, and saw again that smile of my daughter and my wife. Toward the close of the child's first year of life, when she had grown her little maize-kernel teeth, she was weaned in the age-old manner of Mashika mothers. When she cried to be suckled, her lips would more and more often encounter not Zianya's sweet breast, but a bitter leaf cupped over it, one of the astringent, mouth-puckering leaves of the Sabila maguey. Gradually, Cocotone let herself be persuaded to take instead soft mushes like atole, and eventually abandoned the nipple altogether. It was at that time that Bayou Ribe announced that she was no longer needed by our family, that she would return to her inn, that Turquoise could easily take over the care of the infant when Sayanya was weary or occupied with other things. I again provided an escort for Bayou, the same 7 soldiers whom I had come to regard as my private little army, and I walked with her and them as far as the causeway. "We hope you will come again, Sister Waiting Moon," I said, though we had already spent most of that morning saying farewells, and Bayou had been given many gifts, and both women had wept a good deal. "I will come whenever I am needed, or wanted," she said. "Getting away from Chapultepec this first time should make it easier for me in the future. But I think I shall not often be needed, or ever wanted. I would rather not admit having been wrong, Za, but honesty compels me. You are a good husband to my sister." "It takes no great effort," I said. "The best of husbands is that man who has the best of wives." She said, with a touch of her former teasing manner, "How do you know? You have married only one. Tell me, Za, do you never feel even a fleeting attraction to any other woman?" "Oh, yes," I said, laughing at myself. "I am human, and human emotions can be unruly, and there are many other alluring women. Like you, Bayou. I can even be attracted to women less beautiful than Zayanya or you, merely out of curiosity about the possible other attributes under their clothes or behind their faces. But in nearly 9 years my thoughts have never yet progressed to the deed, and to lie beside Zayanya quickly dispels the thoughts, so I do not blush for them. I hasten to say, Reverend Friars, that my Christian catechists taught me different, that a wanton idea can be just as sinful as the most lascivious fornication. But I was then still a heathen. We all were. So the whims that I did not invite and did not commit did not trouble me any more than anybody else was troubled by them. Bayou looked at me sidelong from her glorious eyes, and said, "You are already an eagle knight. It only remains for you to be honored with the sin to your name. As a noble, you need not stifle even your most secret yearnings. Sayanya could not object to being the first wife among your others, if she approved of the others. You could have all the women you want." I smiled and said, "I already do. She is most aptly named Always." Bayou nodded and turned, and, without looking back, walked out of sight along the causeway. There were men working that day at the island end of the causeway Bayou crossed, and others working along the length of it, as far as the midway fort of Acachinanco. And there were other laborers at work on the mainland to the southwest. The men were building the 2 ends of a new stone aqueduct to bring an increased supply of fresh water to the city. For a long time, the many communities and settled lands of the Lake District had been so rapidly increasing in population that all 3 nations of the Triple Alliance were becoming intolerably overcrowded. Tenochtitlan, of course, was the worst affected, for the simple reason that it was an island incapable of expansion. That is why, when the Shokunochiko was annexed, so many city dwellers picked up their families and households and moved to settle there. And that voluntary migration gave the Yue Tlatoani the idea of encouraging other removals. By then, it had become evident that the Tepoztlan garrison would forever discourage any further forays of enemies into the Shokunochiko. So Moctezuma the Younger was relieved of his command there. As I have explained, Ehuitzotl had reasons for keeping his nephew at a distance. But he was also shrewd enough to go on making use of the man's proven ability for organization and administration. He sent Moctezuma next to Teloloapan, a fly-speck village between Tenochtitlan and the Southern Ocean, and commanded him to make of it another fortified and thriving community on the model of Tepoztlan. For that, Moctezuma was given another sizable army troop and a sizable number of civilians. Those were families and individuals who may or may not have been dissatisfied with life in Tenochtitlan or its environs. But when the revered speaker said, "You will go," they went. And when Moctezuma allotted them estimable landholdings in and around Teloloapan, they all settled down under his governorship, to make of that miserable village a respectable town. So, as soon as Teloloapan had a garrison built and was feeding itself with its own harvests, Moctezuma the Younger was again relieved of command and sent to do the same thing elsewhere. Ehuitzotl ordered him to one petty village after another. Ostoman, Elahuistlan, I forget all their names, but they were all situated on the farther borders of the Triple Alliance. As those remote colonies multiplied, and each of them grew, they accomplished three things pleasing to Ehuitzotl. They drained away more and more of the excess population of our lake district, from Texcoco, Tlacopan, and other lake cities, as well as from Tenochtitlan. They provided us with strong frontier outposts, and the continuing process of colonization kept Moctezuma both profitably occupied and far from any possibility of intriguing against his uncle. But the emigrations and removals could only stop the increase of population in Tenochtitlan. There was never enough of an outpouring to lessen the crowding and elbowing of those who remained. The island city's chief need was of more fresh water. A steady supply of that had been arranged by the first Moctezuma when he built the aqueduct from the sweet springs of Chapultepec, more than a sheaf of years before. About the same time he built the great dike to protect the city from wind-blown floods. But the flow from Chapultepec could not be persuaded to increase just because more was needed. That was proved. A number of our priests and sorcerers tried all their means of suasion, and all failed. It was then that Ehuitzotl determined to find a new source of water, and sent those same priests and sorcerers, and a few of his speaking council wise men, to scout other regions of the nearby mainland. By whatever means of divination, they did tap into a previously undiscovered spring, and the revered speaker at once began to plan a new aqueduct. Since that new-found stream near Coyohuacan gushed up more strongly than that of Chapultepec, Ehuitzotl even planned for it to make fountains spout in the heart of the one world. But not everybody was so enthusiastic, and one who advised caution was the revered speaker Nezahualpili of Texcoco, when he was invited by Ehuitzotl to inspect the new spring and the work just getting under way on the new aqueduct. I did not hear their conversation with my own ears. There was no reason for me to be present on that occasion. I was probably at home, playing games with my baby daughter. But I can reconstruct the consultation of the two revered speakers from what I was told by their attendants long after the event. For one thing, Nezahualpili warned, "My friend, you and your city may have to choose between having too little water and having too much of it." And he reminded Ehuitzotl of some historical facts. This city is now, and has for sheaves of years, been an island surrounded by water. But it was not always so. When the earliest ancestors of us Mashika came from the mainland to make their permanent habitation here, they walked here. It was, no doubt, a sloppy and uncomfortable march for them, but they did not have to swim. All the area that is now water between here and the mainland to the west, to the north, to the south, was in those days only a soggy swamp of mud and puddles and sawgrass, and this place was then merely the one dry and firm extrusion of land in that widespread marsh. Over the years of building a city here, those early settlers also laid firmer paths for easier access to the mainland. Perhaps their first paths were no more than ridges of packed earth, a trifle higher than the bog. But eventually the Mashika sank double rows of pilings and tamped rubble between them, and on top of those foundations laid the stone pavings and parapets of the 3 causeways that still exist. Those causeways impeded the marshes draining its surface waters into the lake beyond, and the blocked swamp waters began perceptibly to rise. It made a considerable improvement over previous conditions. The water covered the stinking mud and the leg-slashing sawgrass and the standing puddles, from which swarms of mosquitoes were endlessly being born. Of course, if the water had continued to mount, it could eventually have covered this island, too, and flooded into the streets of Tlacopan and other mainland cities. But the causeways were built with wooden bridged gaps in them at intervals, and the island itself was trenched with its many canals for the passage of canoes. Those spillways allowed a sufficient overflow of the waters into Lake Texcoco on the island's eastern side, so the artificially created lagoon rose only so high and no higher. "Or it has not yet," Nezahualpili said to Ehuitzotl. "But now you propose to pipe new water across from the mainland. It must go somewhere." "It goes to the city for our people's consumption," Ehuitzotl said testily. "For drinking, bathing, laundering." "Very little water is ever consumed," said Nezahualpili. "Even if your people drink it all the day long, they must urinate it as well. I repeat, the water must go somewhere, and where but into this dammed-in part of the lake? Its level could rise faster than it can drain out through your canals and causeway passages into Lake Texcoco beyond." Beginning to swell and redden, Ehuitzotl demanded. Do you suggest we ignore our newfound spring, that gift of the gods? That we do nothing to alleviate the thirst of Tenochtitlan? It might be more prudent. At least, I suggest you build your aqueduct in such a way that the flow of water can be monitored and controlled, and shut off if necessary. Ehuitzotl said in a growl. With your increasing years, old friend, you become increasingly a fearful old woman. If we Mashika had always listened to those who told us what could not be done, we should never have done anything. You ask my opinion, old friend, and I have given it, said Nezuhualpili. But the final responsibility is yours, and, he smiled, your name is Water Monster. The aqueduct of Ehuitzotl was finished within a year or so after that, and the palace seers took great pains to choose a most auspicious day for its dedication and the first unloosing of its waters. I remember well the date of that day, 13 Wind, for it lived up to its name. The crowd began to gather long before the ceremony commenced, for it was almost as much of an event as the dedication of the Great Pyramid had been, 12 years earlier. But of course, all those people could not be let onto the Coyohuacan Causeway, where the main rituals were to be performed. The mass of common folk had to clump together at the southern end of the city, and jostle and lean and peer for a glimpse of Ehuitzotl, his wives, his speaking council, the high nobles, priests, knights, and other personages who would come by canoe from the palace to take their places on the causeway between the city and the Acachinanco fort. Unfortunately, I had to be among those dignitaries, in full uniform and in the full company of Eagle Knights. Zianya wanted also to attend, and to bring Cocotin with her, but again I dissuaded her. Even if I could arrange for you to get close enough to see anything, I said, as I wriggled into my quilted and feathered armor that morning, you would be buffeted and drenched by the lake wind and spray. Also, in that crush of people, you might fall or faint, and the child could be trampled. I suppose you are right, said Zianya, sounding not much disappointed. Impulsively, she hugged the little girl to her. And Cocotin is too pretty to be squeezed by anybody but us. No squeeze, Cocotin complained, but with dignity. She slipped out of her mother's arms and toddled off to the other side of the room. At the age of 2 years, our daughter had a considerable store of words, but she was no chattering squirrel. She seldom exercised more than 2 of her words at a time. When Crumb was first born, I thought her hideous, I said, as I went on dressing. Now I think her so pretty that she cannot possibly get any more so. She can only deteriorate, and it is a pity. By the time we want to marry her off, she will look like a wild sow. Wild sow, Cocotin agreed from the corner. She will not, Zianya said firmly. A child, if it is pretty at all, reaches its utmost infant beauty at 2, and goes on being lovely, with subtle changes, of course, until it reaches its utmost childhood beauty at 6. Little boys stop there, but little girls—" I growled. "I mean boys stop being beautiful. They may go on to become handsome, comely, manly, but not beautiful. Or at least they should hope not. Most women dislike pretty men as much as other men do." I said I was glad, then, that I had grown up ugly. When she did not correct me, I assumed a look of mock melancholy. "Then," she went on, "little girls reach another eminence of beauty at 12 or thereabouts, just before their first bleeding. During adolescence, they are usually much too gangly and moody to be admired at all. But then they begin to blossom again, and at 20 or so—yes, at 20, I would say—a girl is more beautiful than she ever was before or ever will be again." "I know," I said. "You were 20 when I fell in love with you and married you, and you have not aged by a day since then." "Flatterer and liar," she said, but with a smile. "I have lines at the corners of my eyes, and my breasts are not so firm as then, and there are stretch marks on my belly, and—" "No matter," I said. "Your beauty at 20 made such an impression on my mind that it has remained indelibly carved there. I will never see you otherwise, even when some day people tell me, 'You old fool, you are looking at an old crone.' I shall not believe them, for I cannot." I had to pause for a moment's thought, but then I said in her native language, "Rezalazi Sayanya Chunpa Chi Sayanya," which was a sort of playing with words, to say more or less, remembering always at 20 makes her 20 always. She asked tenderly, "Sayanya?" And I assured her, "Sayanya." "It will be nice," she said, with a misty look about her eyes, "to think that as long as I am with you, I will forever be a girl of 20. Or even if sometimes we must be apart. Wherever you are in the world, there I am still a girl of 20. She blinked her lashes until her eyes were glowing again, and she smiled and said, "I should have mentioned before, Za, you are not really ugly." "Really ugly," said my loved and loving daughter. It made us both laugh, and broke that enchanted moment. I took up my shield and said, "I must go." Sayanya kissed me goodbye, and I left the house. It was still quite early in the morning. The garbage scows were plying the canal at the end of our street, collecting the night's heaps of refuse. That disposal of the city's wastes was the most menial work in Tenochtitlan, and only the most derelict of wretches were employed at it. Hopeless cripples, incurable drinkers, and the like. I turned away from that depressing sight and walked in the other direction, uphill along the street toward the main plaza. And I had gone some way before I heard Sayanya call my name. I turned and raised my topaz. She had come out of the house door to wave one more farewell and call something to me before going inside again. It could have been something womanly. "Tell me what the First Lady wore." Or something wifely. "Take care not to get too wet." Or something from the heart. "Remember that I love you." Whatever it was, I did not hear it, for a wind came up, a wind, and blew her words away. Since the Coyohuacan spring was on a part of the mainland somewhat higher than the street level of Tenochtitlan, the aqueduct sloped downward from there. It was rather broader and deeper than a man's spread arms could reach, and it was nearly 2 one-lawn runs in length. It met the causeway just where the Acachinanco fort stood, and there it angled left to parallel the causeway's parapet, straight into the city. Once ashore, its trough branched to feed lesser channels running throughout both Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco, and to fill storage basins at convenient spots in every quarter, and to spout from several newly built fountains in the main plaza. To some degree, Ehuitzotl and his builders had heeded the caution of Nezahualpilli that the stream of water be controllable. At the angle where the aqueduct joined the causeway, and again at the point where it entered the city, the stone trough had been notched with vertical slots, into which fitted stout boards shaped to the curvature of the trough. The boards merely had to be dropped into the slots to cut off the flow of water, should that ever be necessary. The new structure was to be dedicated to the goddess of ponds and streams and other waters, the frog-faced Chalchihuitlique, and she was not so demanding of human offerings as were some other gods. So the sacrifices that day were to be only as numerous as necessary. At the far end of the aqueduct, at the spring, out of our sight, was another contingent of nobles and priests, and a number of warriors guarding a gathering of prisoners. Since we Mashika had been lately too busy to engage even in any flowery wars, most of those prisoners were common bandits whom the younger Moctezuma had encountered in his marchings hither and yon, and captured and sent to Tenochtitlan for just such purposes. On the causeway where Ehuitzotl stood, along with me and some hundreds of others, all of us trying to keep our various plumes and pinions from taking wing on the east wind, there were prayers and chants and invocations, during which the lesser priests swallowed a quantity of live frogs and echololten and other water creatures, to please Chalchihuitlique. Then an urn fire was lighted, and some priestly secret substance sprinkled on it to make it billow a blue-colored smoke. Though the gusts of wind tore at the smoke column, it climbed high enough to signal the other ceremonial group at the Coyohuacan spring. There the priests threw their first prisoner into the trough of that end of the aqueduct, slit his body open from throat to groin, and let his body lie there while his blood ran. Another prisoner was thrown in, and the same thing done. As each earlier corpse began to run dry, it was yanked out, so that more and freshly gushing ones could be piled in. I do not know how many Xochimilque were slain and drained there, before the first of their blood sluggishly oozed into view of the waiting Ehuitzotl and his priests, all of whom sent up a praiseful cheer at the sight. Another substance was sprinkled on the urn fire, producing a red smoke, the signal for the priests at the spring to cease their slaughter. It was time for Ehuitzotl to make the most important sacrifice, and he had been provided with a uniquely suitable victim, a little girl about 4 years of age, dressed in a water-blue garment with green and blue gems sewn all over it. She was the daughter of a fowler who had drowned when his ecoli overturned some time before she was born, and she had been born with a face very like that of a frog, or of the goddess Chonchihuitlike. The girl's widowed mother had taken those water-related coincidences as a sign from the goddess, and had volunteered her daughter for the ceremony. To the accompaniment of a great deal more chanting and cawing of the priests, the revered speaker lifted the little girl into the trough before him. Other priests poised themselves beside the urn fire. Ahuitzotl pressed the child supine in the trough, and reached for the obsidian knife at his waist. The urn fire's smoke changed to green, another signal, and the priests at the mainland end of the aqueduct let loose the spring water. Whether they did that by pulling free some kind of stopper, or breaking one last earthen dike, or rolling aside a boulder, or what, I do not know. I do know that the water, though at first it came colored red, did not come oozing as the blood had done. With the momentum of its long slide from the mainland, it came rushing, an immense liquid spear, its point made of boiling pink foam. Where the water had to round the angle of the trough at the causeway, all of it did not. Some of it reared up there and broke over the parapet like an ocean comber. Still, enough of it surged on around the bend to take Ahuitzotl by surprise. He had just slid open the child's breast and grasped her heart, but he had not had time to sever its connecting vessels, when the rush of water swept the still writhing child away from him. She tore loose of her own little heart, Ahuitzotl still holding it, looking stunned, and the girl shot off toward the city, like a pallet through a blowpipe. All of us on the causeway stood as if we had been sculptured there, motionless except for our wind-whipped feather headdresses and mantles and banners. Then I became aware that I was wet to the ankles. So was everybody. Ahuitzotl's women began squealing in distress. The pavement under us was awash in water that was rapidly rising. It was still leaping the parapet from the angle in the aqueduct, and the whole Acachinanco fort was shaking from the impact of it. Nevertheless, the greater part of the water continued to race along the trough and on to the city, with such force that, when it hit the branching channels there, it broke like surf on a beach. Through my eye crystal, I could see the tightly packed crowd of spectators milling in the splash and spray, fighting to disperse and flee. All through the city, beyond our sight, the new channels and storage basins were brimming over, wetting the streets and emptying into the canals. The new plaza fountains were spurting so exuberantly high that their water did not fall back into the drainage pools around them. It was spreading in a layer across the entire extent of the heart of the one world. The priests of Chonchihuitlike broke out in a babel of prayers, beseeching the goddess to abate her abundance. Ahuitzotl roared for them to be silent, then began bellowing names. Yolcatl, Papaquilitzli, the names of the men who had discovered the new spring. Those who were present obediently sloshed through the now knee-high water, and, knowing well why they had been called, one by one leaned backward across the parapet. Ahuitzotl and the priests, without any ritual words or gestures, tore open the men's chests, tore out and flung their hearts into the racing water. 8 men were sacrificed in that act of desperation, 2 of them ancient and august members of the Speaking Council, and it did no good whatever. So Ahuitzotl shouted, "Drop the trough gate," and several arrow knights leapt forward to the parapet. They seized the wooden panel designed to shut off the water's flow, and slid it down into the trough's slots. But, for all their combined strength and weight, the knights could push the panel only so far. As soon as its curved lower edge went into the water, the powerful current tilted it in the slot and jammed it at that point. For a moment there was silence on the causeway, except for the water's swoosh and gurgle, the sighing and hooting of the east wind, the creaking of the beleaguered wooden fort, and the muted hubbub of the fast-departing crowd at the island end. Looking at last defeated, with all his plumes drenched and drooping, the revered speaker said, loudly enough for us all to hear, "We must go back to the city and see what damage has been done, and do what we can to allay the panic. Arrow and Jaguar Knights, come with us. You will commandeer all the occulton on the island, and row immediately to Coyohuacan. Those fools yonder are probably still celebrating. Do whatever you can to stop or divert the water at its source. Eagle Knights, stay here." He pointed to where the aqueduct joined the causeway. "Break it. There. Now." There was some confusion as the several designated groups disentangled. Then Ahuitzotl, his wives and his retinue, the priests and nobles, the Arrow and Jaguar Knights, all were slogging toward Tenochtitlan, as swiftly as they could, with the nearly thigh-deep water dragging at them. We Eagle Knights stood contemplating the heavy stone and stout mortar of the trough. 2 or 3 knights struck at the stone with their maquahuime, making the rest of us dodge the flying splinters of broken obsidian. Those knights looked disgustedly at their ruined swords, and threw them into the lake. Then one elderly knight went some way down the causeway to peer over its parapet. He called to us, "How many of you can swim?" And most of us raised our hands. He pointed and said, "Right here, where the aqueduct swerves, the force of the water's changing direction is making the pilings tremble. Perhaps, if we can chop at them, we could weaken them enough that the structure will quake itself apart." And that is what we did. I and 8 other knights struggled out of our clammy and bedraggled uniforms, while unbroken maquahuime were found for us. Then we dove over the parapet into the lake on that side. As I have said, the waters west of the causeway were in those days nowhere very deep. If we had had to swim, the chopping would have been impossible. But the rising water was yet only shoulder-high at that spot. Even so, it was no trifling job. Those tree-trunk supports had been impregnated with chapapotli to resist decay, and that made them resistant to our blades as well. The night had come and gone, and the sun was up, when one of the massive pilings jerked and gave an explosive crack. I was under water at that moment, and the concussion nearly stunned me, but I surfaced to hear one of my fellow knights shouting for us all to climb back to the causeway. We got there just in time. That part of the aqueduct which angled off from the causeway was quivering violently. With a grinding noise, it broke at the bend in it. Flinging water in all directions, that loose end of the structure shook like the warning tail of a quackweechly snake. Then a section some 10 paces long slewed to one side, as the pilings we had chopped gave way under it, and broke loose with a groan and toppled with a mighty splash. The jagged end of the trough out there was still cascading water into the lake, but it was pouring no more into Tenochtitlan. Even as we stood there, the water already on the causeway began to ebb. "Let us return home," one of my brother knights sighed, and hoped we have saved some homes to return to. Home. Let me put off for a little while the telling of my homecoming. The water that had poured into Tenochtitlan for the better part of a day and a whole night had inundated parts of the city as deep as the height of a man. Some houses built low, and not of stone, had crumbled in that flood, and even some houses built high had been toppled from their supports, and many people had been injured, and about 20, mostly children, had been drowned or crushed or otherwise lost. But the damage and casualties had been limited to those parts of the city where the branch channels and storage basins had overflowed, and that water had drained away into the canals soon after we Eagle Knights severed the aqueduct. However, before the litter of that lesser inundation could be cleared away, the second and greater flood came. We had only broken the aqueduct, not stoppered it, and the other knights whom Ahuitzotl had sent to the mainland were unable to stand the spring there. It continued to gush its waters into the part of the lake contained and confined between our western and southern causeways. Meanwhile, the wind continued to blow from the east, preventing the excess water from draining out into the big Lake Texcoco through the causeway passages and the canals crossing our city. So the canals filled and brimmed and overflowed, and the water rose over the island, and Tenochtitlan became a great cluster of many buildings poking up, not from an island, but from an unbroken sheet of water. Immediately upon his return from the aborted dedication ceremony, Ahuitzotl sent a boatman to Texcoco, and Nezahualpili came immediately in response to the call for help. He had a force of workmen rushed straight to the unquenchable Coyohuacan spring, and, as all had hoped, he did devise a means of pinching off the flow. I have never visited the site, but I know it is on a hillside, and I gather that Nezahualpili commanded the digging of a system of trenches and earthworks which diverted part of the spring's effluents over the far side of the hill, where it could run harmlessly into empty land. Once that was accomplished, and the spring tamed, and the flood all dissipated, the aqueduct could be repaired and put back into use. Nezahualpili designed gates that would, as required by the city's needs, let much or little of the spring's water down the aqueduct. And so, to this day, we still drink those sweet waters. But Nezahualpili's salvage operation was no overnight accomplishment. While he and his workmen labored, the second flood stood at its crest for 4 entire days, Though few or no people perished in it, at least 2/3 of the city was destroyed, and the rebuilding of Tenochtitlan took some 4 years to complete. The flood would not have caused so much damage if the water had merely covered our streets and lain quietly there. Instead, it surged back and forth, moving one way by the force impelling it to seek a uniform level, moved the other way by the malicious east wind. Most of Tenochtitlan's buildings were held above street level by pilings or some other kind of foundation, but that was only to lift them above the ground's dampness. Their foundations had never been intended to withstand the battering currents they then endured, and most of them did not stand. Adobe houses simply dissolved in the water. Stone houses, small and large, fell when their underpinnings were gnawed away, and they broke into the blocks of which they were built. My own house stood unharmed, probably because it was rather newer built, hence stronger than most others. In the heart of the one world, the pyramids and temples also remained standing. Only the comparatively fragile skull rack came down. But just outside the plaza, one entire palace collapsed, the newest and most magnificent of all, the palace of the Yue Tlatoani Ehuitzotl. I have told how it straddled one of the city's main canals, so that the passing public might admire its interior. When, like all the other canals, that one overflowed, it first filled the ground floor of the palace, and then bulged the lower walls outward, at which the whole great edifice came thundering down. I did not know of those happenings. I did not even know I was fortunate enough to have still a house of my own, until after the last of the water ebbed away. In that second and worse flood, the water's rising was at least less sudden, giving time for the city to be evacuated. Except for Ehuitzotl and his other governing nobles, the palace guard, some other troops of soldiers, and a number of priests stubbornly continuing to pray for godly intervention, practically everyone in Tenochtitlan fled across the northern causeway to find shelter in the mainland cities of Tepeyaca and Etzacoalco, including me, my 2 servants, and what remained of my family. To go back to that earlier day, that early morning when I came home dragging my sodden Eagle Knight regalia. It was obvious, as I approached, that my Ishakuelco quarter of the city had been among the districts hit hardest by that first spate from the aqueduct. I could see the high water mark still wet on the buildings, as high as my head, and here and there an adobe house sat askew. The hard-packed clay of my street was slippery with a film of mud. There were puddles and rubbish, and even some valuable objects apparently dropped by people in flight. There were at that moment no other people to be seen. No doubt they were indoors, unsure whether the flood wave would come again. But the street's unaccustomed emptiness made me uneasy. I was too tired to run, but I shuffled as rapidly as possible, and my heart lifted when I saw my house still standing, unmarked except for the deposit of slime on its entry stairs. Turquoise flung open the front door, exclaiming, "Ayo, it is our Lord Master! All thanks to Chalchihuitlique for sparing you." Wearily, but with feeling, I said I wished that particular goddess in Mictlan. "Do not speak so. pleaded Turquoise, tears running down the wrinkles of her face. "We feared that we had lost our master also." "Also?" I gasped, an invisible band tightening painfully around my chest. The elderly slave woman broke into violent weeping and could not reply. I dropped the things I was carrying and seized her by the shoulders. "The child?" I demanded. She shook her head, but whether in denial or grief I could not tell. I shook her fiercely and said, "Speak, woman." "It was Our Lady Cyania," said another voice from behind her, that of the manservant Starsinger, who came to the doorway wringing his hands. "I saw the whole thing. I tried to stop her." I did not let go of Turquoise, or I should have fallen. I could only manage to say, "Tell me, Starsinger." "Know then, my master. It was yesterday, at dusk, the time when the street torch-lighters would ordinarily have been coming. But of course they did not. The street was a seething cataract. Only one man came, being swept along and bludgeoned by the torch poles and the house stairs. He kept trying to find his footing, or to seize on to something that would stop his progress. But even when he was still distant, I could see that he was already crippled, and he could not. As harshly as I could, in my agony and weakness, I said, "What has all this to do with my wife? Where is she?" "She was at the front window," he said, pointing, and went on with infuriating deliberation. "She had been here the whole day, worrying and waiting for your return, my lord. I was with her when the man came flailing and thrashing down the street, and she cried out that we must save him. I was naturally not eager to venture into that raging water, and I told her, 'My lady, I can recognize him from here. It is only an old derelict who sometimes of late has worked on the garbage canoes which serve this quarter. He is not worth anyone's trouble.'" Starsinger paused, swallowed, and said huskily, "I can make no complaint if my lord beats me, or sells me, or slays me, for I should have gone to save the man. Because my lady gave me a look of wrath and went herself, to the door and down the stairs, while I watched from this window, and she leaned into the flood and caught him." He paused and gulped again, and I rasped, "Well, if they were both safe." Starsinger shook his head. "That is what I do not understand. Of course, my lord, the stairs were wet and slippery. But what it looked like, it looked as if my lady spoke to the man, and started to let go of him. But then the waters took them both, for he was clutching to her. I could see only a tumbling bundle as they were swept together out of my sight. But at that I did run out, and plunged into the current after them." "Starsinger almost drowned, my lord," said Turquoise, sniffling. "He tried. He really did." "There was no sign of them," he resumed miserably. "Toward the end of the street, a number of old adobe houses had fallen. Perhaps on them, I thought. But it was getting too dark to see, and I was knocked nearly insensible by a floating timber. I seized the doorpost of a sturdy house, and clung there all the night." "He came home when the waters went down this morning," said Turquoise. "Then we both went out and searched." "Nothing?" I croaked. "We found only the man," said Starseener, "half buried under some fallen rubble, as I had suspected." Turquoise said, "Cocotin has not yet been told about her mother. Will my lord go up to her now?" "And tell her what I cannot believe myself?" I moaned. I summoned some last reserve of energy to straighten my sagging body, and said, "No, I will not. Come, Starseener, let us search again." Beyond my house, the street gently sloped downward as it approached the canal crossing bridge, so the houses down there had naturally been more violently struck by the wall of water. Also, they were the less impressive houses on the street, built of wood or adobe. As Starseener had said, they were houses no longer. They were heaps of half-broken, half-dissolved bricks of mud and straw, splintered planks, and oddments of furniture. The servant pointed to a crumple of cloth among them, and said, "There lies the wretch. No loss at all. He lived by selling himself to the man of the garbage boats. Those who could not afford a woman could use him, and he charged only a single cocoa bean. He lay face down, a thing of filthy rags and mud-matted, long gray hair. I used my foot to turn him over, and I looked at him for the last time. Chimali looked back at me with empty eye sockets and gaping mouth. Not then, but some while later, when I could think, I thought about Starseener's words, that the man had lately been aboard the scows serving our neighborhood. I wondered, had Chimali only recently discovered where I lived? Had he come haunting, hoping, blindly groping for one more opportunity to work mischief on me or mine? Had the flood given him the chance to inflict the most hurtful possible injury, and then to put himself beyond my vengeance forever? Or had the whole tragedy been a ghastly and gleeful contrivance of the gods? They do seem to find amusement in arranging concurrences of events that would otherwise be unlikely, inexplicable, beyond belief. I would never know. And at that moment, I knew only that my wife was gone, that I could not accept her being gone, that I had to search. I said to Starseener, "If the cursed man is here, so must Zianya be. We will move every one of these millions of bricks. I will start on it, while you go for more hands to help. Go." Starseener scampered away, and I leaned over to lift and fling aside a wooden beam. But I kept on leaning, and pitched forward on my face. It was late afternoon when I came back to consciousness, and in my own bed, with both the servants bending solicitously over me. The first thing I asked was, "Did we find her?" When both the heads shook in rueful negation, I snarled, "I told you to move every brick." "Master, it cannot be done," whimpered Starseener. "The water rises again. I returned and found you just in time, or you would have been face down in it." "We were wondering whether to rouse you," said Turquoise, in obvious anxiety. "The word has been spoken by the revered speaker. The whole city must be vacated before it is all under water." And so, that night, I sat sleepless on a hillside among a multitude of sleeping fugitives. "Long walk," Cocotin had commented on the way. Since only the first people to leave Tenochtitlan had found accommodations on the mainland, the later arrivals had simply stopped wherever there was room to lie down in the countryside. "Dark night," said my daughter appropriately. We four had not even a sheltering tree, but Turquoise had thought to bring blankets. She and Starsinger and Cocotin lay rolled in theirs, snugly asleep. But I sat up, with my blanket about my shoulders, and I looked down at my child, my crumb, the precious and only remnant of my wife, and I mourned. Some time ago, my lord friars, I tried to describe Zianya by comparing her to the bounteous and generous maguey plant. But there is one thing I forgot to tell you about the maguey. Once in its lifetime, just once, it puts up a single spear which bears an abundance of sweet-scented yellow flowers, and then the maguey dies. I tried hard that night to take comfort from the unctuous assurances our priests always spoke, that the dead do not repine or grieve. Death, said the priests, is merely one's awakening from a dream of having lived. Perhaps so. Your Christian priests say much the same thing, but that was small comfort to me, who had to remain behind in the dream, alive, alone, bereft. So I passed that night remembering Zianya and the too brief time we had together before her dream ended. I still remember. Once, when we were on that journey into Michoacan, she saw an unfamiliar flower growing from a cleft in a cliff, some way above our heads, and she admired it, and she said she wished she had one like it to plant at home, and I could easily have climbed up and plucked it for her. And once, oh, it was no particular occasion, she woke in love with the day, and that was not unusual for Zianya, and she made a small song, and then a melody for it, and she went about softly singing it to fix it in her memory. And she asked me if I would buy her one of those jug flutes called the Warbling Waters, upon which she could play her song. I said I would, the next time I met a musician acquaintance and could persuade him to make me one. But I forgot, and she, seeing I had other things on my mind, she never reminded me. And once, the many times. Oh, I know she never doubted that I loved her. But why did I let slip even the least opportunity to demonstrate it? I know she forgave my occasional thoughtless lapses and trivial neglects. She probably forgot them on the instant, which I never have been able to do. Through all the years of my life since then, I have been reminded of this or that time when I might have done such and such, and did not, and will never have the chance again. Meanwhile, the things I would prefer to remember persist in eluding me. If I could recall the words of that small song she made when she was happiest, or even just the melody of it, I could hum it sometimes to myself. Or if I knew what it was she called after me, when the wind took her words, that last time we parted. When all of us fugitive inhabitants finally returned to the island, so much of the city was in ruins that the rubble earlier heaped along our street was indistinguishable from what had fallen afterward. Laborers and slaves were already shoving the wreckage about, salvaging the unbroken and reusable limestone blocks, leveling the rest as a foundation to rebuild upon. So Zayanya's body was never found, nor any trace of her, not so much as one of her rings or sandals. She vanished as utterly and irretrievably as that small song she once made. But, my lords, I know she is still here somewhere, though 2 new cities in succession have since then been built over her undiscovered grave. I know it, because she did not take with her the jadestone chip to ensure her passage to the afterworld. Many times, late at night, I have walked these streets and softly called her name. I did it in Tenochtitlan, and I do it still in this city of Mexico. An old man sleeps little at night. And I have seen many apparitions, but none of them hers. I have encountered only unhappy or malevolent spirits, and I could not mistake any of them for Zayanya, who was happy all her life, and who died while trying to do a kindness. I have seen and recognized many a dead warrior of the Mashika. The city teems with those woe-begone specters. I have seen the weeping woman. She is like a drifting wisp of fog, woman-shaped, and I have heard her mournful wail. But she did not frighten me. I pitied her, because I too have known deprivation, and when she could not howl me down, she fled my words of solace. Once, it seemed to me that I met and conversed with 2 wandering gods, Night Wind and the oldest of old gods. Anyway, that is who they claimed to be, and they did me no harm, deeming that I have had harm enough in my life. Sometimes, on streets absolutely dark and deserted, I have heard what could have been Zayanya's merry laugh. That might be a product of my senile imagination, but the laugh has each time been accompanied by a glint of light in the darkness, very like the pale streak in her black hair. And that might be a trick of my feeble eyesight, for the vision has each time disappeared when I fumbled my topaz to my eye. Nevertheless, I know she is here, somewhere, and I need no evidence, however much I yearn for it. I have considered the matter, and I wonder, do I meet only the doleful and misanthropic denizens of the night because I am so like them myself? Is it possible that persons of better character and gladder heart might more readily perceive the more gentle phantasms? I beg you, my lord friars, if one of you good men should encounter Zayanya some night, would you let me know? You will recognize her at once, and you will not be affrighted by a wraith of such loveliness. She will still seem a girl of 20, as she did then, for death at least spared her the diseases and desiccation of age. And you will know that smile, for you will be unable to resist smiling in return. And if she should speak, but no, you would not comprehend her speech. Just have the kindness to tell me that you saw her, for she still walks these streets. I know it. She is here, and will be always.